It's a book on quantum physics, astrophysics, and engineering. I've been writing a book for the past 3 years. I've compiled scientific studies, lectures, author journals, author biographies, and different theorems from across about 50 to 60 years, and I've compiled all of them into my book. I've actually published it last month. It's called Unveiling the Cosmic Symphony. With the book, I plan on getting it published in scientific journals, scientific research, biologies, and different scientific catalogs. I want to put the extract of my book and everything I've written into maybe college studies as well. I've actually been contacting Caltech, Stanford, Harvard professors about this. In general, I want to be a physicist, so I've been working on God equations and superstring theory to create a unified framework. I've been researching unified frameworks. So in the future, I'd love to develop and work on unified frameworks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the day 3 of India Startup Festival 2023, and I have a very special guest with me today. It's Abhirami Sukumaran, who's the developer advocate at Google and also a mentor with startups. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Major. I'm a developer advocate at Google, and additionally, I also mentor startups as part of Google's Startup Accelerator program. From a technology perspective, I do that as part of my role as well. So that's a little bit about me.
So you are today here at the round table. Just share a little bit about your experience. What was the key takeaway for you from the startup? All those people who stalwarts who come from in different capacities who were at the round table.
I should say I was overwhelmed with the amount of experience, and majority of them were serial entrepreneurs. Some of their ventures are startups and some of their ventures are already very well established businesses. So it was really a lot of stuff to learn from their experience, predominantly in the areas of what kind of customer experience is required and how to scale for startups, and also like skill and how do they scale their skill set, their resources, how they maintain it. So all those things were very interesting for me from different industries and backgrounds as well. There was obviously very hyper-local industry, like agriculture specific to India, and there were industries ranging from beauty, cosmetics, and security, and all such areas. So that was very interesting for me. And one other thing which was fascinating was how every industry today is able to use technology and AI to grow from where they are to take that leap with their businesses. So that was exciting.
Very, very true. So we've been hearing this through the event, through the festival. As a mentor yourself, you mentor startups. What has been your experience in the since you started? What kind of progress have you seen among startups when it comes to use of technology and especially AI?
That's been a very interesting experience for me, working or interacting with startups, because they are starting from, there are different range of startups. Some already know what exactly they want. Some envision a future with certain specific technology, and there are some who don't know what they want. So I learn from people who already know and already are right there, and they just come in for, hey, I have a few questions. Will this work with this? How do I integrate this? Mostly all from technology perspective is what I mentor them on. So particularly Google Cloud specific topics. And I predominantly focus on databases and that area, AI, ML. So around data and databases and use of machine learning, use of technology for doing data analytics and all. So I take that experience from people who are already established and startups who know what they're doing and how it adds value, and also engage them or encourage them to to fix certain things that they are having gaps with, and also showing them opportunities to integrate their existing solutions. That way they eliminate the waste and use only focus on the things that they really need to grow their business. And I use that experience and I use that knowledge with people who are still discovering what they want, and also with the startups who are white paper. They know they have the business idea, but from a technology perspective, they get fascinated by the things that technology provides. For example, Google Cloud in the different services that we have, they get excited about, oh, I can do this with BigQuery, I can do this with the Vision API. Oh, I want to read video. I want to be able to extract details or insights or metrics from my video images. So that kind of excites them. So different kind of audience. So yeah, that has been the experience for me so far.
So in that capacity, I'm sure startups have benefited from your understanding, your knowledge and experience of technology. Has it been for you also learning from the startup and taking it into your profession?
Definitely, because the kind of challenges, technological and platform challenges that startups face can easily, if you think startup in a way is, if you're running a project in a big organization, for example, if it's your brainchild, if it's your idea, you're pitching your idea to your leadership and they accept it and they say, go run it, here is your team. It is very similar to running a startup, except that there you'll have the approval and you're guided and you're funded or sponsored, I should say, by your leadership. And in startups, it is, you're doing it, but with external folks to begin with, right? So it's very much there is so much to learn, and definitely like how they are looking at things and how they scale things, or what are the opportunities that lie ahead of them, is something that I always learn from. Yeah, it has been a thorough learning experience for me.
So India Startup Festival, how has that been for you? I know you come today for the event.
Yeah.
So far, whatever you've seen, experienced, can you share your thoughts about it?
Definitely. So I just came in here for the third day of the event, and I'm, like I said before, it was overwhelming for me to see the place itself is gigantic. It's happening here in the outskirts of Bangalore, so it's a huge space, and there are so many booths with startups and other sponsors who are pitching, who are talking about that to people who are walking around. And for me, it's one, overwhelming, and two, a lot of networking experience, a lot of connections with people, both from a technology perspective and also it's really fun. There were a few colleges who have this incubation center, or they have this innovation wing. This college from Chandigarh, I forget the name of the college, but it's really interesting that they have the final year of the college dedicated for doing startups or building ideas. So I found that very intriguing, because that should be the way. That's the way forward for India. That's like building for India, like grooming them then and there and allowing them the opportunity. I think most universities should start doing that, if that is that way. Correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah. And the ideas that they have, it's amazing. I don't want to talk about their ideas for them, but definitely very fun ideas, like customized. I mean, I don't want to talk about the ideas, but it's really fun. I enjoyed every single moment of it.
And finally, any advice you have from a technology standpoint for the startups? About what should they see in coming time, or what should they start doing now to be there with the technology?
This is one thing that I always emphasize. So there is a thin line between ideation or execution is always a contemplation for startups or anyone who has an idea. People always, I can only speak from the technology perspective because I am not an entrepreneur myself. I work, but then ideation is where people keep grinding their ideas and talking to people about it, which is good. But at some point, you've got to start executing, and you have to start somewhere, from a technology perspective at least. And yes, don't jump straight into building your product, straight into writing the code for the product if it involves technology, your business. Always, it is important to have a balance between ideation and do the design considerations, design discussions, see what kind of data you're using, how else can I pivot it? Like, what is the future? 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, a quarter, half a year, or a year? or 3 years, just have a plan for all the things that you could do with the data that you have right now. And you might be even creating data out of your business, which might be looking like it's waste of storage, but think about the ways that you can repurpose that into your own business or pivot into something that could be useful. And also do all the design considerations for applications or database or whichever data that you're building and storing, and make sure you think about the security perspective, privacy, regulatory requirements, and everything. Think about all the design considerations, and then rinse and repeat and build your product, and not build, before finalize your architecture. And one important thing is, I would say, after you rinse and repeat and do this brainstorming within your team, whether it's a one-person team or a big team that you have, make sure you identify the things that you don't need, because majority of the time, startups or any project gets stuck or gets fascinated by all the things that you can use. But make sure that you are using the things that you need, not really just because it's there. So that will save a lot of effort, resources, and cost as well. So yeah, that's one thing I would.
So would you say at what stage technology should start becoming part of a startup? At what stage? Because very early stage startups probably don't have the kind of funding required, and there also, are there anything that they can tap into as a free resource where they can use the technology? And more importantly, at what stage? At a very early stage, after reach a certain level of traction, what would you suggest as a technology person? How would you suggest? What would you suggest?
So you would know right off the start whether your business is going to involve technology or not. If it is not a tech product or a tech startup, let's say if it's in some other field, but still if there is room for technology, think about it alongside your idea. It has to come from the beginning. You can't just plug it.
That into your...
Yeah. Even if you don't have funding for it right now, think about what all you can do to prototype it with free resources, or like the Google for Startups accelerator programs. If you have an idea and you have a vision for it, just try out those things. That will allow you to see what are the resources out there that are. Just go and check the websites of these programs, and just see what resources you can tap into to equip yourself with prototypes, to equip yourselves with applications. And not that you have to build all those things day zero, but at least think about it from the beginning. From beginning is what I would say.
So MyStartupTV is a media house for startups, and we provide 360-degree coverage, an exclusive media house. What do you think about the work we're doing?
I really love the concept. With media and news and information being digitized, I think that's the way to go. Definitely. I mean, I'm really excited about that. It's nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
My name is Ajay Tiwari, and I am the CEO of Happy Locate.
Hi, my name is Sainad. I'm the CBO of Happy Locate.
Tell us about what the company is all about.
Wonderful. I would love to talk about it. So Happy Locate is in fact India's first tech platform for any corporates to automate their employee relocation management. So amongst 14.5 lakh corporates in this country, we are the only option for any corporate who wants to automate and manage their employee relocations. And people can come and they can also book services like packing, moving service, your house search assistance, and pet relocations, all on a single platform. So that's what we do.
14 lakh, that's a huge number, isn't it? And there's no competition. How do you keep yourself up to the challenge, because there is competition?
So this is I think it's an interesting question, by the way. So out of 14 lakh corporates, right, I think relocation as a service had been there for decades. And there have been traditional solutions available in the market. What is required with the changing new age CHROs and the talent and the new talent is something which is related to, which can make their experience better through technology, which can be tracked. And this is something that we are doing now. While we rely on a lot of reliable or genuine packers on the ground, or service partners on the ground, And something which had been motivating us to go one notch upper every time is the technological intervention that we are bringing to make sure the relocations on our platform are better, faster, and more affordable.
How has been this event for you as a company and personally? Your thoughts?
I personally would say it's great. People from diverse profiles is what I could see. Not just the corporate side, but also a lot of people from the entrepreneur, from the investment community. It's, I would say, a proper hub for any business to come and grow. Not just the investment, not just the mentorship, but also a lot of peer talking about their own experience of how they're built. I really liked it, honestly. I love the platform out here.
I started the channel for startups and entrepreneurs like you. We provide exclusive coverage. What do you both think? I want yours and then yours.
So, I think off late, if you see right now, startup, the word startup or entrepreneurship as a profession, I think this is something which is picking up very fast. I think back then when we started, when we were graduating from colleges, right, I think there were very few entrepreneurs, seniors who had started their startups. But now I think this is a new, it's a new age employment is happening. And I think startup, while the word startup has been there in the industry, I think that comes with innovation. Innovation is something which can change the future. Correct? I think and MyStartupTV, I think covering a lot of the startups and sharing their innovative journey or products with the larger masses, and that's a great initiative by you both.
I would just say, I think you guys are appearing everywhere with the kind of color combo that you're wearing. That's on a lighter side. But on the larger startup, I think this is what it is. The world is about the change, accepting the change, innovating, and that's what startups do. The good thing is that I think that's coming in the DNA of the new generation, which is good. But I always, when asked, what is one piece of suggestion that you would always like to give people is, hey, don't start it as a part-time, don't start as one of the options. I think when it's a mission of your life, when you're completely clear about the vision is where you should step in. But I think that's the world all about. And if you are covering that piece, I think you're very updated. And you're doing a great job.
In fact, I think OTT platform for startup, right? I think it's something different. I think never ever people would have thought saying that hey, we should start something OTT for startups, and that too you are giving a free subscription for a year. I think that's a wonderful concept to promote startups. Correct? I think keeping promotion as a major agenda, then making profits. I think that's hats off to the entire team.
You should stay in touch. I think when we both start investing, you never know, we would be interested in buying some shares for you. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Thanks.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023, day 2, and I have two lovely guests with me from the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Martha and also Altaf. So welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Let's start with you. Tell us about London Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you very much. We are so happy to be here. It's such a tremendous opportunity, really, to be part of the Startup Festival. So, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come to India. So, at the London Chamber of Commerce, we are there to connect, to support businesses. Business representing London, the global London as a gateway to the UK, and working with our members. And also working with members who are not just in London, but actually overseas, and hence the importance of this festival. With us here is Altaf. He represents one of our member companies. We are here at the festival with 12 other members, and we're here really to connect businesses.
So, Altaf, as a member company, could you throw some light on how it benefited you, for the benefit of others out there, to get a step into the UK market?
Absolutely. No, thank you very much, MajorSunilShetty. I think it's a privilege to represent the voice of the customer, because when you're new in London, especially businesses like ours, we've only moved into London a couple of years ago. There's so much of the London infrastructure that is available to those who know where it is available, that you could end up spending years and not knowing what's available next to you. And it's a melting pot that offers every connection, every meaningful conversation, all in one place, while not just giving you the ability to find like-minded people, investors, talents, all in one place, but also puts together a curated set of events throughout the year. We get the privilege of experiencing 200 plus events online, in person, where you don't need to know the who's who, because they all know London Chamber of Commerce and want to deal with them. We have the privilege of being spoiled by the Chamber of Commerce, and it accelerates your business, it accelerates your reach, it takes your outreach and multiplies it, where others are trying to add. Our relationship in the past with other accelerators has been an addition. If anything, with London Chamber of Commerce, it's more of a multiplication equation.
Well, that's a lot, a lot to say about the work you're doing, right? So, is there any particular specific areas that you're looking at to engage with, or it's a wide open space where any sector, any industry could associate with?
Sure, of course. So, as a chamber, we serve all customers or all types of businesses, SMEs, startups, but also big companies. And here specifically, the Startup Festival obviously is so important because we know that SMEs and startups are really the lifeblood of an economy, or of any economy, really, and especially in India, but in the UK as well. So there is this very close connection in terms of just putting businesses together and giving those businesses a voice, access to the right type of support, the services that they need.
So, Altaf, could you start with, share that one moment where you thought, wow, this couldn't have happened if Chamber did not, back me up as support?
Absolutely. So, I've been now in this world of consulting without consultants for nearly a decade. We moved into the UK and we got instant recognition, instant love and admiration from the world of business. And we suddenly saw a transient economy of startups that were no longer, at the struggle state of startup. They were all successful, established businesses where they're available and accessible in the busy life of what London has to offer, but unknown to us. And they all tend to use the London Chamber of Commerce as a watering hole. And in the 2 years that we've been in the UK, I've acquired 12 businesses, of which 7 have happened after having joined London Chamber of Commerce over a period of just 2 months, as opposed to the remaining taking nearly 18 months to take place. So for us, just the number of interested people that are looking to find the right kind of connections available all in one place is just phenomenal. And it's not happened once, it happens every single time I go there. So if anything, I'm a fan, and it's a privilege to be traveling with the celebrities that I'm a fan of. And it is such a diverse set of services that are available. It's not just businesses like us that have traveled from London. There are businesses from outside that are part of this, that are benefiting from this. It's an infrastructure and an ecosystem in its own that's available, where today there are other things we're working on. We're not just working on the startup infrastructure. London is known for the scale-up hub of the world. It has that scale-up infrastructure as well. And that is something that you cannot tap into unless you know the game makers and the game changers, which is what the lovely team of London Chamber of Commerce is.
Well, that's the second thumbs up Altaf has given to the Chamber.
Thank you.
So, for the benefit of the people out there, viewers out there, could you just quickly take us through the point form as what is the process to be part of the chambers?
Yeah, so it's very easy. In fact, we actually even have a special offer for those businesses that are not based in London, that are based overseas, don't have an address in the UK, but want to just visit London as a business and understand London better, the London ecosystem. So it's as easy as just literally scanning the QR code, and just signing up, and it's a very good value as well. and that's available to anybody really. And through this, they gain a variety of services. We will work with them to look at, what is it that they need, the specific industry that they are after. There is, when they come to London, there is a very lovely office, a meeting space that they can use where they can invite their clients, our potential clients, just to sit down and have a coffee, like similar as here really, and just engage. So all these services are there and many more.
So for Indian startups and the UK-based startups, especially London-based startup, is there a service where you kind of help them in matchmaking?
Yes, absolutely. Again, this is our role. We are the connector. So we do try to matchmake either through just simply the events, which are always very busy. It's great. It's a great buzz, a great connecting opportunity, either through events where businesses just simply, talk to each other and they start doing business, or where there a little bit more help is needed. We will do the research. We will have a look at our membership database and see, okay, well, you're interested in this particular segment. Here are members who are doing the same thing. Who are looking for example, for an investor, or who are looking, to connect with another startup because they might be an investor themselves. And this is how we connect them.
So could you throw some light on the? Yeah,
I'd love to show you how that happens as well. So we have a LinkedIn of our own by LCCI that we tend to use. We have connections where we can make, direct connections with investors. We can connect with other members as well. There are various platforms, various organizations that come together. There are connectors, events that take place. All of that is a closed door LinkedIn sort of environment that's available to users, and we're able to benefit from this. So Martha is a little too modest, I think. She's not really, but the fact is, there is every infrastructure support that you can imagine. Not just the set of offices that you can use at the Chamber of Commerce. They've got a string of hotels across London that we use for free to use for meeting rooms. And I have not paid a single pound since I've joined the London Chamber of Commerce for a single coffee in London City, because there's always a venue somewhere, a 5-star hotel or an office with a nice office that is kept available for us so that we can use the facility. All thanks to...
So that's the third thumbs up.
I should actually just give the clap for Delta, but he's the best testimonial.
From a user standpoint, or the people who are aspiring to connect with the chambers, coming from somebody who's using the service, kind of makes more sense. So. I just lost out on my thought.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No. We'll edit it anyway.
Sure.
Going forward, you talked about the sectors that of interest. Could you throw some light on what are those sectors, probably your first 5 ones, or top 3 ones, which you're interested in?
Sure. Well, there are several, really, because, London being such a metropolitan city, such a global city, we do cover so many different sectors. But just to mention a few, obviously, finance, professional services, this is one big sector. There is fintech, for example. London is very much a capital of fintech. But, life sciences as well. We have a very vibrant property group as well. But I should also mention our business groups, which are cross-industry. So, for example, we've got the Asian Business Association within the London Chamber, and this is where many companies, interested in India, also meet. And this is where not just the connections happen, but also the learning happens, because that's where the exchange of knowledge, can take place.
There will be companies or startups that may not need not really move to London. They might be still based out of India and work. So in that case, what kind of service they can use?
Yes, so this is our overseas visitors membership. This is the package that I mentioned to you. Again, this is specifically for companies that are not based in the UK, that are based outside, but they are looking to do business in London. So it means that they might not be coming to London. That's fine. We will support them. But if they are coming to London and they want to have meetings in London, they can use that membership with all the services that it offers.
Finally, I know you have to go for a meeting, so another session. Investor Connect. especially for people based in UK to connect them to Indian startups. Is that service that you do? If yes, if you can share instead of something.
Yes, absolutely. Again, this is very much also through membership itself, because many of our members are investors. And we've been talking to Altaf. He started off with one company coming to London, and he's invested in a number of other startups. So this happens organically amongst the others, but also we do have very good connections with the City of London, being based in the City of London. So the whole network of big banks, legal firms, and so on, consultants.
Let me ask Altaf now. What's your takeaway from the India Startup Festival? What did you feel about it?
I have been exposed to the Indian Startup Festival from last year because I've invested in the winner from last year, which is Emilio. And at that point, we had only heard of the big debacle that had taken place last year. There was a big Indian Startup Festival that went, bust. Lots of people lost lots of money, and we were very skeptical about where this goes. But we saw it happen the first year. We found a gemstone of a business that we invested in. And this year, when we got the opportunity, when the founder of ISF came over to London, we got the opportunity to host him and have conversations with him. It was, very surreal to see, because I'm Indian by origin, and I love my country. To get to experience an opportunity where I get to represent London back home was phenomenal. And just to see the size and the girth and the impact of this show is just great. Frankly speaking, Major Sahab, I've actually come here shopping, looking for my next set of investments. Have I found them? I can't tell you.
Definitely, I understand that.
But thank you very much. I've been following your work. I've seen your crew going around. I've done, a bit brief of what is it that you're doing. I think founders of startups don't have a voice because of the shark tanks of the world that give all of the voice and power to the voice of the investor. Thank you for giving a voice and power back into the hand of the founders. They need help, and I think you're doing a great service.
Thank you very much. So, Martha, what about you? About the event?
Well, I'm really absolutely amazed at the enthusiasm that is here, the potential, the opportunities, and really the sheer outgoing of those companies, really wanting to connect and move ahead. It's just a real entrepreneurial spirit, and I think this is what this event stands for, and that's why everybody really should come here.
Finally, MyStartupTV as a media house, we're dedicated to startups.
Right.
All the four verticals, be it the OTT, be it the podcast or magazine. What are your thoughts about it?
Well, obviously you have great followers, so I would very much recommend anybody who wants to learn more about startups and the whole startup ecosystem, they should definitely tune in.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So welcome to MyStartupTV. We are the world's first OTT platform for startups, dedicated to startups. Sir, if you can talk about, you talked about how SCPI is helping. What do you think about the event first to start with?
I think this is very unique festival come event for startup. Generally, when you talk startup event, people are talking about emerging tech, people are talking about the deep tech, people are talking about unicorn, people are talking about 5x, 10x. Here people are talking about a social benefit of the startup. They are talking how to give back to the society. They are talking about not greed, they are talking about the need. They are asking startup to come voluntarily, give at least some share to the social cause. So this event is very different from other event, and very good that there is a lot of foreign participation here also. And that makes this event very unique to others.
Could you also talk about your own organization, how you are playing a role, especially working with
entrepreneurs or startups, which is at the grassroots level?
So, STPI has created a whole startup ecosystem. In fact, we have largest horizontal presence of the startup in the country. We have 63 centers across the country. Out of them, 54 centers are in tier 2, tier 3 cities. We have created 22 centers for entrepreneurship other than these 63 centers, which takes care of multiple technology, especially technology which is required for civil societies. You can say civic tech. Like we have one center for entrepreneurship exclusively on health technology, it's called MedTech. We have one center for entrepreneurship exclusively on agri-tech. We are going to create one more entrepreneurship on assistive technology. And we have on deep technologies as well. We have on blockchain, we have on artificial intelligence, we have on AR, VR. So we are providing all 360-degree support to startup. In the form of incubation space we are providing to them so that they can innovate. We are providing lab facilities to them. We are mentoring them. We are providing some fund also, like seed fund. We are running one scheme called Next Generation Incubation Scheme, wherein we provide 25 lakh rupees to each startup. We are also ensuring that they meet VCs, they meet angel fund investors, so that they can further funding, like we call Series A funding or follow-up funds. So this is all 360-degree support we are providing to startup in the country.
And is the onboarding process happens throughout the year, or is it at certain specific time?
Yeah. So for each program or each center for entrepreneurship, we launch some is called Open Challenge program, or we call it Chunauti. We launch those programs for a month. Then we get applications, we shortlist them, scrutinize them, and then those who are really idea, which can be converted into a product, can be converted into prototype, we support to them.
So finally, MyStartupTV, we are a media house dedicated for startups, pan India. What are your thoughts about it? Just जिस तरह से हम लोग coverage देते हैं startups के लिए सिर्फ.
I think you are doing well. I think you are providing all kind of news for the startup, and you have a good future. I mean, everybody is talking about the startup. So those who are covering only startup, I think they have a good future. Thank you. Thank you.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023. We are on day 2 today. It's about to start. And I have a special guest with me, Flight Lieutenant BP Kumar, who was a former fighter pilot, and today he's founder of Axel Aero. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Major.
So, I know in one I would start with, the journey from being a soldier to an entrepreneur. We also have a program called Soldierpreneur.
Yeah.
So, just give us a quick, brief about how was the journey.
So the journey was very exciting. After leaving the Air Force early, I got my commercial license. But after flying fighters, commercial flying wasn't very interesting. So I went ahead and did an MBA in aviation. I did entrepreneurship in West Africa. I made some money, used it for my MBA. After that, I worked in Qatar Airways as a data scientist for a very long time. And I moved back to India in about 2017. I was working in the IT industry as a data scientist. And during COVID, a course mate of mine who is a fellow fighter pilot and also a very accomplished civil pilot, Captain Krishnan, he gave this idea about usage of simulators in the military, which excited us, and we started conceptualizing the idea of next-gen simulator, how it should be and what it should do, and we started building the product. And ISF is one of the organizations that we won last year, and which gave us the opening which introduced us to how to develop this as a business. So that's pretty much my journey. India, Africa, Canada, back here.
Like a pilot, you travel quite a bit, isn't it?
we also heard a lot of stories about you from Jay Chaudhary sir, how the whole thing came about in his interview. The whole I mean, you are the first ones, you are the only ones doing it in India, right?
Correct.
Talk about, Accelero itself as to what you're doing. You talked about flight simulators. Just give us the, paint a picture of what will it do for the industry, defense industry, especially for the fighter pilots training.
Correct. So Accelero is founded by 2 pilots and 2 engineers. Me and my course mate, Captain Krishnan. He's ex-DGCA. He's a designated examiner on A320. Between both of us, we have about 11,000 hours of total flying, plus 4,000 hours of simulator flying. And 2 outstanding engineers. Between us, we have 10, 11 patents filed, 5 granted, and millions of lines of code. Why this founding team is a bit important is, what we set out to do is, in aviation, when a pilot transitions from one airplane to another, he does his entire training on a level D simulator, and the first flight he does on the new airplane is with full passengers. That's the importance of a flight simulator in the aviation industry. Now, this technology is built in 1970s, and there are only 3 companies in the world which occupy 80% of the simulator manufacturing market. India imports all its high-end simulators. So when me and Krish were talking, Krish said, yeah, in civil we use the simulators and they're so realistic and this is what they can do. But unfortunately, military doesn't have simulators of this nature. The military simulator requires to move much more than the civil simulator. These steward platform-based civil simulators, they move only 20-30 degrees in all rotational axis. So we conceptualized the idea that we need to rotate it full 360 to train fighter pilots and have better visualization than the small window of visualization in a civil simulator. So virtual reality was the natural choice, and we are going ahead beyond that now. So we built our prototype ourselves, we did the design ourselves, we purchased things, we bootstrapped completely, and we are happy to say that we now have a working prototype which was test flown by Air Force pilots and doctors, and we were shortlisted for IDEX Open Challenge last week, and we had a presentation to the High Power Steering Committee, and we are awaiting the results. So that has been the nature. What it does is, the current simulators, the level D simulators of civil, they cost anywhere between $12 to $20 million. An hour on them costs $600 to $2,000. For helicopters, India has only 1 level D simulator. It costs 1.5 lakh an hour. So our technology can bring down the cost of training on high-end simulators below $100. It can provide realistic feedback. Most importantly, there is a particular aspect called spatial disorientation, which is the biggest reason for fatal air crashes and hull losses in the aviation industry, 12 to 30%. To train pilots for spatial disorientation, you need to move full 360.
The simulator has to do exactly what the aircraft does.
Otherwise, pilots who just sit with plus minus 20 degrees, and when they get disoriented and when there is an upset attitude of the airplane, they fail to recover. There have been a lot of crashes. Air France 447, Fly Dubai in Rostov. Very often we see, in military we see it much more because of the nature of flying. So our simulator is ideal for it. And by perfecting this technology, we think we'll make India a net exporter of simulators from the 100% importer that India today is. So it's really passion and patriotism. We built it, and if it ends up in a profitable business, nothing like it.
Many congratulations to what you have achieved. It takes, I will not use the loaded words like passion and all, because that's all seen here, but the fact that the risk-taking ability to, leave something and get into something that you really believed in. When do you think, what's the road forward? When do you think this would become a commercial product, which will be used by the armed forces, especially the Air Force?
Yeah, the question same my potential investors are asking. So it's a long journey because this product didn't exist before.
Yes.
It's easy to sell something that existed which has a precedent. So when we are going to the market, I'm very happy that the pilots and the doctors of the Air Force, they flew it and they said, yes, this is very useful, this could do this things, and more than what we imagined actually. For example, they mentioned that, hey, we could use this to screen candidates before they become pilots, rather than after they become pilots. And yeah, we didn't think
that
about
saves a lot of cost, isn't it?
Exactly, and also saves time of that youngster.
Yes.
So
life of the youngster.
Also, lives also, that's true.
So 3 things, life, time and money.
Money, everything.
All 3, yeah.
And so the process with the government takes time. Luckily, the current government has programs like Make in India, Atmanirbhar and IDEX, which are actually fast-tracking it and makes startups like us qualify for defense contracts or purchases which otherwise we wouldn't have qualified.
Which was unthinkable few years ago, right?
Few years ago. So there won't be any business at all. There is interest from DRDO. They visited us, and again I have to thank ISF. I'll mention it on the stage. JSR personally arranged meetings. He took me meetings with scientific advisor to the Raksha Mantri and DRDO directors. They visited our workshop. They saw the simulator, and we are working towards planning with them. At this point, it's really, I think it will take about a year for the full commercial product to start, and in about 18 months or so we should have the first product installed somewhere in the country.
And the very fact that, as you said, it's only 20-30 degrees experience versus even if your prototype 1, when it comes out, version 1, think of iPhone 1 to what we are today, right? 15th version. Even with all the money and the research, a big company like a $1 trillion company like iPhone can take 15 versions to come up with a best product. Correct. It would take time. However, the fact that today pilots don't have anything to having something which is better than what is existing is a big jump.
Is a big jump, yes.
Right?
We believe it will be a big jump, and made in India, our product is made almost 90%, 95% in India. We sourced everything in India. Has some advantages. Today, when one of these imported simulators, a component goes down, the services have to run helter-skelter, create a import invoice. It takes many months, and the equipment is down. And any modification becomes very expensive. And today we want to make Indian missiles, Indian weapons to the Indian airplanes, and we want Indian terrain, Indian runways. And these foreign vendors will charge a lot to do it because they don't have a business case.
Yes.
Whereas we, made in India, can quickly turn it around at a much cheaper cost, and we start with Indian terrains and Indian airplanes. So it's a big boost. And tomorrow, even experimental projects like LCA Mark II, if DRDO says, hey, we want to test, we should have a side stick or a central stick or this, or how would be this missile, what would be the RCS, etc. There are a lot of things which we can do pretty much as part of our job and say, hey, this is how this will work. It's our domain. We've been there. We flew those machines, and we've got fantastic engineers supporting us. So I think it's great for the country, great for the industry, and hope it will be good for us.
I would like to get your, comments on India Startup Festival. How has that helped you? I know they are the ones, but for the benefit of the founders or other founders out there.
See, India Startup Festival last year, I just came without knowing what it is. I didn't know JSR, Dina, nobody. I just came as a neutral entity. I submitted my deck, got shortlisted, came and pitched, and we won 5th last year. And I didn't even know that there was a result to be announced. I just did a pitch and I left home. I went to Hyderabad. When I landed, I got a call, sir, where are you? We have to give you a present award. I said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not there. Somebody else collected it. So after that was the interesting part. Normally I thought this is over. You got an award, keep it on your wall, it is done. But then Dina called me, and JSR and Dina personally visited the workshop. They saw the simulator, that what we presented was actually real, and said, what kind of help do you need? So I said, sir, the business is with the armed forces or the DRDO or the defense PSUs. I'm trying to get some meetings so that I can present this idea to them. Actually, we have not done any business development till then. We were just busy building the prototype. JSR actually took me personally to Dr. Satish Reddy on a table and introduced me, and I got time to pitch my idea to Dr. Satish Reddy, who was kind enough to call the DRDO program director, ADA program director, and say, have a look at this. This looks very interesting and useful. So this was pro bono. I mean, I did not expect this at all. And I'm here this time not just to participate in a pitching session, but to actually publicly thank ISF team and JSR. And for other entrepreneurs, what I would suggest is that, first of all, it's a steep climb. 10,000 startups, 200 or 100 get shortlisted. That's a 1% chance of making it to the pitching contest. And it's not about the contest or about the awards. It's really, there are Saturday mentoring sessions organized immediately after the IS event for almost every Saturday. Request to be there. There is groups available. And there are various mentors, small investors, big investors, industry experts. Seek help. Like we sought. We sought help in making connections into an organization which, even despite being a former Air Force officer, I won't get, how hard it is to get very high level connections or even opportunity to talk to. Right? So that I would say JSR is well connected. ISF team is now, with so many people coming here, hopefully next year international, the reach would be much higher.
Finally, MyStartupTV is a channel for startups and entrepreneurs like you. We showcase, the work. What are your thoughts about our channel, the kind of work we are doing?
Again, another, I must say, surprising thing I never thought I do represent sometimes in media. I come there discussing aviation related things, accidents, and the F-16 versus MiG-21 things. But a TV channel for startups alone shows how important this is, how much how the startup thing is growing in our country. And you also being a soldier like me, kudos to you for this idea and the persistent execution of it, right? And I really wish you all the best. I would like you to grow as much as I would like myself to grow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being on the show.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
How do you see Indian, Sadhguru and everybody's been talking about, how India can contribute back, back to the world. Can you talk about that as to what do you see?
Well, it's interesting. This is only the second time I've been in India, so my understanding of the culture, I've been in 50 or 60 countries and traveled a lot, but not a lot to India. The thing that I think can propagate is this desire to help the bottom of society. And it's not altruistic. Healthy people that have opportunity, have jobs, create positive societies. Those positive societies create opportunity, and that pushes the GDP of any country along. So the notion of this, I think, can be applied anywhere and is extremely powerful. The pure monetary top-down, I want to be a billionaire, start a startup and be a billionaire, is not extremely helpful in general. It's not that it can't create value, but there's so much more that can be done with innovation. So pretty exciting.
Last question, did you get a chance to interact with any of the Indian startup founders or startups? And if yes, how was your experience?
Only at an event that yesterday that was really looking at funding, etc. What I've seen so far is, and this is not necessarily unique, obviously I think there's 11,000 candidates and 20 that became finalists or became funded. It's very, very high quality, very innovative, understand a lot about markets and how to go to market. So it's world class. I mean, there's no debate about that.
MyStartupTV, we are a world's first OTT platform dedicated for startups.
Oh, interesting.
What do you think about that?
I think it's a great idea. I like the comment I made. There's a lot of advice you get and a lot of help you get, but a lot of it you get from people and organizations that haven't done it before. And having run very large businesses, multi-billion-dollar businesses, and being CEO of a startup, it's a very different job with a totally different set of challenges. Very humbling, requires a lot of energy, a lot of resilience, but it's maybe the most exciting thing you'll ever do in your life. So I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Morning, I'm Bart Fisher, and I'm chairman of the Give Life Foundation. And I'm here from Washington, D.C. Came a long way to see what's going on here.
Tell us a little bit about your foundation.
The Give Life Foundation promotes the donation of blood, organs, and tissues. And one particular project we're working on and have worked on for 40 years is the promotion of bone marrow transplant registries. And this addresses the problem of cancer, blood cancers. Let's say you get leukemia or thalassemia. You need a bone marrow transplant because your system has stopped making blood cells, red cells, white cells, platelets, and that's an emergency. You need to make these stem cells in order to live. So if you have a brother or sister, you can get a sibling transplant But if you don't have a match, you're always looking to match. Then you have to get an unrelated marrow donor from outside the family, and that's where we come in. We have already 60 million HLA marrow type people in our registry, 30 million in the U.S., 30 million overseas. So half our business is international. India doesn't have a registry. India needs a registry, so I've come here to launch the bone marrow transplant registry in India, as I have in other countries, and I want to get everybody signed up for the registry. So I'm here on a mission. I'm a man on a mission to get the registry established and launched here. And due to the diversity of populations, it's a big numbers game. You need a lot of people in the registry to really get a match. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. So it's not easy, but India needs it, and India also needs the information technology, the information that we'll get. You just have to swab. It's called Swab for Life is our campaign for a Give Life Foundation. And we're going to take it all across India, and this is our launching pad.
And India is a huge country with, as you said, with diversity. What challenge are you looking at to cover this topic?
Well, the real challenge is rural healthcare. You have 900 million Indians living in the rural areas versus the rest in urban. So how do you reach these people to get them to sign up? So we have a foundation here. We're working with Grace Cancer Foundation, which has these mobile units that go out for mobile health care. And so you have to reach out to the rural population. It's easier to reach the urban population. We're going to work with Indian National Railways, which has said they will put in the Swab for Life stations at the railway stations all over India. And of course, it's also India's largest employer. So they will get their own people to sign up for the registry. So we'll work with Indian companies, private and public, to promote the registry. And so I'm all into building bridges. This is a bridge between India and the United States. If you think about it, someone in India can get a match in America, and we ship the marrow over in a little package, and vice versa, it comes back the other way. So you can link the Indian diaspora all over the world by finding matches, and that's what we're trying to do.
And is there a permanent location you're going to have an office sort of place in India?
Yeah, well, Give Life Foundation is located in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Our computer is located in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the U.S. But it's a big program. It's in Europe and China. It's a global program. And so literally you become blood brothers. You know, if you take the marrow from somebody else, you save a life. Amazingly, we've done over 100,000 matches off the registry. These are people who would otherwise not be around. So the potential, though, is huge for India in particular. And I realize it's number 18 on their list of concerns. India has bigger problems. But at the end of the day, it's part of the solution on information technology for healthcare. And India needs data, and that's a big problem. That's why you did the identity card a long time ago. But this can help other areas of medicine other than the bone marrow transplant. Most people have heard that you can transplant solid organs like heart, lung, liver, kidney, pancreas. They don't know about the marrow. The marrow is an organ too. It's a fluid organ. It can be transplanted. So that's what we're doing. And we're arranging these transplants, and we're saving lives, lots of them.
Finally, what are your thoughts about the event?
The event is fantastic because, in fact, it's overwhelming. You know, there's so many new ideas coming at you. Well, yeah, they have over 10,000 startups here, so it's overwhelming, and they actually should be longer than 3 days because there's so much to absorb. But from my standpoint, coming from the U.S., it's worth the trip. So many new ideas too, and the focus here in this amazing institution that they put up it's a testament to what one person can do to make a difference. And Sadhguru has done that, and I really appreciate what he's done, and I'm looking forward to working with him as a partner. They are going to be one of the partners for our effort in India.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon. Welcome to ISF roundtable, very important roundtable, Global CXO roundtable. The reason why I wanted to have this roundtable, again for the startup companies' prosperity point of view, I've been telling since yesterday, though startups will have product and money, if they don't have business, they can't survive. So how do they get business contacts? By meeting decision makers in the industry, because all the multinational companies, they are continuously innovating something new, and they need startups who are innovators. They can fix the problem in a much faster time. In fact, when I was the managing director of NVIDIA Graphics, that time I came to know these big companies, multi-billion-dollar companies, they are like a big ship going in the ocean, whereas startup companies like a speedboat. They don't have all the rules and regulation, bureaucracy of the big multinational company. With any idea, they will just like a speedboat, they will go and reach the destination. That's the reason why many multinational companies, they keep on acquiring the new product software startup companies all over the globe. So I thought it's a great idea to bring all the global CXOs here, and they will tell what are the problems they are facing, what kind of new innovation they are looking for. Maybe if some startup companies want to be with them and be a partner or whatever the mechanism they have, it's a great opportunity for all of you, because meeting any of the global CXOs by a small startup company is very difficult. The reason why we are bringing them to Mudanahalli, to ISF, so that they can meet with them, network with them, exchange the ideas, and see whether they can get business from them. So that is the basic idea. We want to help our startup companies. I request all the panel members who have come from different parts of the globe to see how you can help the ISF startups, and we are the conduit. ISF will be a partner with all of you. Let us know what are the curated use case repository you have where you need some solutions. We will identify with any of our startup companies. If somebody is have got that kind of a technology or already built a solution, we will enable that connections to you, so that you will be able to see how you can think of giving a business opportunity to them. So with this, I request Sri Atluri, Chairman of the Global CXO Roundtable, to conduct the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Garu. Thank you very much. This panel is a bunch of experts here from all over the world, and I'm so humbled, and thank you for the opportunity to lead this and be able to really conduct this session. And today's session, we are going to cover some of the important topics in the startup ecosystem, how the entire journey happens, and also we'll touch some of the important topics like leadership, technology, social entrepreneurship, and also giving back. These are things that you keep learning and you will be hearing directly from these experts. And some of the experts here in the panel, they live these principles. They actually live by their living examples, and they actually follow these principles day in and day out. I would start by asking each of them to spend 30 seconds and introduce themselves, please.
Good afternoon. So I'm Shobha Rao, and I'm here as a private investor, but have about 30 plus years of experience in the banking sector. And from an introduction perspective, this has been an amazing conference, and it's wonderful to see all of you here. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Privileged to be invited by Jay sir for this CXO session. My name is Krishnamurthy, CEO and President of India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, an organization which represents about 300 of the leading India's electronics and semiconductor companies, including about 100 of them are startups. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I'm really honored to be here. My name is Raj Alada. I'm a transformation leader at JP Morgan Chase out of New York. Very excited to see the participation and then see how we can help each one of you with our experience. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Jay Garu, for inviting us. This has been a great event so far. I'm Ram Pupala. I'm currently a general partner at API Ventures and also CTO for ACI worldwide.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Thank you Jay Garu for inviting me to be part of the CXO panel. This is my first time at ISF, so far enjoying it. So, my introduction, I'm Suresh Chintada. I'm the CTO for Subex. We've been writing product software for telcos for the last 27 plus years. We're out of Bangalore. I spent a lot of my time in high-tech companies, so technology is my forte, and I think we can add something there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brahmanand Reddy Shivankar. I'm a CTO of a healthcare company, outside of which I'm a businessman, an entrepreneur, and an investor. This is my first time joining the conference. It's an amazing thing. I wish I'll be here every year. Giving back to the society is something that I always believed in. Earlier this week, I saw a LinkedIn post. Someone was bragging about 90 hires in their life. I might have hired close to 5,000-6,000 people in India in my lifetime. It should be much more. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you.
Second phase of life, you're earning, and third phase is giving. And if you remember these three things, learning, earning, and giving, everybody faces through pretty much. When I saw even Jay's life also, I think, the learning phase, at the same token, earning phase, when you're trying to establish the STP and all of that, this third angle, which is like a giving phase. Pretty much everybody has those three angles. And Touch Alive is, we are building a digital fabric of connecting people who need help to people who can provide help. And we are bringing the entire ecosystem. We are building the entire, there are 5 pillars that we are building. Number one, we are building the crowdfunding and crowdsourcing, connecting donor to donor. We have built a radio station, marketing, providing marketing to all the non-profits. Then third, we've also built something called PAL Transformers, and this is an idea by Jay Garu, bringing youth to connect to the causes and how you can bring them as volunteers to the social causes and all of that. And TAL leaders, I'm very privileged to have like a Barry, he's a very senior executive, been at IBM leadership, and bringing in leaders. A lot of leaders are empty nesters, and how do you channelize their energy to help the needs? So we've got about close to 100 executives as part of TAL leadership, people who can donate their time, people who can mentor the non-profits is what we're trying to do. And finally, we're also working on something called TAL Hospitals, bringing in doctors who want to provide pro bono service onto a digital platform. And we want to create GPT for healthcare and all of that stuff. So these are the 5 pillars that we've been doing. So pretty exciting. So pretty much for all the startups over here, when you start a venture or as you're starting your journey, be a purpose driven, not just profit driven. It will really help you in terms of building your company. At the same token, scale your company to the next level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Learning, earning, and giving. There's a fantastic words of wisdom that's called wow. And Brahmanand Reddy Garu, you have invested into a lot of firms. And what are the things that you really look at a startup when you start investing? What are the signals that you can see and say that this startup is going to grow and it's going to be the next unicorn? What are the things that you look at? thanks for the question. And there must have been hundreds of textbooks that I've gone through, but I learned more from when I was pitching as a founder or a co-founder of companies to the other investors in a line getting rejected several times. I learned more from there than reading through the books, and I've learned more from experiencing pitching my idea to the investors than reading from books. From an investor standpoint, I suggest every founder to read the textbook, know your basics, know the purpose of your company, know your financials. That's the basic stuff without which you don't bother to present to your company. Know a clear answer of what's your exit strategy kind of a thing. After that, I almost always ask and look for examples and reputation, examples of how many times they made a promise and met the promise, and go check for referrals. That's as important as anything else. So that's it.
Thank you, Brahmananda Reddy. The next question goes to Barry. Barry, I have been following you from the philanthropy side and also the successful entrepreneur. And it's not just giving. We, as senior executives, we learn from the youth. What is that you learn from the youth?
That's a very interesting, broad question. To me, I think it's very easy to get stuck in a line of thought as you grow older. And involving yourself with younger people, there's a level not only of energy that is conveyed to you, but a totally different way of thinking about things that can stimulate an entirely new approach to a problem that sometimes creates a new market, a new route to market, an adjacency that you would have never thought of as a more senior person. So I think that's, in my mind, in addition just to the energy, the exhilaration, the enthusiasm, it's easy to get stuck in linear thinking. And I always thought it was important, even as a operational executive, to have what I called orthogonal thinkers. People just thought completely differently, and you get that from the youth.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. And in fact, we all start learning perhaps how to use a new app or ChatGPT and some of the new technology, working with the youth and learning from the youth all the time. And challenging the status quo and thinking of different business models and really innovation comes from youth all the time. Thank you. Next question goes to Suresh. And Suresh, one of the things that we always talk about innovation. And when you start a startup, you don't really think of innovation. You are trying to solve something. But you really
worked for good 13 and a half years as an HR. I've been an HR leader for Nokia and Vodafone prior to this. Now I am the CEO of Happy Locate, which is transforming the way relocations are managed in corporates. I also have done my social work honors during my graduation. So worked with underprivileged children and special children. That also makes me a social entrepreneur by heart. So that's what we are doing right now. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to be here.
All right, I'll start with a question related to leadership. And somebody who is here in the panel who is passionate about leadership, next to me is Ashok. And he was talking about it just off the dais and how he transformed using his leadership expertise. I would like Ashok to share some of his wisdom. Can you please go on explaining what are the leadership qualities one ought to have when you're starting a brand new startup with a brand new idea? What do you think? What are the qualities to be a leader? Because actually continuing to that, a startup, when you're starting something, you cannot be a specialist. You need to be a generalist.
Correct.
What does that really mean? And how that leadership quality help them to be a generalist? That is your question, Ashok.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take a crack at it. I'm not going to say I'm an expert in all these areas, but I think leadership, when you talk about leadership, is in a startup, generally startups, you could start with a one-man army. You probably have the best idea that you thought is the best idea to go forward with. And then you probably go and talk to some of your friends, family, and then you kind of gather momentum and then go with your idea and then incubate. When you do that, right, so how do you rally team behind you? How do you bring the second person, third person into the team? How do you empower them to have the vision as same as you and then take it forward? I think that's something that's where the leadership comes in. How do you empower the other person to be part of your team, part of the same vision? That's one key element I've noticed in my experiences when I'm working with other startups also as an advisor. One of the things I always look for and advise them is bring the right team and have the right mindset to share the ideas among yourself. It's not as an owner or as the leader of the startup, your idea may not be the right idea every time. So how do you take that and then be it part of a team so that everybody rallies behind? I think that's one key element, I would say.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ashok. And actually, when you talk about the generalist, you need to start unlearning. Unlearning is an activity. And if you are a specialist, in order to grow as a leader, you need to unlearn. You may not you're a techie throughout your life, you started a startup, and you may need to learn how accounting works, how finance works, how HR works, how everything works. So you need to become a generalist, know enough to really run the shop. And I would actually ask USS, that's what he goes by, and USS has got a firm, he has seen the success, he has seen an enterprise that actually he basically had some exits. And when you are working on a startup, you think of an exit. What does that really mean? Do you really need to plan your exit when you're starting a startup?
Thanks for that question. I think it's a great question, sir. I think for any startup, for them to be anything, they should first be successful at executing anything, whatever it could be. And they should really look at failing fast and failing inexpensively if they have to fail. So the more iterations they go through, the luckier they become and the better they get at whatever they are doing, and eventually they will find the right purpose for their startup, as well as the right exit will come automatically. Excellent. Fail fast is one of the mantras that I always follow, and I'm glad you said that as well. And next question goes to Sai Gundavalli, and I know him for quite some time, and Sai is not only run his successful enterprise, but the Touch a Life Foundation and the non-profit that he runs actually really touches many hearts and minds. And to be honest, I'm a big fan of, and I'm part of Tall Leadership as well. And he called me, and without any reluctance, I said, sure, I'm part of it. And Sai, when you really look at the social entrepreneurship, we always not think of just profits, but what is that social good that we need to focus on? How is that is going to help the common man? And how is that is going to help masses? What do you think that we all can do when we are working on a startup ecosystem? Please.
Thank you, Shri. So for life, there's a profit and there's a purpose. You need to think of two angles, profit angle as well as purpose angle. So Touch a Life is, while I talk about Solix, it's about my for-profit company. Touch a Life is a foundation for purpose. And I think every journey, there are 3 phases in life. First phase is all about learning, because first 20 years you are learning. Second phase of life you are earning, and third phase is giving. And if you remember these 3 things, learning, earning, and giving, everybody faces through pretty much. When I saw even Jay's life also, I think, the learning phase, at the same token, earning phase, when you were trying to establish the STP and all of that, this third angle, which is like a giving phase. Pretty much everybody has those 3 angles. And Touch a Life is, we are building a digital fabric of connecting people who need help to people who can provide help. And we are bringing the entire ecosystem. We are building the entire, there are 5 pillars that we are building. Number 1, we are building the crowdfunding and crowdsourcing, connecting donor to donee. We have built a radio station, providing marketing to all the non-profits. Then third, we've also built something called TAL Transformers, and this is an idea by Jay Garu, bringing youth to connect to the causes and how you can bring them as volunteers to the social causes and all of that. And TAL leaders, I'm very privileged to have like a Barry. He's a very senior executive, been at IBM leadership, and bringing in leaders. A lot of leaders are empty nesters, and how do you channelize their energy to help the needs? So we've got about close to 100 executives as part of TAL leadership, people who can donate their time, people who can mentor the non-profits is what we're trying to do. And finally, we're also working on something called TAL Hospitals, bringing in doctors who want to provide pro bono service onto a digital platform. And we want to create GPT for healthcare and all of that stuff. So these are the 5 pillars that we've been doing. So pretty exciting. So pretty much for all the startups over here, when you start a venture or as you're starting your journey, be a purpose driven, not just profit driven. It really help you in terms of building your company. At the same token, scale your company to the next level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Learning, earning, and giving. There's a fantastic words of wisdom that's called wow. And Brahmananda Reddy Garu, you have invested in a lot of firms. And what are the things that you really look at a startup when you start investing? What are the signals that you can see and say that this startup is going to grow and it's going to be the next unicorn? What are the things that you look at?
Thanks for the question. And there must have been hundreds of textbooks that I've gone through, but I learned more from when I was pitching as a founder or a co-founder of companies to the other investors in a line, getting rejected several times. I learned more from there than reading through the books, and I've learned more from experiencing, pitching my idea to the investors than reading from books. From an investor standpoint, I suggest every founder to read the textbook, know your basics, know the purpose of your company, know your financials. That's the basic stuff without which you don't bother to present to your company. Know a clear answer of what's your exit strategy kind of a thing. After that, I almost always ask and look for examples and reputation, examples of how many times they made a promise and met the promise, and go check for referrals. That's as important as anything else. So that's it.
Thank you, Brahmananda Reddy. The next question goes to Barry. Barry, I have been following you from the philanthropy side and also the successful entrepreneur. And it's not just giving. We, as senior executives, we learn from the youth. What is that you learn from the youth?
That's a very interesting, broad question. To me, I think it's very easy to get stuck in a line of thought as you grow older. And involving yourself with younger people, there's a level not only of energy that is conveyed to you, but a totally different way of thinking about things that can stimulate an entirely new approach to a problem that sometimes creates a new market, a new route to market, an adjacency that you would have never thought of as a more senior person. So I think that's, in my mind, in addition just to the energy, the exhilaration, the enthusiasm, is it's easy to get stuck in linear thinking. And I always thought it was important, even as a operational executive, to have what I called orthogonal thinkers. People just thought completely differently, and you get that from the youth.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. And in fact, we all start learning perhaps how to use a new app or ChatGPT and some of the new technology, working with the youth and learning from the youth all the time. And challenging the status quo and thinking of different business models and really innovation comes from youth all the time. Thank you. Next question goes to Suresh. And Suresh, one of the things that we always talk about innovation. And when you start a startup, you don't really think of innovation. You are trying to solve something, but you really work within the box and not knowing how the market is. And even if you know it, you really want to be within the box. How to come out of that box? And what are the things that one has to think of coming out of that box?
Wow. Okay. Thanks, Tridigaru, for that question. I think, as a startup founder, I think what I've seen is, as what you rightly said, you have a box and you're always on the verge of figuring out, there is always a scope creep that happens in terms of, I want to do that as well, right? But you have to figure out a way to keep yourself in that box and serve the purpose that you set yourself up for, right? And when I was speaking to Tridigaru in the afternoon, when I was speaking about a mindset, right? What I have called this as a pirate mindset. As a startup, you are almost like a pirate, right? You are trying to go against the wind. You are trying to go against established norms, right? And that actually also becomes a right moniker for me when I try to expand pirate. Let me explain to you what I mean by pirate mindset, right? The P stands for purpose. So have a purpose for what you're trying to build, right? If you do not have a purpose, I think you should wait until you find the right purpose for you to build the company that you want to build, right? Otherwise, venturing into that without having a purpose, I think will be waste of everybody else's time. The I stands for innovation, right? When you're getting into a startup with a founder mindset, right? I think you have to think of innovation, right? You are not doing the same thing as somebody else has already done. Right? It could be an incremental innovation, it could be a disruptive innovation, but it better be innovation. So inculcate the DNA of innovation in your founder mindset, right? The R is all about relationships. So today, I think you cannot survive as an individual anymore, right? I think you need to depend on a lot of teamwork, right? Internal, external, partnerships, everything else, right? So make that a fundamental, pillar for you to grow as a company, because it's not only about you, it's also about the relationships that you build, the partners that you have that you need to take along. So R is for relationship, right? A is for agility in leadership. Okay, well, you've started on something, you're working on it, things are not moving. Are you wedded to the idea, right? Are you married to it emotionally, right? Or can you move forward? Can you pivot? Can you do something much more useful, right? How do you demonstrate that agility in leadership? Is by inculcating this, ability to think beyond the box sometimes, but ability to kind of move forward with what you can do to, again, relating it back to the purpose that you set yourself up for. The T, of course, stands for technology. I would not advise anybody who is starting, putting technology as the lowest priority, right? I think tech is what changes our lives, has changed our lives, and continue to go to change our lives in the future as well, at a much, much faster pace than what even I can imagine, right? Make technology a fundamental premise on which you're building your solution, right? I think there is no two things about it. And finally, on the E, I call it ecosystem. What I mean by ecosystem is it's not about you growing yourself and your teams, it's also giving back to the community. How do you build your community together, right? How do you encourage, empower, enhance, energize the community that you're building? And providing a solution for a problem that can help this community is something that you also have to think about. I would say that's the mindset that one needs to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suresh. And the next question goes to Santosh. Santosh, as a transformation leader, there is technology that you learned when you were in college. There's technology when you started the work, and the technology that's changing today, the technology that's going to change, and that means it's evolving. So when technology is evolving, one needs to evolve, not only from learning, but the entire operating model is changing. The way we think work today, the models are changing. The way we learn today is going to change. The way we live is going to change. What do you think is going to change?
That's a very interesting question, Sri. Thank you for that. One of the things that probably will not change, that will help you adapt to this evolving culture, is that growth mindset, definitely, for sure. Yes, the pace of the technology is changing, the pace of the way the business models are evolving is changing, but definitely one of the things that will keep us rooted to success, or at least close to that, is that open mindset that one needs to have to consistently learn. Yes, the way you learn will definitely change. Maybe previously you used to use textbooks, or maybe some kind of classroom learning. The way that you are learning right now, it's completely changed to digital format, or even maybe you'll use tools like ChatGPT to actually enable your learning even further. Right? So that also has to be there. So living in that box that, okay, I can only do things in a certain way, is something that you need to break out of. And breaking that boundaries that you have set for yourself to go above and beyond and to see what else can be done is what is going to take you forward. That's it.
Thank you, Santosh. The next question goes to my friend Ram Papala. He's a CTO at ACA Worldwide, running a huge payment ecosystem, and also he runs an API Ventures. He's a general partner. And the question that's going to ask you is very practical, that you deal with on a daily basis. And you deal with thousands of employees, and you also think of investing. And how to mold next generation leaders, and what are the attributes that you see in them and you expect them to see in you?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question. And it's the topic I very passionately talk about. So let me first ask a question. How many entrepreneurs here are still in early stage? Can you raise your hand? Okay, so there are a few. I've been an entrepreneur myself. I've done 2 ventures, one successful IPO, another so-so, and been in the corporate world for the past 20 years as a CIO and CTO. I wish I had some of the learnings which I had now at the early stage when I was actually founding the companies. And I'm bringing those lessons to the startups as an investor. And both, entrepreneurship is just not unique to startups. Entrepreneurship is also a corporate entrepreneurship. The companies have to reinvent constantly to succeed in the market space. Otherwise, companies won't survive. So the 2 lessons which I took away from that, and I look in entrepreneurship characteristics.
being a technologist, I look at and most of the startup people who have a great ideas are technocrats. And I insist and push on, guys, first figure it out how you're going to make money. Not profit, but you need to figure out how to go sell. Who you're going to sell it to, how are you going to sell it to, how are you going to price your service, and how you're going to reach, and how consumers, or whether it's a consumers or a corporates, how are they going to absorb your products or services. And that concept which is about thinking of others, right? If you don't think about how people are going to leverage what you're bringing to the table, you will never be able to sell, irrespective of how good of the idea it is. You got to think about what is the impact you would make on their lives, especially whether if you're in a corporate world or individual world. People don't write a check to anybody. The people write it to, sometimes people take a bet, they put their career on the line to make a buy decision. I know I've done that. I have a lot of autos in the back, and you got to think about thinking of the others. And then take that lessons from what you learn from it and reason it back. So the concept I talk about is look ahead and reason back on what are you going to build, how quickly you're going to build it, and what you're going to deliver which produces the value. And this concept applies both to associates in a large corporations and also to entrepreneurs as well.
Thank you, Ram. And to be honest, what you just stated in terms of the practical approach as to how to solve problems, and those problems are making a difference in someone's life rather than you making money, I think is vital and is important. Thank you. And the next question goes to Ajay. In this list of questions that we discussed so far, we are discussing about people. That's a human element. You want to treat others the way you want to be treated. You must have heard about it. How to build strong, trusted relationships in the business and life. What do you think? Can you explain, please?
Thank you very much for this. It does suit me, coming from an HR and from a business background very much. So I would say, I think, being very precise and to the point, if you can just think of the way we've been through, like, I have worked in corporates for good 13 years. The way I have been treated by my managers, there are a lot of good and bad learnings out of it. And there was always a thought, I'm sure most of us have, is that if we ever get a chance to become a manager or become a company, I would not do this, what others would have done to me. And hence, if I can relate to it, while I was building up my business, during my career, I've given my sweat and service to the company that I worked for. And then at the end, I think I did not feel connected, and I didn't get that share of, I didn't get that equity in the company and the way I was treated. So I always thought, while I was building it, and that's something that I have done it, I had made sure that most of the people who worked with me were treated as partners. We never had employees, we had team members. Most of the people who joined early had ESOPs in the company with clear timelines where their ESOPs can be vested. So I believe when you're absolutely honest while dealing with people, when you have also very clearly defined KRAs and expectations from people, and you have rewards very transparently and honestly put in, people do relate to you, and that's how you build trust while you grow in an organization, and that works ultimately.
Thank you, Ajay. The next question goes to Raj Allada. Success is not a destination, it's a journey. And we discussed about success mantra. And what does success really mean to you when a particular startup
feels like they're succeeding, at what point they can say that I'm successful? What is a bar that you think that they can set to themselves, they feel they're successful?
I think, thanks for this question, Srivaru. And I'll actually take the lead from your own philosophy, what you mentioned in the keynote. It's a journey. And I think there are certain milestones in that journey that at every part of that milestone, you can feel you're successful, you can be motivated, and then you can go to the next level. So the bar to me is having the right milestones, having a good roadmap, ensuring that you're actually meeting those milestones and evaluating continuously that if you're aligned to your vision and if that vision needs a bit of a tweaking because it's continuously evolving world. So I think to me being realistic and then constantly challenging yourselves if you're reaching those milestones and if the idea still is valuable to the community, I think that's where the real success lies.
Thank you, Raj. Next question goes to Krishnamurthy Garu. Krishnamurthy Garu, when you really look at the successful enterprises, and there are aspects where the learning fail fast is what we heard from our colleagues in the past. And what are the other things that they need to watch out, the blind spots? What do you think they need to really be careful when they are in the journey?
Thank you for the question. Having spent 40 years in the corporate and in the last 6 years working with startups, specifically mentoring them, number one thing that I tell when I start mentoring an early stage startup, if you are not in this without unrestrained passion for what you are trying to do, don't even try. Don't even try. And I think an excellent point was brought out. Whom are you going to sell? And how will you sell it? So, early stage startup, I do an exercise. I bring the founder and the prospective founder and the co-founder. Ask him to bring a bunch of his friends, maybe 6-8 of them, and we all will go to a mall. And I will tell them, okay, any shop you pick, go to that shop, all of you, and one of you buy a product and come back. Then we'll sit down on a coffee shop and start the first brainstorming. Tell me, why did you buy it? Why others did not buy that product? Think about it. How is it that person is able to sell it to you? What made you buy it? And others did not see a value for it. So going through this rigorous process, the idea of passion for what you are trying to do and how you are going to sell, if these two are sort of ingrained, exit is an event. If you are starting an enterprise thinking that 3 years from now, I'm going to become a unicorn and break the bank, you're done already on day one. I think these are the 2-3 very simple things. And then the most important thing I insist is get your team who share the passion. If there is even one element in the whole team, at least in the early stage, the first 2-3 years, who are not sold on the idea, then that becomes a struggle for you later, particularly if you are trying to solve very deep technical problems and you get distracted. So these are a few simple tips which I keep telling the early stage startups up to Series A funding. And I've seen that beyond that, they all know how to stand up, run, and all that. But early stage and up to Series A funding, they make this mistake again and again and again. And I've seen that. I mentored we have an entrepreneur park in Delhi with about 56 startups, out of which 80% of them are funded, only 4 failed, 85% success. But it was very difficult to get them back focus on what you want to do. So it's not very difficult, but the fundamentals have to be followed from morning till night. Every minute of your wake up, the fundamentals have to be followed scrupulously. Thank you.
Absolutely.
the fundamentals have to be rock solid all the time. Thank you. And the last question that goes to Soma Garu. We keep talking about the diversity. Diversity is not just a number game. It is something that we really have to believe in our thoughts and also in action. And diversity in thoughts, diversity at the workplace, diversity in the way we do. When you are really looking at the society and also startup ecosystem, what does diversity mean to you? I knew that Sri Garu will keep a difficult question for me at the end. It is interesting that this question came to me because in my experience, I was the co-chair for a diversity group within my firm. And as part of this initiative, especially in the India context, quite often we think about gender diversity. And that is the one that we focus on. But I think in a startup, you really want to go beyond that. Diversity works well when it is in an inclusive environment. And that is important because it's almost, you need the inclusive culture before you build diversity. And what I mean by that is diversity works well because you bring different thoughts to the problem, and that helps you get a better solution. But in order to get those diverse thoughts to the table, you need an inclusive environment where everyone feels comfortable speaking up. So especially when you are in a startup, you have a smaller team, you are in more of a rush to get everything done. Yesterday, someone made a remark that when you are the CEO of a startup, you're the chief everything officer. So you're juggling 10 things at any given time, and time is a luxury. But one of the things that I think you need to invest on is creating that inclusive culture where every member of your team feels comfortable voicing their thoughts. And once you have this inclusive culture, if you can combine that with a diverse team, and that is not just restricted to gender, think about your hiring practices. We're gathering here because we're talking about steps we can take to build the bottom of the pyramid, especially on the rural side. People that come from rural backgrounds have different perspectives than people that might come from an urban background. People that come from a rural background may have better ideas on demand for products in a rural environment or the problems that these people face. So one of the things that you benefit, especially in this startup environment where we're talking about entrepreneurs working on problem solving for rural development, the inclusive environment must include not just the top tier institutions, but institutions that bring in talent from all of the different areas within the country. So, so the two things I would stress is building an inclusive culture where people are willing to speak up and feel comfortable speaking up, and then building a diverse team that brings the ideas to the table. Thank you. Thank you so much. In the next round of questions, I'm not going to ask the way I asked. And I would actually give a big round of applause to all the panelists, please. The reason I asked you to do that is because I did not give any of these questions early on. I did not even know what questions I would ask them. And to be honest, they did a fantastic job, but the next round is going to be a rapid fire round. And it's going to be a one-word answer, and you do not have a lot of time to answer. And I would actually ask, I'll go one round for the first question. There is another second round. Then we'll actually go to audience and ask questions. How about that? Okay, the rapid fire round, the first question is, what does leadership mean to you in one word? Ajay.
Lead by example. Bringing the best out of yourself and also the others.
One word, clarity. Success to people.
Vision and direction. Having great vision and the communication of the vision to the team members.
I would say the answers cannot be repeated.
Trust between everyone. Growth.
Agility.
Accountability.
Fundamental culture.
Humility.
Thank you very much. The last question, I think you guys did a fantastic job. I'll go one more rapid fire round. Giving back is an opportunity. Giving back is a privilege. Giving back is something that you are innate, thing that you cannot even express. What is giving back means to you, Soma?
Giving back is joy.
Obligation.
Responsibility.
Now think about it. A privilege.
It's gratitude. Satisfaction.
If you're doing something of value, it will happen automatically, I think. Not something that you plan. I feel responsibility.
Touching a life and making a difference.
That is tall.
Impact.
Okay. Making a difference and self-satisfaction. Yeah.
Call it happiness.
Thank you so much, guys. Really, really, you did a great job. And now, we would request Rashmi to take any questions from you so that she's going to repeat, and any of the panelists or the moderator can answer.
Anybody in the audience has any question? You can also feel free if you want to point out the question to any of the speaker here.
If you remember the names.
That's the challenge.
I got it, by the way.
First of all, thank you all so much for spending your time. I know it means so much, and you're talking about giving back, and I completely see it happening right here. So it's fabulous to see you all. I have a quick question for, anyone would like to answer it, but more specifically, what I want to understand is, when we say that, a lot about growth happens to mentoring, right? So as mentors, what do you look forward to in a mentee? That, this is something that I would like to, this is something that I'd like to, have in my mentee, and I'm looking forward to have it in my mentee. Thank you.
Ram, why don't you answer that?
I personally look for a mentee is where how open he is to learning and listening. That's what I look in the main characteristics.
I would add to that clarity of purpose. When someone comes to you and is looking for mentorship, having thought about what is it that you expect from me, what is the problem what are the ideas that you are coming with that I could maybe help you with?
Anybody else want
So basically, every panelist would answer your question. That is, actually, you'll get 16 answers. Probably will limit answers to 3. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to just emphasize what Mr. Ram said. In a mentee, one of the most important qualities is he must listen completely and implement that. If it's like a doctor-patient relationship, right? What's the point of going to a doctor and not following the prescription? Unless you follow the prescription, even the mentor cannot help you, because most of the times even mentor is experimenting with the mentee within some safe limits, whether this is going to work or that is going to work. So unless the mentee is very honest in terms of following the advice, even the mentor cannot help. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Who is going next? Any of you have any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm audible, right? Yeah. So my name is Vasudevan, and we recently started around 2 years back an organization in EdTech sector for providing computer science curriculum. Now, as a founder, I'm still under some sort of a dilemma from the perspectives of, should I be continuing with bootstrapping of running the company and reinvesting things, or should I be dependent on investors and seek out mentorship from people like you? So what is that break-even point to convince myself as a founder or anybody in the system to tell that this is exactly the moment when you should start your expansion? So I would like to address this to Ram sir or Suresh sir, or anybody who can open it up.
Thank you. And actually, Ram and I were doing some speed pitching, and there were actually some of the startups came to us and pitched a few ideas, and very fortunate to be able to do that. And I'm thrilled to say we actually heard 2 pitches, and one of them we were investing.
Okay.
And Ram, why don't you answer that?
Yeah, so
Was that like a quick Shark Tank?
if you're questioning after 2 years,
right, sir,
that means you actually have a false start. Get a mentor ASAP. Don't go try to raise the money because you're going to have a false start. You may not have all the right answers for it.
Vasudev, if I were you, I would ask Ram, can you be my mentor?
Yeah, I would have.
Can you ask that?
I would love to, because that's the reason I pointed the question to Suresh and Ram. So
Would be more than happy to help, at least think you through.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What is the next question?
I think they already gave a hint. You ask a question, you can get funding too. Ask right question. Don't miss an opportunity.
No, if you do not ask any more questions, I'm going to have rapid fire and these guys will be on fire. So make sure you ask some questions so that at least they'll answer. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Thanks everybody sharing your rich experience. I got a startup. Okay, it is in media. I'm pitching in almost at least 5-6 people I have already pitched in, but I have not got often answer from any of you. Everybody collected the detail, fine. What exactly you did not get the thing from me? Whoever had met me, I had met a sir. Again, yes, right. I have not met any other person. This is first chance. My company name is First Chance. I am going to give the first chance to people, whether you are a 3-year-old or a 80-year-old, right? To get into acting, singing, and other thing. I could come and realize my dream at the age of 45. I made a Tamil film with a music composer, legendary music composer, King of Melodies, MSME. I just wanted to get him a national award. I took nearly 20 songs recorded from him, and I made all legendary singers to sing in my film. But the unexpected thing happened. He blessed me. I turned out to be a music composer. I released an album on Shirdi Sai Baba with the SP Balasubramaniam sir singing. That too I could release through Sony Music. Nearly 3 lakh people watched it. As a tribute to legends, though I don't know how to play a harmonium also, with a blessing, today I am known to many people in the music area now. I am having my own studio in Chennai. I already invested enough thing, and I am running a talent contest to bring in 1 crore people into the mission. It's a 100 crore project, and the entire thing, 85 crore, I am going to do in charity. Everything has been pasted in my website. 15 crore will be spent towards event management. Subsequently, with a 1 crore subscriber, I am going to create my company as a OTT platform, event management, celebrity management, multiple things, possibilities.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm unlimited possibilities.
I'm a legal financial consultant. I have been associated in listing more than 300 plus companies with the BSc and MSc. I'm settled in Mumbai.
Yeah.
Despite all this background, I could come into this line with all these possibilities. Now I want some investor just to support me. I'm going for listing my company with your investment.
So one thing we need to have is basically the pitching is great, And Rashmi actually set the bar so high, saying you are going to get funding. That is actually perhaps is the reason why there is a hope. And the hope is not bad, but you got to have persistence, patience, and also learning from the model and evolving and all that. The experts like USS is going to tell more about it. Why don't you explain, please?
Sure. Thanks. Yeah. I'm no expert, but let me tell you from an investor's point of view, what I generally look for is how many iterations you had in your plan, right? How many iterations? I mean, you don't have to respond to me right now, but I'm just going to tell. Yeah, I can take it offline, but I look at how many iterations the startup has gone through, how many times they have revised their plan and how they have evolved. And I will also look at unit economics, right? I mean, there has to be, like Mr. Ram said again, you need to see the money, where the money is going to come from, whom you are going to sell to, and how consistently it's going to come. And the third and most important aspect is scalability, right? Is it something repeatable? Is it something scalable? Is it something, that can grow enormously, right? Using technology, right? Because if you have to do anything in a scalable manner, you need to use technology and eliminate all the frictions, right? If there is going to be friction in terms of onboarding customers or users, right, that is going to be hard to scale, idea. So I think these are the three aspects that you should really focus on in order to attract any investors. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead. Let's go on. So first of all, my apologies if I offend you. Huh?
No, I have not met you, sir.
So I'll give you a sense that I was trying to listen, follow what you're saying. I had most of your resume. I didn't really hear a business. So maybe there is something wrong with your pitch. I was not sure how you're going to make money. So maybe that's something you have to think about, and maybe somebody can help you how to pitch what you're trying to do.
I have not met you, sir. I have not pitched it with you. So,
sorry, I didn't.
I have not met you earlier.
Yes, I have not pitched to you.
Yeah, I have not interacted. So that is the reason.
Okay.
My thing is very simple. In a digital era, creating 1 crore, reaching 1 crore people, not a very big thing. Basically, it means everybody in a mobile is having 2,000, 3,000 contacts. Even 100 people are giving 100 rupees. That 100 people are going to give me another 100 people. Like every time it is going to add that my next zero. So 1 crore people giving 100 rupees for two purposes. One, if they are a Shirdi Sai Baba devotee, the devotional song is going to be made in 11 languages, right? So 10 rupee per language, any devotee can devote to Sai Baba. And our own southern states, 4 states, there are 30 crore plus people. 20 crore people, definitely, like aged people and infants, maybe fan of SP Balasubramaniam sir, but they may not be in a position to express. These 20 crore people, even giving 10 rupee is a 200 crore project. So I am very confident, but somehow I know I have to connect the people emotionally, because I am now nobody in the music industry. With the blessings, I am now doing all these things. So I am very confident, but somehow I want to impress upon the investors, high net worth individuals, to give up. Since I have listed more than 300 plus companies for my clients, I know how to get into listing of the shares. I can give an exit route and a higher rate. I work all the plans. I am a corporate legal consultant by myself. So I got all the things. This is a blessing from the King of Melodies, MajorSunilShetty sir. So I am going to give us a tribute to the legends by collecting 100 crore, 85 crore and giving on charity.
I think, Ram, maybe we can have a separate pitch session offline so that we'll actually discuss.
Thank you, sir.
Look at the viability offline.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can take the next question, please. Yeah. So
this would be the last question. Anybody?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Saujanya Mukha. I'm the founder and CEO of My B2B Network. I have this question with people management. We have the team fully motivated and good relationship built, but there are some bad points where the intentions have been taken wrong and trust breaking points in some instances. How, as a leader, you have taken those positively and moved forward? Those lessons I would like to take from you guys to take my business further.
Yeah, thank you, Saujanya. This is actually a fantastic question, very, very close to my heart. And as a leader, it's a privilege. And you need to lead by example. And you need to have people work for you because they love you in a way that you are guiding them. You're there for them. And you are actually you're making them to succeed all the time, right? For that reason, they trust you. And that trust is what make you really, go ahead of the game, and they can do anything for you. So it doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
And it doesn't happen overnight. It is almost like a ritual. You need to keep on doing it over and over and really win their hearts and minds. Once you win their hearts and minds, they're there for you all the time. That is how you build teams that are sustainable, that are actually going to grow exponentially with the growth mindset, what Santosh mentioned earlier. Okay, thank you.
That's absolutely right. I understand. But when you're in a big tree, right, giving the visibility to the designation sector which is under the tree, right, how do you pass the visibility that I am here and that trust relationship building? How does that happen? Maybe this question looks simpler for you, but that's a great puzzle I am in right now.
We can spend some time offline.
Sure.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Luminaries on the stage, off the stage. Back in my corporate world, we had a saying after every important meeting, we'd go to the back room and say, when everything is said and done, so much is said and so little is done. And ever since I've come here, Swamiji, just about a year ago, I think I'm seeing the opposite of that. So I will not say much because so little has been said and so much has been done in these short 12 months. So I will close my speech here with 3 examples. So I don't want to talk about philosophy. Less than 24 hours ago from this stage, there was an indication that ISF is going global. And Swamiji, it's a miracle. So we had an event, a sub-event this morning in the Atai Shaw auditorium today. It was called the India Semi-Finals for the Hong Kong FinTech Week to choose one of the best FinTech startups that we could get from our ISF startup group so that, one, the top can make a free trip to Hong Kong and present in front of the FinTech crowd around the globe. 30,000 plus people participate in the Hong Kong FinTech Week from all over the world. So I think it was about 16 hours since the statement here, and ISF has gone global. And to that particular event, the kind of funds that we had actually not thought of actually flew in. So there were people coming in from Hong Kong, Delhi, Mumbai, and they stood in jury, and they picked the top FinTech. And unfortunately, or fortunately, there was so much going on everywhere. there was nobody to tell them about the place and what's going on and to take them around. So I took the liberty, Swamiji. I know very little, but I did my best to tell them about this. I took them around, and one of them had a flight within an hour and a half or so. So we did a flying visit for him for about 15 minutes. The rest of them took a little bit more time. And I think they were in such sense of disbelief and awe and inspired situation that they essentially said they will have to set time, much like you said, Tarun, they want to set aside time to come back and learn here. And I could, more than its effect on me, I could see it in their faces, what is the power of this place is for somebody who has not seen it before. So Jay, your words have come true. I think this is the only way we can get people from around the world and tell them, because if we tell them anywhere else, they will not believe us, right? And the third one, Swamiji, even though I've been associated with this from day one, initially I kept thinking that, Jay does this all the time. I've known him for 15 years. He pulls me into things that I don't think I have the time for. And reluctantly I start. And then I get involved, and my nature is if I get involved, then I can't stop. I think Jay has that effect on all of us. And I'm probably the happiest person, and this event has gone beyond my own sense of what it could have been in 12 months. So all of this, I think, Swamiji, is the power of this place and all the hard work. And I think if I start naming, the day will not end. So for every one of these, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. This has been the best experience of my life, and we'll come back again here. Jay said 1x to 10x, and it has become 10x. And he's scaring me already, saying from 10x it's going to 100x. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we'll do it. Thank you, everybody.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
My name is Dr. Anand Govindaluri. I'm the founder and CEO of Govind Capital, headquartered in Singapore. I've been investing in early stage companies, especially focused on healthcare, biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, and education for the past 20-25 years. The reason I've attended an Indian Startup Festival is because of a very important theme that this festival is focusing on, is how can we basically impact innovation in various sectors, in healthcare, education, and various other sectors at the bottom of the pyramid. The need of the hour is taking innovations to the bottom of the pyramid, taking innovations to each and every home so that it can impact the life of a common man like you and me. And this is only possible when like-minded people, thought leaders, CXOs, CEOs from different parts of the world who have assembled together to brainstorm and to see what kind of innovative solutions can be put together, implemented, what kind of strategies can be implemented to bring the best and the good for all. In addition to this, I was also invited to be a distinguished jury member where I judged startup pitches, more than 50 startup pitches, where they were coming up with innovative ideas to make an impact in rural entrepreneurship as a rural entrepreneur. And I'm fortunate to see some great business plans and great business ideas coming out of Indian Startup Festival. I wish Indian Startup Festival a grand success. Under the dynamic leadership of Shri Jay Chaudhary Garu, today we have seen that Indian Startup Festival is likely to get global, and we are going to see the global presence of Indian Startup Festival, where across the globe there will be many dignitaries, many leaders, thought leaders coming in to take this concept of rural entrepreneurship into and localize it in every country globally. And that is what will be the best part or the evolution of ISF on a global platform. Thank you very much.
informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Minister, Government of Karnataka, all other distinguished guests on the dais, and off the dais, captains of the industry, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. I want to really thank all the invited guests who came from all over the globe, from several continents. People came only to attend this conference and they went back. In fact, many of them already gone to the airport to catch the flight. They came only to attend ISF conference in a small village called Muddanahalli. Swamiji, when I was participating in the press conference in Bangalore on the curtain raiser day, all the reporters who came on that day, they asked me, such a big conference, why are you having it in a village where there are no hotel facilities? For us to come all the way to Muddanahalli, it is going to be very difficult. What is the reason why you are hosting this conference in a village? Then I had to tell them, the main objective of this conference is on the innovation at the bottom of the pyramid. All the rural problems, whatever, all the decades, for the last 75 years of Indian independence, though we have been talking about farmer suicides, and still those suicides are happening, though we're talking about several issues at the ground level in the rural areas, they have not been addressed. So we are making an attempt to identify those problems. We want to bring all the stakeholders how they can solve these problems together through the startup companies. Because so far I told them, government has failed, NGOs have failed to see that all the problems, how they can be addressed and in a sustainable way provide solutions to them. We are making an attempt through our startup companies. We will identify the problems. We will give the problems to the startup companies. We will give the funding to them. We will also mentor them so that they will be able to solve it in a sustainable way. I am very much hopeful with the blessings of Sadhguru, it is going to happen. In fact, today we had a round table. We had a very important round table called Rural Innovation Round Table. All the who's and who's were there on the round table. And in fact, some of the solutions what they brought, we immediately said, it is not theory. We have to identify what are the low-hanging fruits and give these problems to the startup companies. And I requested Dr. Rajmohan Garu to even fund those startups, because not only funding, he agreed to even mentor those startups. Similarly, GMR Group, BV Rao was also there. I requested BV Rao from GMR Group also invest in those startups and also mentor them. See that the low-hanging problems where immediately they can provide a solution which are scalable. And that already we identified. In fact, next quarter we are meeting in Aruvali, and it's going to be hosted by one of our committee members. By the time we go to that meeting, all these low-hanging problems have to be solved and they have to be identified at least by some of the startup companies, and Rajmohan Rao and BV Rao from GMR Group, they have to see that how they can fund them and mentor them so that we can create a hope to the rest of the startup companies. If you go and identify a problem in the rural areas, there are people like Dr. Rajmohan Rao who are ready to come and fund and mentor, and we are there, ISF is there to take those companies in a scalable way. Once we create the success stories, many more startups will come. So see, today, all of them are going to the urban problems, identifying the urban issues and trying to get quick money. I think that way we will not be able to solve these problems. We need to create role models. That's where, in our roundtable discussion today afternoon, thank you, Dr. Rajmohan Garu, for your benevolent way of agreeing to support those startup companies who are going to solve the rural problems. And that's what I mentioned to the press people. We are not here to come and give bhashans. If it would have been a bhashan-giving conference, probably I would have selected a 7-star hotel in Bangalore. I would have run the conference there. This is not a bhashan-giving conference. This is problems of the rural areas. It has to be held in a rural area called Mudanahalli. And also the place for Mokshagundu Visvesvaraya is the birthplace of Mokshagundu Visvesvaraya. We want to bring the technology, engineering, and all the problems to be solved under the lotus feet of our Sadguru. And we are definitely hopeful of solving many problems, if not all the problems. Definitely, we are very confident, particularly after seeing all the roundtables. I am more confident that, yes, we are going to address these problems in a very sustainable way. And I don't want to talk beyond that, because all the roundtables, all the invited guests, all the arrangements, what all happened, all the exhibitions all happened because of my volunteers who are sitting here and also sitting in the front seats. Instead of me talking, probably they have to talk about how it has happened. Maybe I request Dinanath and also Mahesh and Tarunji, if they can talk for a few minutes what their experience in handling this great conference. This kind of international conference, without event management company, without anybody support, with all the volunteers working day and night, having it so successfully, I don't think any in the Indian history or in the world history, this never happened. And this is happening with the blessings of the Sadguru. With this, I want to thank all the people, all the mentors, all our ISF volunteers, and all the people from Mudanahalli or Ashramam, because everybody supported, particularly the university students of Satyasai University. Day and night, they have been going to the airports and receiving them, even in the middle of the night, even at 1 o'clock in the night. And they have been following wherever our invited guests were going. And we got an excellent report from all the guests who came from different parts of the globe. So I want to thank the entire Mudanahalli ecosystem who supported ISF. ISF is successful not because of us, because of all of you. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Swamiji and Honorable Minister Sri Bosu Garu and distinguished guests on the dais and friends. This has been a great experience. I live in Bangalore for the last 40 years. I live very close to Vrindavan, but I see another Vrindavan here. And what service you are giving to poor people and more deserving people from rural India and many other parts of India, sir. I think Swamiji is carrying a legacy which has been there, which has been set up by Baba. And this is a great example. I have asked my relatives who live in America, who studied in Guntur Medical College and many other medical colleges. They migrated nearly 60 years back. They're retiring. Some of them have come back. So I told them, why don't you come and work for an institution when you come for holidays? At least winter, they don't stay there. They go off to Florida. I said, instead of going to Florida, come here and work and teach and and the children will be benefited who are studying medicine in this hospital, and some of them have done exceedingly well in their life in America. They have a lot of gratitude. They also want to do something good for our country. And I want to assure Swamiji that the kind of work that you are doing, there is no parallel. When I told them there is no cash counter concept, many of them said, "Is it true?" I said, "You come and see. It is absolutely true." Every institution that is set up by Swamiji is absolutely free. And this is the best example that one should follow. And as far as we are concerned, we are all committed to work for greater benefit of our country and many countries around the world who are in similar situations like us. And we'll be happy to be more than money. What is more important is sharing experience and giving mentorship and guiding people who are young people. And while we leave this world, nothing will come with us. Kings have gone, prime ministers come and go, chief ministers will come and go, richest of the richest will come and go, but nothing will come with us. So if one can realize that every day, if you remember that nothing will come with us, leave something, a legacy behind here, and do something good for people who deserve it. And that is you are the best example, Swamiji. There is no better example in the world other than this Mudanhalli example. And I wholeheartedly work for your organization. Like many others are working here, I will come often and be a part of your organization. And whatever we can do, definitely will do this. And J. Chaudhary, my friend, my brother, I have never seen him getting tired. So a leader like him is very rarely you can come across a leader like him who has got so much of knowledge, so much of connectivity. Very rarely, I don't have even 10% of his energy. So he's a great example for youngsters to follow, and many children should actually learn a lot from him. He's never tired. So he's a great inspiration even for me. And we all together, under the guidance of Swamiji and many of you, we will dedicate ourselves to bring a change in the society around us. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, I am Dr. Shivakiran. I am the CEO of Atal Incubation Center, Anantapuram, and I am also co-chair of Startup 20 Alliances Group. I am here with my team to attend India Startup Festival 2023. This is my second time. We have put up stall to showcase our incubation center, our activities, and ISF 2023 has been phenomenal. This is for the first time. You can see the representation from different countries and representation from G20 attending ISF 2023. And the most unique thing about ISF 2023 is that the biggest ecosystem players, startup ecosystem players like incubators, VC funding, impact funding, mentors, all such people have gathered in rural area with one purpose, that to leapfrog Indian startup ecosystem to next level. Though governments have been doing a lot of efforts, and this is a new kind of edition where You have got people like Jay Chaudhary, who has been a tech entrepreneur for a long time and a super mentor, and CXOs from different countries. And even a surprising thing is, incidentally, we have got the representative from Startup 20. All the three co-chairs of Startup 20 were here yesterday, and today we have got representative from STPI. It's very happy to see that rural startups are getting the due exposure in terms of mentoring, in terms of connect, in terms of scalability. So I wish and a good luck and happy more such programs across the globe. I also came to know that today in the event there was a declaration that ISF is going international. That's very nice, and we also tag along and take our startups from rural to global and make startups a phenomena across the world for the better future and sustainable future. I am also happy to talk about a unique initiative which I like very much, which is MyStartupTV. Because we have TVs which talk about politicians, which talks about business, we talk about entertainment, but we rarely see a TV dedicated to startups because that is a phenomena. Today we have 1 lakh startups in India, third largest startup ecosystem in the world. Who is going to tell their stories? So MyStartupTV is doing phenomenal job, which is led by veteran Major Sunilshetty, and I also understand that learned that most of the team members in MyStartupTV are veterans. That's super, and I request MyStartupTV to go global. Thank you very much.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. Today we are at the India Startup Festival 2023, day 2, and I have a very interesting guest who's a doctor by profession, an innovator, and an entrepreneur, all blended into one. Dr. Vishal Rao, who's also worked on a device. Let's start with that. Let's hear from him. Doctor, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sunil.
So your startup is Innovation Medical Devices.
Yes,
am I right?
Yes.
And you're talking about voice boxes.
Yes.
Can you start about talking about the device itself to start with?
So this was an accidental innovation that I think hit me as a destiny about 9 years back when I started on this journey of innovations. And it fundamentally started with being a surgical oncologist. I do a lot of cancers, and throat cancer is the area of my specialty. Whenever we do throat cancer surgeries, these patients lose their voice box, and after that they cannot speak. Now there are only 2 devices available in this world. One is from Europe and the other is from US, both patented and costing 45,000 to up to 1.5 lakhs only for the device, which needs to be changed every 6 months. And thereafter, the procedure charges and other things added up.
And also for the patient, the hassle of getting it changed every 6 months.
Every 6 months. So many of the patients, thousands in India, would go speechless because they couldn't afford this device. So that's when I actually came up with this thing, because one of my patients was a security guard. After the surgery, because he was a chronic smoker, lost his voice box and then lost his job. When he came to me and said that because of this now I've lost my job, how do I help? I went back to him and I was thinking, and that was a serendipitous day when my partner Shashank Mahesh, who's the silicon guru, comes in, and we both like biking. So the discussion was not around medical, but I was telling him we should arrange a bike ride for raising money for these patients. So he asked me a very fundamental question. He said, how long do you think you can keep doing bike rides to raise money for patients? He says, why don't you
Very
yourself
valid question. Yeah.
invent something? So I asked him, I said, what are we talking about? I said, I know the technique of it, I know the mechanism of it, but who's going to build it for me? I need a expert in all these silicon physics and materials and all that. He says, I'm the expert. He says, I know all of this. So the good part about biking, sometimes we don't want to know too much about each other, you know. So that started the journey, and we thought it was a casual conversation. He said, I think we can disrupt this whole thing, and let's just aim at doing a prototype at less than 100 rupees. That was how we discussed about the whole thing. $1 से कम में उसको करेंगे. So it took us a couple of months to keep, you know, what I would say is pondering over it when we would catch up for coffee, to taking baby steps. And then after that came a certain point of confidence when we thought, yes, it's time to accelerate it, because we were seeing it happen. Every step there was something that told us that can't be done. Every time somebody, God sent, would be telling me, saying, oh, you know what, this is not meant for you, this is not possible, this is not feasible. So we had various funny characters who came across to tell us
why it can't be done or should be done.
Why it cannot or should not be done, and it's not possible, and it would be a waste of time. And anyway, we pursued it with a lot of due consideration, giving some ear to their opinions. And then I think these hurdles made us think and refine the product better, because every time they would come, they would pertinently, when people would tell me this, we would wonder why would they say this, and we would study the ecosystem rather than just rubbish somewhere. So that finally led to this product, and today it's a US patent granted, third innovation in the world, and the only innovation by a surgeon for the world. I feel happy because today I have more than 2,000 odd patients who are speaking with it, some who have not spoken for 10 years, 14 years. It's been a difficult journey in innovations, but I realized that in the entire aspect of this entire journey, I have been able to gift voices. It's a small 1 centimeter device. I'll be able to show that sample to you. It just fits into your throat and converts your food pipe into a voice box.
And it doesn't need those 6 monthly interventions.
So we've now been able to show that this replacement requires about yearly. So we've been able to extend its life.
Better than, yeah.
Yeah, and we've been able to, with the partnership and support from Government of India and the state governments, make it more affordable under Ayushman Bharat scheme, make it freely available, and we've created an ecosystem. What's the most important learning for us from this entire innovation was, we realized that a problem doesn't come with as a single problem. It comes as a cluster. So as we started going deeper, we realized the depth of the problem was that it needed another ecosystem of innovations around it. So we actually worked with the Ministry of Social Justice to ensure that this is included under the Handicaps Act, because now I wanted to give not only its voice, but I also wanted to give the patients their job back. So that's how has this journey been. And I think in this entire journey, the entire philosophy has been that speech is a right and not a privilege. So every person due in this world who deserves to speak should be able to speak.
Very true. Very, very, very powerful statement in that. So, as a doctor, looking at tell about the journey itself. Being from being a doctor to an innovator and an entrepreneur. Talk about that. How was that the mindset shift? I'm bringing this question because a lot of doctors out there, I'm sure they are facing every day similar challenges. And you made a very interesting point on the stage when you said, take that one patient and work around his problem or her problem, and then eventually it lead to other things. So just if you can touch that point and also talk about how is that journey being as a doctor?
I'll rephrase that presentation slide and I'll repeat it. A first year medical student, when I was giving a talk, asked me this question on how do I get a brilliant idea. And I told him, I said, look, hold on to one patient's problem through your life and you'll be flooded with ideas. Don't go and search for problems where the markets are. I often get people coming and telling me, look, there's an AI area and its potential is 3 billion. Let's do something in AI. I tell him you're going the wrong path. If you have a soul to a problem, you can take it to the masses and masses can become markets. And that is the way the innovation pipeline should be, rather than the reverse way. So if you ask me in my journey of entrepreneurial work, a couple of months back, WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, put me as the personality of the month for some of the contributions I've done in innovations, and they had conducted an interview, something similar to what you're doing now. And the lady, Catherine, asked me, she said, Vishal, how has your entrepreneurial journey been? And I'm going to repeat the answer. I said, as complex as the word entrepreneur, so is the journey. I still can't pronounce that and spell it right. So it's a difficult journey for every entrepreneur. And that's the beauty of it. Innovation is not about ease. Innovation is about navigation. Innovation is about, I would say, a series of innovations, a cascade of innovations that you'll have to do. And for me, every aspect of this journey has been to look at how do you cross the brick walls that have been made for you. And I think all you need to remember is those brick walls are made for you to just so that you get stronger. So every time that you come across a brick wall, just remember it's been made for you so that you get built stronger and you get better. So every time what we've been able to do over the years, many people said we'll perish within 2 years. It's been close to 9 years, 10 years. We are slowly scaling it up. But I think the most beautiful thing of this, in this what happened was with the support of Government of India, BIRAC, initially, they gave me a very beautiful idea to say that with such a beautiful innovation, don't leave it at one innovation, create an ecosystem. So I'm an advocate of Make in India version 2.0, which is Create in India. I believe that the second version of Make in India will be Create in India. Every single component will be from India. And that is when we will reach the zenith of our competition at the global scale. That is when we will change the game for the global conversation. And that is what I want to see in my lifetime, and I want to be that change. So if you look at my innovations around it, I believe in creating it here. I do not believe in importing from China and assembling in India.
That's commendable. Yeah, that's
so
that's how
today we have a full factory with silicon, with extruders, with the plastic moldings, tool room machines, LSD injection moldings. I've kind of partly become an engineer understanding all of these nuances, but it's been a very important learning journey.
There will be doctors out there, medical professionals like you, who are probably seeing the same thing and probably thinking, if somebody could build a product around it. And, it's a difficult journey. Are you open to collaborating with them, that their ideas can be, worked with you, and they come as domain expert from their own domains as medical fraternity of money?
So when I've been doing this over the last many years, and one of the things that I created as an initiative and a platform is Maker's Nest.
For medical professionals?
For medical and overall innovations, where we say that if you look at the innovation ecosystem, it should be like a Formula 1. And TRL 0 to 6, which is research and development, and later deployment, 6 to 9 is deployment. Research and development should be like a Formula 1 pit stop. That's the only way the younger generation will be ignited to innovate. So I've created an ecosystem of this kind of a platform wherein people can actually connect beyond this to help improve their ideas, take it from idea to POC, before creating an entity, create an idea, a clear question, and then help create an entity. So we've created the Maker's Nest initiative where we do makeathons like hackathons. We create initiatives on various things, and we've also included a very interesting theme. So what we help them with is, I believe the era of incubator is gone, and that's what I believe in. You don't need a table and chair for an innovator.
Yes.
What you need is 5 things. You need intellectual property, you need regulatory guidance, you need market access, market intelligence, and you need funding. Give him these 5 and he doesn't need a table and chair. He'll be roaming around. So now we said we'll be able to guide these people into these areas and handle them into the path of innovation. So with Maker's Nest program, what we created out of this was an ecosystem where we've also added a module called boundaryless thinking with one of our partners, wherein if you come up to me with an idea, like a vaccine company came up to me with an idea which they wanted me to mentor them with and guide them. So I make them pass through this session of boundaryless thinking, where I study from politics, sports, entertainment, art, mafia, and anything else, non-domain. And I came back to them and I said that there's a battery company in Israel that was functioning similar to the vaccine company's model. So that's the kind of disruption that we require today in cross-domain areas. What I see in this ecosystem today is, yes, with innovators, that we need to cross-collaborate across domains. And I think that is going to expand the scope of the ability to innovate, disrupt, and actually evolve new ideas.
Interesting. You also made a point, where you said ideas come to you. You don't own the idea. It's not your idea. Could you elaborate on that?
So this is an interesting meeting when I had with His Holiness at McLeodganj. There was a very beautiful, thought-provoking point that he had said, that an idea comes to you, not from you. Now, I thought this was very deep, because I always feel that I'm the owner of the idea.
All of us kind of think, all those entrepreneurs.
Yeah, but it was a very deep, powerful thought that an idea comes from you. It comes to you, not from you. So I'm not the owner of the idea. An idea is reaching hundreds of us at the same time. How many times, Sunil, have you woken up with that brilliant idea and Googled it up just to realize that you've just missed a Nobel Prize? So I've gone through this multiple times. Okay. And I keep thinking to myself, how have so many people already done it? I thought this is the most unique, brilliant idea that has just come across my life. And I wake up with the Eureka moment, Google it, and I just go depressed with a cup of coffee sitting and thinking, I think 200 have already completed this. So I think that's the whole theme of an idea comes to you and not from you.
Interesting. Now let me switch the gear and ask you, what bike do you ride? And so because doctor, biking, and and just share a little bit about the biking side of the world.
So my dad loved biking, so he taught us biking at a very early age, and I have a Hayabusa now, a Suzuki Hayabusa. I believe that bikes are a form of meditation. So as a bike, it's a meditative state when you are with your machine. So biking has been a great passion for me and a great relaxation also. So I have had this very close camaraderie with these machines. They are like a part of my family and life.
Well, hope to see someday ride with you. I also go out. So
wonderful.
So thank you very much for being on our show.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just take one more question from you. MyStartupTV is a channel dedicated, or media house dedicated to startups and entrepreneurs. We cover everything around startups. What do you think about us? What we are doing?
When I first saw you all and your crew, and I was actually observing your shirts. I love the designs and the logos. I was quite flabbergasted. The first thing that comes to your mind is, are they crazy? How can this be happening? That's the first spontaneous thought that comes. Like somebody people told me, saying it's not possible. I think it's disruptive. I just simply think it's disruptive. And I think, this is what this ecosystem needs. You've given the world something that somebody conventionally cannot imagine. It's very beautiful. And I think that itself shows the disruption you've created in a small ecosystem. By creating something that is very much needed as a platform where people can actually voice out their ideas. And the next 10 years is for Create in India. And you could be the biggest contributor to this country's innovation system, because I think the biggest issue with us is there is so much great work done in this country, but people do not know about it. So playing this role of creating a platform for inventors, innovators, I keep saying this. Why hasn't India got a Nobel Prize in Science for so long? What does it take for us to improve the scientific temperament of a common man? And I think this is the kind of platforms that would make that small shift in your scientific temperament and inspire people to maybe contribute much larger to the country. So kudos to the entire team. I must tell you, under your leadership, this is a much needed initiative. I'm personally sold, very impressed, and I genuinely feel any support I can be of. I'm one of your brand ambassadors now.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That reminds me. Can you talk something about the Mangalore emerging ecosystem? If you can do in Tulu, we'll give it to them.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. sort of a message saying, take away from.
As a Mangalorean, I was often told, whenever people say, you're a Mangalorean, they say, this coastal belt people, what do? They keep trying to push the borders all the time, So I was telling them, this coastal belt, this Mangalore belt, has something very interesting in it. We cover from the Miss World to the underworld, they've covered everything, very strangely. So I don't know, there's something about Mangalore. It seems to be a planet in itself, I feel. It's very unique. I don't know. I come from Mangalorean genes, so
there's a Western Ghat which is kind of creating.
But I'm going to be living and dying a Mangalorean in my heart. So if we can have this conversation in Tulu, it will be more respectful for Mangalore.
Yes, definitely. So my Tulu is not that all that good, but I will still try to make an attempt at with all due apologies and respect to people from my own land.
No.
So now I have to think. Conversation was fine. The message because I will do it half.
Yeah, no problem.
In a message that Mangalore ecosystem, the emerging ecosystem about startups.
Startups patirno dumbu. Yanna entire ecosystem would kaltini vishayanjina. Lot of the times, innovation, disruption, jugad. English college at Engul kaltada. Now I feel when I look back into school and college, I studied at St. Aloysius College and school. ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಒಂಜಿ ವಿಷಯ ಪುನಂಜಿನ ಎಂಕ್ಲು ಏಪಲೆನ್ನು ಕುಡ್ಲದ ವಿಷಯ ಪಾತಿರ್ನಾಗ ಕುಡ್ಲದಕುಲು ಗ್ಲೋಬ್ ವಾ ಕಾರ್ನರ್ ಇಟ್ಲ ಮುಟ್ಟುದೇರಿತು ಯಾನ್ ತಮಾಷೆಗೆ ಏಪಲ ಅನ್ಪು ನಕುಲು ಮಿಸ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಇಡ್ದು ಅಂಡರ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾತ ಕವರ್ ಮಲ್ಪಿ
ಸತ್ಯನೇ
ಸೊ ಈ ಇಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ the Kudlites have a very specific blend of courage, of some amount of out of the box thinking, and some unknown perseverance which comes from that salt water. I don't know what it comes from. So it's very interesting that the Kudla gene is very unique, and I can Kudla the Mangalore the planet bete unduvant. Kelosati upon Engul Karnataka bete species dalka tojwa. Engala Kannada bete. Here Bangalore battade and first time in Kannada battane New Mangalore in the Lavan.
Oh, okay.
Because we speak in a very polished Kannada.
Polished Kannada, okay.
Which is not they have another slang to Kannada in Bangalore, in Mysore. It keeps changing the dialects, but Mangaloreans have a very soft, polished Kannada, which many of them feel is very, very different and sometimes funny. So Yanta Maraya people tell me, which is what my people, my friends make fun of me. But that is our Tulu style. And the problem is, suddenly we connect with each other.
Correct.
And our conversation goes in another direction. So I think I owe a lot of my inventions and my teachings, my philosophies to my teachers, to my mother and my parents, my father, and the ecosystem that Mangalore provided. Mangalore was the place where I actually felt I learned frugality. Kudlad innovation the formulas arthaini. Kudlad jugad arthaini. Kudlad shortcut. So all kind of tricks that I learned from school to understanding undu. And some of the funny slangs that we keep thinking about today and laughing. That Kudla has a different flavor of its own. So, Kudla ecosystem will have to, and just a couple of days back I was telling that we want to propose a beach fest for innovation in Kudla.
Yes.
And we'll invite you to be a part of this beach fest, because I think Kudla will have to show some disruptions from its own style. And Kudla signature will be seen in those disruptions, and one of them is mine. And today, when my machine was taken to Davos, and when I'm taking major pride and claim that I'm a Mangalorean, and this blood has a different salt water that runs here, and I think it's very special to be a part of the Mangalore ecosystem, where you where you have learned, you've bred there, and I think I often keep getting emotional when I talk about Mangalore because
I can see that. I can feel that.
I think it's a story that can't be completed fully. So it just kind of keeps playing in front of me. But thank you for talking to me about it.
One final question. Mangalore startup ecosystem or business ecosystem develop ಆರಪಂಡ youth role ಎಂಚ ಒಪ್ಪೋಡು
ಸರ್ ಎನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಂತಕಡಿ and Mangalore specifically, it is only the youth who can drive this enna prakara, and this innovation ecosystem has to be disrupted from class 5 onwards or earlier. So enna prakara we'll have to go and penetrate into schools, start opening their minds to thinking beyond the conventional borders, educating them on unlearning some of the things and opening up the space, and that can only be done by the youth. We call this reverse mentorship, wherein the younger will teach the seniors, the startup will teach the corporation, the more agile and the mature will be taught by the more younger and the more crass people. This is the kind of ecosystem that we will require to disrupt ecosystems, and we'll have to listen to the youngsters. So enna prakara the Kudla's youth power has to be harnessed into 1,000 manifold to bring out more innovative things. The power of education that we have and academia we have in Mangalore is unimaginable.
World famous.
So it just cannot be only an education hub. It has to become an innovation hub. It has to become an R&D hub. It has to be a place from where Nobel laureates will come from. And that is what I hope for Mangalore.
So let's collaborate and let's do something towards that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being on our show.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are here at the India Startup Festival, which is a day 2, and I have got 2 founders with me, Sarath, who's with Flying Duck, and also Satish, who's a co-founder of Flying Duck. Let's understand, very unique name, Flying Duck. Sarath, what's Flying Duck all about?
Flying Duck is a cybersecurity startup. We focus on supply chain security and secure delivery of the software. So we come at a very early stage of application development pipeline and gets integrated into multiple DevOps tools, and then provide continuous real-time security right from the early stage, continuously at each and every stage of the pipeline. So until the deployment in the cloud.
So Satish, as a company, your focus there is supply chain, right? So do they have to be big companies like the Amazon of the world, or they can be any startup? And how affordable would that be?
It's not necessarily a big company. So even we have a lot of SMBs who are startup companies in medium business segments who are actually adopting the DevOps strategies now. So where the deployments can be automated up to the production environments. So whoever are in this journey can start actually leveraging the supply chain security practices. So all SMBs actually can adapt this, cyber security product.
Sarath, why is it important? Your service, why should they actually, in the first place, take your service? Could you talk about that?
Yeah. So typically what happens is security is an afterthought for many software companies or any product development companies as well. So developers build everything and then they do the security review. But because when we identify issues and towards the end, they have to go back. The developers have to go back, fix those things, and then continue the process. So because of that, they're spending a lot of time, wasting a lot of time, putting a lot of effort, and ultimately organizations are losing money because of that, right? So that's the reason it's important to start early, detect early, so that by the time the application is deployed, pretty much it has to be secure. That's the ideal way.
So, Satish, you guys have made to the top 10 list of companies on startups here. What are your thoughts?
It was really excited, and this is the first time we are attending ISF here in 2023, and we came with just an excitement. We just wanted to be part of the ISF event, but we were really surprised when the flying duck was announced in the top 10 list, and we were really excited, and we are really thankful to the ISF team.
So, Sarthi, what's your take on the event itself, the way it's been organized?
Yeah, I think the event is great. It's good to see a lot of fellow startups, entrepreneurs, and especially with a lot of VCs coming here, which is sometimes not easily accessible, right? So I think it's a great event from that perspective. The location is good, the food was good, and yeah, it's good to be part of the entire event.
What do you think about MyStartupTV? We are a channel for startups.
I think it's a great initiative because giving that option, for startups, just to talk about themselves, portraying what they are doing, and meeting the communities, fellow founders. I think it's very important for anybody who is actually in the growth plan, and you guys are doing a fantastic job in that. Thank you so much for taking this initiative.
Sir, what do you have to say?
Yeah, it's a very unique idea actually. I knew Startup TV for a while. I've been following your channel, and I thought when I first saw that, it's a very unique idea that you're trying to bring startups to talk about us. Most of the time, we spend our time in silos, right? Because we are building things, and so it's a great opportunity to showcase ourselves. And thank you for doing this.
And thank you for watching us and following us. Thank you very much.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, I'm Hari Ankem. I'm Managing Director for Brand Hill, a performance marketing company. So my role with ISF is that I'm part of the core committee, and then in the volunteers, 10 of my team members came like a week ahead of time, and they spent days and nights working for making ISF a huge success. And one of the heartening things to see is that even in the first year, ISF has got a great response, but from that, the ISF 2023 has built energy and power multifold, and then become a huge endeavor wherein over 10,000 startups have applied for funding. So which means that a lot of people are coming out today to start their own enterprises, and ISF is providing an amazing platform for all of these people, to pitch their idea. But beyond pitching their idea, beyond seeking funds, they're also coming here to enjoy the experience of meeting a lot of investors and taking their mind share. So mentoring is one thing that comes out of it. Investment is another. But more importantly, it also compels them to go back to their drawing board and build ideas that would transform tomorrow. By which the objective of ISF, as we all know, is to create India that is prosperous, self-sustainable, and equitable for all sections. So this particular ISF, with focus on rural innovations and entrepreneurship, is definitely going a long way to do that job very well. Thank you.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are here at the India Startup Festival 2023. Today I have a special guest with me, Dr. Hari Krishna, who is the former chairman of Global Network. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Shetty. Wonderful to be part of your show. In fact, last year I still remember we had a great kind of interactions, sharing our ideas and some of our initiatives, what exactly we're doing. So this time for the India Startup Festival 2023 at Muganahalli Satyasai Center, it is always a pleasure to be here. And this time I'm coming as a speaker to talk on a couple of initiatives on the technology and education side. So I run a multiple ventures. One of the thing is the Global Economic Forum. So the Global Economic Forum is something like most of you people might have heard of World Economic Forum, which happens in Davos in Switzerland, where all the premiers like prime ministers and presidents and CEOs and CIOs and chairmen of a lot of top multinational companies, they come once in a year to discuss about the economy and the latest things, what exactly happening across the world. So I attended a couple of these global economic forums in Davos. I was working in Novartis as well as after Novartis also, as a speaker, as a delegate. So what I observed in Global Economic Forum, different from World Economic Forum, is we want to focus more on India-specific things than talking about the global thing. And this year, the Global Economic Forum, we taken an initiative to join hands with the G20 and started multiple initiatives. Like the first initiative is we started like the India taken a presidency of G20 in Bali on November 16th, 2022 by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. So from that, we started our journey of having the Global Economic Forum G20 Initiative Summit in Bali. So after that, we moved to Japan, we moved to Sri Lanka. Now we are having one of the largest summit, which is happening in the London Parliament in United Kingdom. The dates are 14th to 18th November. So this is how we are connecting a lot of industry leaders from all the G20 countries, because the G20 is mainly focusing India specific. So the G20 is organizing a lot of conferences in 200 cities in India, focusing on multiple sectors like maybe innovation, tourism, digital technology, education, healthcare, sustainability. All these things are happening. I was also part of a couple of the G20 summits in the last couple of months. So now the next crucial stage is we are going to have one of the biggest, the G20 summit, which is happening in Delhi, where all the G20 premiers, the presidents and prime ministers are coming to India first time. And the dates are already announced from September 9th to 11th. So to support this initiative of India journey, we thought we should do something from Global Economic Forum. That's how we are taking all the business leaders from India, connecting with the G20 countries and having a series of summits. So after London, we are going to have one more in Egypt, in Cairo. Then after that, we are going to have one more summit in Istanbul, in Turkey. Then the last summit of the Global Economic Forum, G20 Initiative Summit, which is again largest, is going to be in India. So then after that, the last one is in the USA. So the USA is 25th to 30th November. And today I had a fortune to launch this poster of invitation and invite Sadhguru Sri Madhusudara Sai, as well as the Chancellor of the University, Sri Narasimha Murthy, very well-known educationist, for this summit, along with a couple of the industry leaders who are a part of this summit. So it is always a pleasure to connect the business leaders with other countries where there are tremendous opportunities for the business people, mainly into the collaborations, mainly into the research, mainly into the funding and multiple ways. So this is how Global Economic Forum is supporting all the industries to come to a platform. So we thought the India Startup Festival is again one more platform to connect all these people and to interact and to make a friendship and to invite people, like-minded people for these kind of summits.
So, the presence, tell us something about the presence of Global Economic Forum within India. Where all do you have offices or where do you operate from?
Yeah. So our main office, which is in Bangalore, then we have offices in Bombay, Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, then Calcutta. These are the offices right now we have. But we have a presence across, I can say, in 39 countries. We have like a president and secretary, where the elected presidents, those are people who are belong to that particular country, and they are supporting this our initiative. So this is a continuous process. After G20 again, we will be having on multiple areas of interest, a series of meetings in different countries.
If companies or organizations, businesses want to be part of your organization, what are the criteria and what is the process?
Yeah. So we are from Global Economic Forum. What we are doing is we are giving a life membership. This is not a paid membership. This is given to the selected people depending on certain criteria. Like all other organizations, there are so many organizations. They collect money and they give a membership. So, but here, what we are doing is all the summits, whatever we do, in the summit, whoever comes as a delegate, as a speaker, all these people will get a life membership. And we also send an invitation to become a life member. So where we give a life membership card to all these people to become a part of the global economy.
As business houses, what is the benefits that they get by becoming part of the forum?
Yeah. So one is every year we publish the hard copy as well as soft copy of a directory, where all the the member details, the contact details like a mail ID and contact details will be there, so people can able to connect all these people. And also we will give a short brief on each member about their company, about their profile, where people can able to browse and collect the information. Apart from that, every month we are trying to get a newsletter on mainly on business and economy, where people can read and get benefits, insights about the thing, and everyone will get kind of invitations on all our events. So that is how it happens.
So as ISF 23, as India Startup Festival 2023 is focused on rural.
Yes.
How is your forum working towards contributing towards rural economy and rural entrepreneurship?
Yeah. So, in fact, to talk about rural economy, this is what today also in the discussion it is coming quite frequently. Even Sadhguru Sai was telling about how we can build an organization for rural development. So, in fact, last time when I was here, I was talking on one of the projects which we launched as Go Valley. It is a Goshala, which we started in Dharmasthala. So this going in a different shape now. We are able to connect with a lot of farmers, a lot of agriculture people, and trying to develop, apart from just milk and butter, ghee and all this, we are trying to produce a lot of products using the ecosystem. From gobar gas to using cow dung, a kind of lamps and agarbatti, doop sticks, and a lot of medicinal products. So these all products we are trying to sell through using e-commerce platforms. And also our idea is to connect with all the farmers across India to replicate this idea of this Goshala and adoption of a cow in different places, and involving the local farmers and local agriculture people. So that's how I think definitely the future is agriculture. Today we see the prices of tomato, how it is going every day than the share market. So I think in future, all these products, today in US, there is a lot of scarcity of getting rice. People are on queue to buy rice in Patel Brothers stores. Not only in US, in UK, in Singapore, wherever the Indian community is there. So every product, because if farming will not be in focus, then we will have a tough time in coming years. The prices escalation. The same way, the prices of income of public will not go up. But the prices of products and commodity will definitely go up in coming years if we don't focus on agriculture. So as in India, we have a 1.45 billion people, which is one of the largest populations in the world. We have a great scope. We have a huge land bank. We have a great water resources. So we have to utilize this optimum. So if everybody wants to do join engineering and computer science and want to work in a lot of IT companies, then what will happen to all other specializations? What will happen to the ecosystem of our India? So we have to be in every field. I think this is a time where I request all the stakeholders of Indian Startup Festival to more focus on rural investments. People who are coming with the new ideas of agriculture, coming with the new product technology, farmers. These kind of ideas can be funded heavily. So definitely a lot of people will come forward and think innovatively, come forward and start this kind of companies. So I think definitely, I recollect 50, 60 years back how the agriculture revolution happening in India. I still remember, reading a couple of wonderful articles. During 1700, India is number one. That time we don't have IT. We don't have all these blockchain technologies, data science and augmented realities. We have only agriculture. And all the countries across the world used to come to India and buy our agriculture products. So I think still we have a scope, and definitely we will come back to that stage to become India as a number one. So now last year we celebrated the 75 years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we are talking about the 100 years of independence, that is Amrit Kal. So definitely Amrit Kal is at a time where India will become the number one economy in the world with the 1.45 billion people, the Indian people. And the greatest advantage what I can see in India, unlike any economy, any country, is we have a demographic dividend. That means 60% of our Indian population is a youth below 35. That advantage is not there with any country in this world. So if this we can use in an optimum way, I think definitely India is a great country, and every people in the world will apply for a citizenship here.
So those are very valid points to make. Finally, MyStartupTV is a channel for entrepreneurs and startups. Yeah. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think I had a great interactions with you the last India Startup Festival 2022. I think you are doing a great work supporting the entire startup community coming forward and focusing on each startup and projecting them in a right way. So I think only very few in this country have that kind of a mindset to support this ecosystem. I think MyStartupTV is definitely doing a great, wonderful work in this direction. I wish great success for your idea and your innovation. Surely, I think all the startups will take advantage from MyStartupTV ideas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The reason why we wanted to have the rural fintech, so a lot of farmers and people who are living in the rural areas, they struggle to get the right kind of finance at the right time. In the process, they'll end up taking money from all the brokers at a very, very high interest rates. Most of the farmer suicides happens because of the loan burden. They're not able to repay it back and all that. So that's where, we need some innovative solutions from the technology and fintech world In fact, people are talking now, it is not fintech, it is a tech fin. Tech is more important, finance is only a means. So I request this panel to come out with strong recommendations so that after 12 months, when you come to ISF 24, what is this panel has done for the farmers? Have they really found out any solutions? The chairman, Tarun, where is Tarun? So you got a great responsibility. You have to tell the next year conference what this roundtable has recommended. Have some of the recommendations have been implemented. Either problems in the rural area for finance have been solved. So go step by step, see that at least we can solve few problems, if not all the problems. So with that, I request Tarunji to take over.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the warm welcome, Mr. Chaudhary. I'm delighted to be here. This is my first time in Bangalore. I know, I understand. Carry on. Thank you. I'm delighted to be in Bangalore and to be hosting this as your chairman. There is an expert panel, so I don't pretend to be an expert. Let me set the scene here. The 60+% of the population in India lives in rural India. And about 87% are sort of in India are fintech savvy. But that's not the same case in the rural world. They are underbanked, underserved. So what does that mean? They don't get the best of the fintech world. They don't get the best of technology. And when it comes to the last mile, perhaps the supply chains and other things fall short. There is a lack of, if you will, trust. There's a lack of openness, literacy, and the situation is that sometimes they're also wary of frauds and other things. They don't use the system. So some of those aspects need to be covered tonight. We want to find a solution to make sure that the literacy increases, the coverage of fintech and the AI solutions reach the last mile. We want to identify some of the issues and then indeed find solutions. So the objective tonight, and this is to come up after this. Tonight I will set out the objectives for the next year. But before that, without further ado, I'd like to request Ramesh Iyer here, who needs no introduction, to give us a keynote. Yeah?
I thought this was a panel. No. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Tarun, and to all the panelists here. And we do a lot of work in rural. I've been personally involved for the last 30 years. And we have customers in 400,000 villages of this country. And we have served something like 7 to 8 million customers over a period, giving them the loan. My understanding of rural first is, they are very knowledgeable. They may not be educated. Let's not get it wrong. They know everything. So we shouldn't start anything there imagining they don't know, and therefore you can get away with whatever you want to do. That's the first thing that all of us should very clearly know. There are various definitions of rural, and I think the way we look at rural, they are very aspirational. They are very adaptable. They are acceptable to any change. They are very agile. Accessibility is a challenge. We are not able to reach there, they are not able to reach you. That's one of the biggest challenges that we find in rural all the time. But what they're also looking for in rural is don't force fit a product that you have elsewhere in the country. Please design a product for them. Because they have those challenges of season vagaries, they have economic downturn happening, and therefore you have to always all time think of what do I design for them and not force fit what you have. That's very, very important when you look at rural as a market. They trust you completely, and you will need to trust them as well. And I would also think very strongly that they are not always intentional defaulters, they are circumstantial failures. So therefore, it's a partnership model. You can't exercise your legal options all the time. You'll have to partner them, understand them, and then give them the time to be able to come out of where they are. And my last comment would be, you have to be super adaptable. While all solutions that we're trying to find, not to forget that rural is still very cash-driven transaction market. Just to put a perspective, we collect 4,000 crore a month, and even today, about 60% of it we collect in cash. And if I have to give you a little humor to that, when we finance three-wheeler, all of us sit in a three-wheeler and give them a 2 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee coin, and now we have a 20 rupee coin as well. Right? So when they have to repay the installment, which comes to about 2,500 monthly, 50% of that they give you in coin. It's for you to decide that is that an opportunity or is that a challenge. If you accept that as an opportunity, I think the market is too large. And never ever look at rural as a CSR approach. Don't think I have to only go there and do a social obligation. I think it's phenomenally commercially a viable market, provided you understand their need, you are able to design a product of their requirement, and you're able to deliver to the way they are looking for it in the place where they are. Because lastly, don't forget, they will come 40, 50 kilometers to borrow. But you have to travel the same 50 kilometers for the next 36 months to collect. So you must have all the energy. I think that's what we've understood of rural. Thank you, Tarun, for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. I think Ramesh talked about trust. Trust is the biggest currency we can have. So the people living in rural, more so now after COVID, there was a reverse cycle where folks moved back to the rural settings. So we need to make sure that we take advantage of the people who are actually there now and make sure they benefit from the products that are out there, the services that are out there, the technologies that's out there. And you mentioned credit. Credit is very critical. The willingness to pay is there. The credit products need to be designed such that take care of this seasonal aspects of the inflow of income that comes to the rural farmer, so that they want to pay, but if the products are not designed appropriately, they can't pay. So moving on very swiftly, I'd like to request Dr. Santanu Paul to give us some words of wisdom.
Sure. As you prefer to say, sit down. Yeah, I thought you might be. Yeah, good. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here amidst such illustrious fellow panelists. Also wonderful to be here. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and also Tarun in particular for inviting us here. I can speak from a perspective of somebody who's been involved in fintech somewhat tangentially, but for whatever reasons of fate, I have been involved in some very large initiatives. So if you look at the rural fintech today, I think one of the starting points for what I find interesting in India today, and I was talking about that with Mr. Ramesh Iyer a few minutes back in the front row, is that in terms of going digital, India has become a pioneer in the world. If you look at the success of UPI, I'm sure none of us can get by in this room without some UPI transaction happening all the time. And I remember in 2016 when demonetization was announced, UPI used to be 1 million, that's million with an M, per month transactions. And I think we have now reached a point when we are doing, I think Rishikesh will know, but I think at least 2 billion, that's billion with a B, per week. And if the current trends continue in another 18 to 24 months, we should be doing 1 billion with a B per day. So we have reached a point where payments, again, I full respect to the point about the cash economy in rural fintech, but at least to the extent that digital is beginning to become bigger and bigger, payments is a very solved problem now, not in terms of reach, but in terms of efficiency and effectiveness and cost of delivery. So that, I think, in a sense, we should take pride as a country that we have come to a point where as technology, as mobile phones, as data plans get more and more deeper into the countryside, into the last mile, payments, I think, is an area where we can claim some victory, that this is the foundational building block, all payments, which can get better. And I'm hoping that the next time we have in ISF 24, you will not say 60%, but maybe 40% of your collections has gone to cash. That has become cash. So that is one part of it. The second part of it, which I think is the most interesting part of it, and Jay Chaudhary started that in the very first comment he made, and I think it's been picked up by everybody else, Mr. Ramesh Iyer and also Tarun, that credit is the real game now, right? I think people in farmers, rural communities, small traders, businessmen in rural communities, in rural India, they need some workflow support, working capital support, and that has to become some form of ongoing credit. And this is a very different kind of credit than what we're used to in urban and semi-urban locations. There is no CIBIL score very often. There is no way to really know who's credit worthy. So I think the next big innovation in fintech, in credit, rural credit, will be in being able to use information, data, both circumstantial, weather, locational, health issues, epidemic, all of the informational data about a particular location, the history of a crops. I think we have to get into highly specialized credit. It's like there's a saying in that, ultimately you're marketing to one person, what we call marketing the one customer. Similarly, we have to get into very customized credit capability, and I think that will come through data science and some machine learning support to understand, who is creditworthy, under what circumstances, when and where. And frankly speaking, one size fits all will not work because we can't impose some expensive model which pays for all the failures. For example, the easy way for institutions to manage this is to just increase the interest rate and say, the NPAs are going to be high, so we will just charge everybody a very high rate. But I think we need very custom ability to decide who is more creditworthy under what circumstances. So I think that flexibility, that customization, that one-on-one crediting capability, I think that's going to come in the next big revolution. I think that is not a solved problem. By any means today, if I was a data scientist, I would think a lot about how can I take data, macroeconomic data, regional data, weather data, climate patterns, and then come to some ability to predict what is going to happen in a given location and then build credit around it. So I think that's the big thing. A small additional point, along with that will come insurance, right? We need insurance at that level because even the loans people are taking can be insured. Certainly beyond that, health insurance is a big issue for rural credit. So I think overall, I would say that if we can start looking at credit, looking at insurance as a side part of that, and fundamentally work with data at a macro level to create algorithms which can predict better, I think that's going to be a very big thing. The last comment I'll make on this is that I think there's also room for specialization. I think dairy farmers, poultry farmers, other kinds of specialized farming capabilities, I think can be supported. And I think there are platforms coming now in the country which are creating a marketplace for credit for sectoral, like dairy farmers, poultry farmers, and so forth. So I think that has been another slice of verticalization that will happen, which will also make things easier. I'll stop there. There's lots to say, but I'm sure all of us have things to say that we want to hear from. Thank you.
Thank you, Santanu. That was excellent. Santanu mentioned about basically one size fit all would not work. Try and ensure that you design products that actually fits different type of scenarios, and information will be key. So that was very, very useful. Can I request Dr. Karthik Ramesh to give us some insights, please?
Very good morning. Thank you, Tarun, and very warm welcome to all my fellow panelists and the esteemed audience here. So quick elevator pitch about myself. I'm a little bit of a storyteller. I'll keep it brief. I'm actually an alma mater of the Sathya Sai University. So I learned about fintechs and finance 2 decades back from the alma mater here. So I'm very grateful to be here back as a panelist. And I moved from there to rural fintech, implementing, I would say, financial services solutions across the world, not just in India, but in the remote northwestern parts of Africa. So today, as a chief growth officer of a leading business process management platform called TaskBench in Botswana, we continue to service some of our rural clientele. I also wear the hat of being an IIT IIM alumnus, working closely, especially with the IIT Madras Research Park, where we have the Rural Tech Business Incubator. We call it the RTBI. We have a whole, I would say, host or suite of rural fintech-focused solutions, and I'm going to just borrow some examples from there and personal anecdotes in a very quick manner. So India is probably the only country, I would say, kind of unity in diversity, where you see a farmer, a poor farmer, and if you can visualize this, before he even goes to, let's say, a microfinance institution, he starts his day with a 5,000-year-old mantra. That is the culture of this nation, right? And as Peter Drucker used to say that culture eats strategy for breakfast, so we may bring up the best of best solutions. And in the mid part of my career, around 5 years back, I drove Standard Chartered Bank's global fintech program as the chief innovation evangelist across 80 markets. What I noticed is these solutions, as the earlier speakers had mentioned very beautifully, need to be tailor-made. There's not a one-size-fits-all. And specifically, if you look at it from an agri-tech background, so in the IIT Madras Research Park, we have a framework which is called as RASA, which is Renewable Agriculture Sustainable Architecture, right? Which kind of creates a know-how or a complete, I would say, repository of what are some of the sustainable practices. So it's not just about how financing or microfinancing is going to be provided to the farmers, but it is how this is going to deliver to their end outcomes, right? And I look at this from the prism of, if you can visualize this again, the fundamental culture or values at the apex of a triangle or a pyramid, which surrounds these rural population, the valuation which we are going to deliver through this fintech model, be it through disruptive tech, and having been in Standard Chartered Bank for a long time, we have literally made elephants dance. I've seen that, however, when you implement, for example, some of the latest cutting-edge blockchain or payment solutions, if you don't make it seamless and easy from an end rural customer experience standpoint, the whole experiment is going to fail. I'm going to give you a two-line anecdote. In one of the Middle East countries, in the suburban areas, when we tried to implement a humanoid robot to deliver better, within quotes, financial services to them, the reaction was that when a rural woman walked into the bank, she got completely, I would say, scared looking at the humanoid robot, and she went running out of the bank, right? So here's an example of bringing a great disruptive channel, but where is the human-centric design aspect in that? Lastly, I will end by, giving you another visualization. Imagine a farmer starting his day in the farm. Today, there are platforms which do farmer-to-farmer collaboration. There are disruptive platforms which connect them seamlessly, where they can kind of disintermediate the middlemen. They can actually get things, as yesterday it was discussed on stage, things at wholesale price and sell it at the real retail price. Secondly, we have vault-based systems, not just wallets, but vault-based systems where they can securely transact, store some of the earnings which they have made. There are also interesting companies called, in IIT Madras, called as Crop-In, right, to the earlier point I heard, where you use GIS data, you use satellite data. End of the day, bottom line is the farmer doesn't need just innovation. He is the most creative person. He is the person, like we in corporates make rubber meet the road, the farmer makes the seed meet the soil. He sows the seed in the soil. So he is the most creative person. So it is innovation of the solution of fintech meeting with the creativity. And therefore, there's an increasing focus, as the earlier speaker mentioned, on not just financial products, it's an ecosystem of agri-tech, rural tech, fintech, and it cannot be viewed in isolation, is what I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. You alluded to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs to make sure that the have-nots become haves. So those at the lower end of the pyramid actually go up the chain and actually don't lose out, and the farmers are indeed losing out. So the purpose of this roundtable is to find some of those solutions. Can I request Ramesh to kindly say a few words, please?
You have too many Rameshes here today, right? Ramesh Iyer, Karthik Ramesh, Ramesh Kaza, so it's full of Rameshes on the stage. Thank you for the opportunity being in this esteemed panel. The company I work for has nothing to do with the rural fintech directly. It does actually take care of the assets that are managed by companies, large companies across the world. So for me, I have three things to share with you. First and foremost is, as much the farmers are creative, as Karthik Ramesh has shared with us, they're also quite confused, because the pace at which the technology is evolving, and something that's connecting all of us across the world is this smartphone. All of the farmers have it, but they find it very difficult to choose between what they can trust and how they can actually evaluate what is coming to them and translate into something more meaningful. So if we use ISF and this esteemed panel as a platform for us to be able to come out with simple solutions that can bring awareness to the farmers in the language they can understand. And then we have got multiple startup companies across India that are actually doing great products and service offerings for the farmers at large. If we can bring them to the same platform and also bring this awareness across to them on how they can benefit using a certain product, short term as well as long term. And if there is any kind of certification we can provide to say, you can trust this particular startup to work with you. Here is what we have done as a due diligence. I think it makes a huge difference as opportunity for ISF to drive. That's what I see as a real good opportunity for us to make that awareness better. And if we can do that between now and the next 365 days, I think we'll start to see some of the farmers coming and talking in the next session. That's what I see as an opportunity.
That's fantastic. I think awareness, nothing bigger than awareness. And language, literacy, making sure the farmers are made aware of what's available, what may be available, the latest fintechs, the artificial intelligence, the cloud computing aspects that are coming in, they need to be made aware. I think, Jitendra, you could add some flavor because you have about 1.5 million advisors, I believe, through Bank Sati. If you can throw some light as to how you're making farmers aware across the districts, the villages, that'll be useful. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you, Tarun, and all the fellow members. So there is a lot of things happening in this fintech side, like everyone is talking about the blockchain, technology, and a lot of other things are there. But you, like we all know, like almost 87% of population is living in the tier 2 and lower cities. So as per my views, maybe these are my views, so I born and bottom in kind of tier 3, 4, yeah, maybe we can say like very small village of the Rajasthan, so India we can say. But the problem of those people is not, the biggest problem of those people is the awareness and the education about financial things. They are keeping their cash for 1 or 2 years in their house, and even they are taking the loans for their basic requirements from some brokers, or some people are there who are providing them loan at 20 or 30% kind of interest rate. So what we can do, and there is a lot of things, lot of products are available in our country. So more than 10,000 banks, NBFCs, fintechs, and lot of products are there. But as Ramesh told, like the accessibility is the problem. So in Bank Sati, we are solving that level of accessibility. We are building the marketplace for every product categories, like bank accounts is there. So this is again a part of this fintech part. So a lot of people, even as on date, 190 million people don't have bank accounts. And if someone have bank accounts, they are not able to use those accounts efficiently. So we are educating them. And apart from this, the account side, the lending side, even in the investment products also, we are helping them to those like tier 2 and lower cities people through the 1.5 million advisors on every pin code across the country. In last 2 years, we provided them the financial products around the bank accounts and the this lending products. And most important thing, we all know almost 60% of Indian geography don't have the bank branches. So still they require that level of trust. And of course, from the last 2 years, we are solving or trying to solving that level of trust through our agent network on every pin code across the country. So, of course, and definitely there is a literacy, which Tarun told, literacy in the education is the biggest issue. So we are creating a lot of content around this so people can get the awareness, like how they can use bank accounts, how they can open the bank accounts, how they can take loans from the banks, how they can repay, and lot of other things, what are the cons and pros to pay early and the late EMIs of the these loans. So these are the lot of parameters where we are working, and definitely as I know the DNA of those people, so they are able to pay, they want to pay, but definitely the education is the gap. So products should be as per them, as per their cycle, or like they are generating cash or earning in every 6 months. So they are not able to, maybe monthly we can't expect the EMIs from them. So definitely there's some products should be there who can providing them the 6 months EMI options. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jitendra. That's very useful that you got all the pin codes covered. That's tremendous. May I try and shift gear and try and request Rishikesh to add some flavor on what technology, what NPCI is doing, how you're trying to move the needle for the farmers. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me here, Tarun and Jay Garu. And it's an honor to be part of this esteemed panel here. So I work for NPCI. I'm sure all of you heard about UPI, but very few probably heard about NPCI. NPCI is a National Payments Corporation of India, right? We have essentially built these homegrown payment systems for India, which is sort of redefining the commerce and pulling millions of Indians into formal economy, right? So we are essentially a digital payment enabler. We have built various platforms, card-based platforms like RuPay. Now that you can see RuPay is being one of the preferred payment mechanism for the credit card, debit cards. We have non-card-based systems, which is obviously UPI, NPC, IMPS, and there are a couple of others. Then we have some other systems like bill pay systems. You can pay your electricity bills, all the bills that you do today that happens through sort of a bill pay system. Then NETC is one of the other products where we enable the FASTag, right? So all your car payments, the toll gate payments happen through that. NACH, all the subsidies, the direct benefit transfers that government does today to all the rural farmers directly in their bank account, that happens through our product. So essentially, we are one of the payment layer in the India stack, right? And obviously, you have seen the tremendous growth in the adoption of the payment ecosystem, especially in the UPI case. We have, interesting figures. We have seen almost 650% increase in the payment and UPI penetration in the rural area last year. And that's primarily because of the smart phones and internet penetration that has happened since 2015 onwards. And that has sort of enabled, and Ramesh sir sort of mentioned about the accessibility problem. So that is one of the problems that sort of has been slowly being solved to also tap into the rural population, how they can sort of go towards digitization. And UPI sort of, empowers that vision and, solve some of those problems. So we don't, want to stop at there, right? We are right now, as Shantanu mentioned, we process around 355 million transactions per month. But we are shortly, soon we are aiming for 1 billion transactions per day, right? We are capable to do that right now, and we'll soon achieve that, the kind of momentum we are in right now. And we are building for 10 billion transactions a day, right? So it's not that we have built a platform and now we are done, right? So my role is as a innovation evangelist to also envision how we can build next-gen financial market infrastructure, right, which can support not only payments, but also other assets. What we did for UPI with UPI and solved the payment problem, how we can solve the similar problems which are there across other asset classes, right? Be it a banking, other banking products, insurance, financial securities, and so on and so forth. So essentially, we are really looking at, so if we look at a step back, we are sort of looking at this whole infrastructure with a first principle thinking. When I say first principle thinking is, we have to really see how we can envision an infrastructure which is built for not only for next decade, but next few decades, right? And I'll give you an example. So today, if you look at BFSI, right? It's a banking, financial securities, and insurance. There are three critical ingredients that powers this ecosystem, right? One is the financial institutions, right? So banks, there are brokers, depositories, and insurance companies. So these are financial institutions. The second ingredient is asset. So you issue your asset. Asset is in the form of fixed deposit, insurance policy, or it could be equity stock or fixed income bonds. And the third element is the application, right? So they provide you application to access these different assets. But the problem is these three verticals today operate as a sort of a wall garden, right? When I say wall garden, because you can fairly, do banking with banking app and, you solve, you can basically consume those services through banking app. But can I use these assets and can I do cross-sector transactions seamlessly the way you can do it with the UPI today, instantly, right? Example, can you get insurance on fixed deposit today, right? Can you instantly move your gold in the wallet and, lend it on the lending platform and, borrow some money against it, right? So we are talking about the things which we are not used to today, but can be possible with the technology, right? So we are really looking at how we can build UPI-like platform or protocol strategy that will sort of unify all this sector, build a horizontal interoperability between these institutions, applications, and assets that will allow you to do seamless movements across assets, application, and financial institutions, which will bring us a lot more sort of agility. It will bring down a lot more cost for an end customer, and you can probably gain a lot of financial advantages with this sort of interoperability. So with that, I think we have, so one of the example of the innovation specifically related to ruler and UPI, and Ramesh sir rightly mentioned, is that while we are building these products, we have to also keep in mind the ruler requirements, right? And that is basically being addressed as we are talking, right? So one of the product that we launch is UPI Lite, right? UPI Lite is essentially a mechanism where you can pay to merchant without even entering a PIN. So you don't need to even connect to your remitter bank, right? It's an instant payment that happens without entering PIN. There is another solution that we recently launched called Credit on UPI. So you can essentially put your credit card on UPI app and use your credit card for buying things. So that is going to be that we think is a game changer, because this will enable rural population to also get instant credit, the micro credit that we talk about, like 200 rupees, 500 rupees, depending on their score and their financial history. Eventually that will sort of get built up. The third product that we are launching is also offline product. So the typical problem that you see in the rural area is internet connectivity. So we are launching this offline solution where you can just tap the phones through NFC. You can make payment transfers instantly. Right? So these are some of the innovations and product features that we are bringing in to kind of make or empower our rural population to adopt some of the digital payment products and participate in the formal economy. So that's pretty much I want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rishikesh. It's quite evident much is being done, but much still needs to be done. 300 million transactions, did you say, going up to 1 billion, and the capacity to go up to 10 billion. That sounds great to me. I think very quickly we must try and get a perspective from Deutsche Bank, and we have Mira Sondi here. So can you tell me what Deutsche Bank is trying to do to make lives easier for the rural folks?
I will try.
Please.
Thank you so much, Tarunji. First of all, good morning. I think I can still say that officially. Good morning, and also thank you very much for attending this conference. I do work for Deutsche Bank. I'm a managing director there, heading the technology risk and controls under the CTO organization. But before I talk about what Deutsche Bank is planning to do in this space, I would also like to take a second to explain or almost recognize the platform that we are here for. If I look straight ahead, it says love all, serve all. And that pretty much is what we are trying to do here. We are talking about bringing financial services, products, to all of India. And as we know, majority of India is in the rural sector. So on that note of financial inclusions, I'll talk about Deutsche. Now, Mr. Jay Chaudhary mentioned not fintech, but techfin. And I'll try and talk about the tech part of the techfin. So Deutsche Bank, if you see, it is a 200-year-old bank, it's an institution. But we call ourselves a 200-year-old tech startup. And the reason why the leadership is talking about the bank like that is it is a very much recognized model that, and some of my colleagues here have mentioned that. They've talked about generative models. They've talked about How do I make sure that a rural woman who goes into a local bank doesn't get scared and run away from a human robot trying to serve her? So when I think about those comments, I would like to talk about AI as a model and as a force to be reckoned with in bringing that gap or bridging that gap together. And you would wonder how. If I give you a simple example, India itself, in terms of the number of landlines there are in the rural areas versus number of mobile phones, it tells me that there is capacity. There is a capacity to adopt to the newest technologies much faster than we would have expected. There are more number of mobiles in people's hands in India than there are landlines. So that was a big step up. In the same way, if we look at the adoption of AI solutions, the generative AI and large language models, if you think about it from a technology solutions perspective, will allow us to bring products straight to the rural people. You may say, how? How do I make sure that people who don't understand AI, cloud, and the next thing on the high street in urban areas will still have access to banking solutions in the rural? You must have heard of, or some of you must have heard of, same language subtitling. Now, what that is allowing the world of financial solutions and financial language to become as easy as speaking in their own mother tongue and local languages. If you bring the power of same language subtitling and the power of AI models, or I would say simply creative products in the financial market, I think the accessibility is definitely a thing of the past in the years to come. From a Deutsche Bank perspective, we are two things that we are very keen on. One is increasing our hire by 1,000% in India. And why? Is because both from a talent perspective, AI talent or tech skills are definitely increasing here in India, but also the creativity of what this marketplace actually allows us to do. So on that note, I hope I was able to address those questions around AI. And
Excellent. Some of us who are slightly older will remember that while the smartphones is everybody's pockets, I remember carrying a big Motorola slab of a phone. You remember that brick? And I picked up on the fact that Deutsche Bank is hiring some 1,000 people. I'd expect some of them to be from the rural intake. I hope so. So try and pass it on to folks that are hiring. May Ravi Tanneru please give us some flavor as to what he has heard so far, and what can you add from your entity that is largely dealing with a lot of supply chain and other sort of aspects and other solutions.
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tarun. Great to be here. And I've been taking some mental notes on all the great things that the panelists and Tarun and Jay Garu have been speaking about. So a bit about myself, from a background perspective, I started my career as a banker and then moved to supply chain financing. I worked for a company which is one of the world's largest supply chain financing company. They do about $100 billion of funding a year. And I would say COVID was one of the big eye-openers for me when I was part of the supply chain financing industry. And I had a chance to go on the field. Of course, all of us read about the problems of credit not reaching the needy people on time. But I had the rare opportunity of going on the field and understanding it from the people on the field in terms of what are the challenges. And I have a lot of anecdotes, but one of the anecdotes I usually share with a few friends is that I met one of a small business owner, and I asked him, sir, where do you get your funding from? And he said, I don't have any traditional bank or NBFC, but I take it from my friends. And I end up paying an interest of almost 6 to 7% per month, which usually ends up around 100% annualized. And I asked him, what do you do? Does your business generate that kind of money to pay 100% per annum kind of interest rate? And he said, I don't know how much I make, but usually at the end of the year, you know, I try and repay the loan by either selling my gold or dipping into further loan. And this was a kind of a personal awakening for me, because I felt that if we don't do anything fundamentally different, then this problem of debt is going to continue forever. So we set up ProFinTech with that inspiration, where we said that if we have to attack the problem of credit, we cannot just relook at the models. We have to fundamentally change the model. And we picked up that the only way to do it is to be extremely integrated into supply chains. So what we do is we integrate into B2B supply chains, and all of you are aware that not only the last mile, but also the first mile of many supply chains starts from rural India. So the agri-produce, which is produced by the farmers, is the first mile of the supply chain. And the last mile of the supply chain, which is probably the fertilizers and pesticides, also end up going to the rural communities or the farming communities. So we are present in those first mile and last mile transactions. We pick up a lot of contextual data from these transactions, and we make available funding. One of the most important things we try to solve for is the rate of finance time. So we are still at an early stage, but I think in many ways we are trying to be in a national mission of solving the fundamental problem in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. You alluded to the first mile and the last mile. I remember a quote from Jawaharlal Nehru ji, who said, "We have miles to go before we sleep." So I think there's still some work to be done before we can solve the rural solution. Mithun, I know you're doing a tremendous job in trying to alleviate some of these issues. Can I request you to throw some light from what your bank is doing in trying to make sure the rural folks go up the value chain and they are not left as the sort of at the bottom of the pyramid?
Thanks, Tarun, and it's great to be a part of this gathering here, focused on rural fintech. So I'll base my talk on 3 points that I'd like to highlight. At the cost of being repetitive, point number 1, full credit to what UPI, NPCI, and the India Stack has done in making sure we have a fairly good penetration when it comes to rural India. I think payments now is largely a solved story to the extent we have even started exporting UPI, if I can say that, right? So that's one part of it. Point number 2, what started as a banks versus fintech is quietly clear that it is banks and fintechs will now coexist and work together. So it's not an either-or story. Quite clearly, it is banks and fintechs have to work together to make sure that we deliver the kind of products and services that have to be, distributed to rural India. Point number 3, I'm sure all of us have heard of the 3 Indias, that is the developed India, the mid, and the bottom of the pyramid. We see increasing interest in Bharat being a theme now, not just amongst VCs, but even at the funds that we have invested in as LPs, we see increasing interest. And there is a misnomer that, they don't pay and stuff like that, but if they see value, trust me, they do pay. And one of the gentlemen mentioned about having more verticalized startups. So we are seeing more startups coming focused on areas like dairy farmers, giving lending to them, credit. So when it comes to credit, one major challenge that we see is there's no concept of CIBIL score, when it comes to unfortunate.
Is so distributed, and depending on the cropping pattern, they will pay depending on when they, for example, harvest. What we've done is to bring technology, ML models to be able to structure these repayments and to do it really quickly, typically within 1 or 2 days for the borrower. And I'm incredibly proud to let you know that in the last 6 years, we've helped financial institutions lend up to 2 lakh crores to this segment.
That is fantastic. And I'm sure, Ramesh, you've been listening carefully. Flexibility, which you've been talking about, is being catered to. So that's fantastic. You can sell more tractors.
I'm listening to him from 2 angles. He's
going to be my
competitor.
as well as enabler.
That is why I sort of woke you up. I said, "This, don't sit still." Yes, things are. Yamna, I believe you talk of change and your entity is trying to make a difference. Can you share some of those insights as to what changes are imminently on the anvil and what's happening next?
Good morning, everyone. So we started CAB those, that is tax filing for taxi drivers in India in 2017. It was a very niche segment because a lot of contract workforce was coming. But what we need to realize is all of these contract workforce who come today are rural migrant workforce. My bread and butter is in the city, but my heart is in the rural. So that's the segment that we serve. We have processed around 70,000 tax returns in 500 cities across the country. We built a regional tax tech platform. It is not easy. It is a extremely up-savvy, on-ground, but it was a digital-first approach. Until unless, just to give a quick example, tax is a fear factor. If I have a agricultural subsidy that is coming for my land in my village, and if I'm working as a gig workforce in Bangalore, I might lose my agricultural subsidy. I might lose my ration card. So in some years, they even will not have a financial passport like a tax filing ITR copy, and also they might lose their subsidies also because now the PAN and Aadhaar is being linked. So that was a problem statement that we were solving. We have seen a pattern where a taxi driver or a delivery partner is using his 3 years of his tax return copies to get his value-based housing loan done in his village or take an education loan for his children. So with this experience we merged with Dwara Money, and we built Spark Money, that is a digital bank for urban gig under force. But what we realized was they were doing remittances for their hometowns or their villages, and the neobanking experience had to be extended to their rural homes also. One thing that I'm just quickly taking 3 lessons that we have done in our last 8 years of building this fintech. Now it's the tech, like I would say FinFun. So the rural women households understanding of the access to digital banking and the financial products is a huge miss. I might earn a money as a taxi driver, but I still send my money to the back home. So that's a huge gap. Second piece is a center for rural customer resolutions. Today, if I lose something with the deep fake AI, I lose 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. I at least know that I can tweet or I can reach out to a cybercrime. Lots and lots of millions, around 300 million rural people are on ShareChat or on digital platforms, easily accessible or vulnerable for their financial loss. How do they handle or pillar to post? I think I'm just trying to bring 3 problem statements that we can think across, because there's a lot of fintech. A gig workforce, one of my gig workforce called me a couple of weeks back and he said, his hard-earned savings in a SBI account, was lost in, like almost 25,000 rupees was lost for a cyber crime. And they've been trying to run pillar to post since last 20-25 days, and they don't have a resolution. And all the 5 years or 3 years of savings is now gone. So what are they going to do there? That's one of the conversations that we are actually trying to see. Is there a possibility we can set up a center for rural customer resolution? And to wrap, I think there's a need for, I have huge respect for the bank Sati team, that what they have done. It's not easy to build on the ground relationship manager kind of a structure, but all the Panchayat Raj or rural finance learning centers could actually make or break, because we all have systems in place, resources in place, but financial literacy inclusion programs for the new age digital learning centers, nothing beats Phygital in a country of 1.4 billion population. I'm just wrapping my conversation saying that we all are connected to our roots, and rural is the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Yamuna. That was excellent. You alluded to cyber crime. I sit as a strategic advisor to the Global Cyber Alliance, and I promise you, my WhatsApp was hacked, so I can understand the reluctance to use digital and other means. I can understand what the farmer faces. They say they'll save the best for the last, and so Ravi Tangirala has been waiting patiently. So can I request you to add some flavor, not what Mass Mutual is doing, but what I think you're doing in the rural space and some of the other ventures that'll be useful for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarun. Probably I have the privilege to say good afternoon, and I know I'm in between you and the lunch. So, first of all, I'm very delighted to be as a member of this panel and a part of ISF, a great initiative. Just to give a little bit of introduction, which is relevant to what I'm going to discuss, is I'm Ravi Tangirala. I head one of the Fortune 500 firms and the Global Capability Center. In Hyderabad, we have established the Global Capability Center very recently in Hyderabad. While we are not directly doing any business on the ground, one of the toughest challenges that we had is around like finding the right talent. And while we are privileged and entitled to hire the best of the best, either in the mid-level or in the experience level or at the entrant level, we realize the commitment and the passion, the zeal is a lot more in the rural side. I myself actually got exposed to the rural talent growing up. So my father was a banker, and every 2 years we used to switch from place to place, and I studied in Telugu medium school. So I got exposed to the raw rural talent, and in my past life I was working with the World Bank, and I got exposed to 172 countries and the talent that is existing in 90% of the talent in the rural areas. So I wanted to make sure we tap into the rural talent in the fintech, insurtech, and especially in the BFSI sector. So 3 things that we have done is, one, we started hiring the talent from rural areas, especially women talent, where we can take the technology and the functional knowledge into these people and essentially educating them in the area, not only from the employment perspective, but also from educating the individual in these areas from the functional perspective, and also taking that to their families, right? So it's you get 2 birds with 1 stone. And we have hired several dozens of these young, talented, committed people from the rural areas, especially from the most remote parts, from the tribal and areas as well. And I was questioned, like, why are you going to that area? So it's all about commitment and what they can bring. And the second thing is around establishing the center of excellences to train these people in their respective areas, and not only provide the education around what's happening in the industry, but also empower them with the technology and prepare them. And the third, of course, Ramesh Kaza is one of the key members in establishing the BFSI consortium, where we bring the industries, the talent from different parts of the region, and the educational institutions together. So which is very powerful. While we are doing wonderful things on the ground, the awareness and education is very important. So we are trying to influence the industries and the governments and the people and trying to bring them together. And we started the pilot project in Telangana, and we want to make sure this consortium is taken and replicated across other states. So that's what I wanted to bring, and again, delighted to be a part of this panel, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravi. It's fantastic that you're hiring talent from the rural space, and I believe Deutsche Bank should listen very carefully when they hire those 1,000 people. I think we'll spend the next couple of minutes to try and identify 1 or 2 key objectives that set out from this, and I've felt that literacy and dissemination of information might be a key theme. If everybody agrees that for this paucity of time, if there's any burning ideas that you believe we can focus on 1 or 2, because I want certain objectives to flow out of this conversation and leave the floor open for about 10. One idea that you believe we should pick up from here.
I think in terms of creating infrastructure, which NPCI partly has been doing, and opening up, creating the, having a lot more open source, and as banks, if we can leverage our APIs so that fintechs can build on that to take our products and services to the last mile. I would say, have a lot of collaborative works that banks and fintechs can do.
That's fantastic, Mithun. Ramesh, please.
I'll probably bring it back to where we are today. If we can pick the 50 villages around this university and probably focus on what we can do for them, especially in terms of lending money, improving the awareness around the kind of products we have in the market, bringing banks more closer to them, that probably connects back to this particular program, the ISF as a program. So maybe pick about 50 villages around this and then work on them in the next 1 year.
I know we have spoken offline on this, and that would be a great pilot. Dr. Karthik, any ideas?
So I have an acronym for the action, ACTS, in the spirit of hacking solutions together as panelists. So A, as in, as you said, literacy awareness. One line anecdote, I pick up flowers on a highway from a flower vendor lady who has a very nice looking UPI code on her cart. And when I scan, it says, sorry, payment not accepted. And she's been duped on this for the last 1.5 years, thinking that she's being paid to her bank account. So I'm all with you for literacy and awareness. That calls for action from all of us to increase that awareness. The X being the transformation. We have leaders from various industries, GCCs, banks, fintechs, etc. How does that lead to, if I can say, extension of an alternate source of income for these people? It's not just disruptive technology. And the E is basically, I would say, empowerment, right? So how do we put the power back? It's not just about the fintechs doing well. It's not just about the banks trying to make an impact, but how do we empower, as I heard some concepts about women, farmers, etc. So can we identify the target audience who can be rightly empowered with these tools, technologies, and awareness? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ravi, would you please?
Yeah, I think, one of the things which I would recommend that we can work on is dissemination of information. And I would say that simplicity is the way forward. If we can think of simplifying the information or the financial information that the communities have to provide, the rural communities have to provide to get financing, I think it would address a lot of challenges, because a lot of times people know that they can get funding, but they are challenged in terms of how to present information, what information to give, what documents to give. And I think that would be a real good takeaway for me individually, if we can achieve something around that.
Don't complicate it, keep it simple. Jitendra, what do you say?
Yeah, as per my view, so like all those people from like rural side, so they want to adopt all these products, but they are in fear how they can take, are they able to take these products or not. So definitely I'm always bullish on the that literacy side to create the content and the awareness, like you are eligible, you can take these products, you are able to pay the EMIs. So definitely there are a lot of things we can do on the rural basis. Definitely we are creating that level of agent network, so they are educating in the people on every pin code across the country. So we are doing this, and definitely like in the content side, from last 6 months we created a lot of contents around this, so people can get confidence to get all those products. And definitely again, the confidence is the key for those people. If we can or we are able to create that level of confidence in those people, definitely they will or they can contribute in this financial side of the contribution in GDP also. Thanks.
Thank you. Building trust and confidence. Santanu, please.
Okay, sure. I think some lovely discussions that happened. I want to connect one or two dots quickly. One, I think Mithun's point about it used to be banks versus fintechs. That has changed banks and fintechs. I would go one level beyond banks and fintechs and NBFCs. Recent RBI guidance on co-lending, I think, is a great way for the whole ecosystem to get on the same side of the table trying to help rural, right? So that's, I think, a great step. One quick shout out to Meera for talking about same language subtitling. The father of same language subtitling is a guy called Brij Kothari, who's a friend of mine, and he was a former IIM Ahmedabad professor. If literacy and regional language vernacular-based, literacy, information, command and control, everything that we can talk about, if you want to get some guidance from him, I'm happy to set up a conference call with him participating because he's been sort of the person who made that whole thing happen. The last point, I think, is the one that I personally care about the most at this point, and I think that goes back to Rishikesh's point, and I guess my long history with NPCI kind of makes me say that. I think I will make one observation to connect some dots. Number one, we have to ride on what is already working, right? The way to scale is to jump on the bandwagon with something that is scaling. Because mobile phones scale so beautifully in this country, UPI was able to scale so beautifully. We're riding the mobile phone internet penetration bandwagon. If we have to make rural fintech also scale, I think we have to ride the UPI bandwagon. Now, UPI credit, which he referred to, is a great hook. And if you look at what Vivek said about, the way to kind of automate this process of deciding who's creditworthy and to what extent, if each bank could actually extend targeted credit on UPI to each rural participant in the economy in a manner that is highly customized to that person's need, I think we'll probably be able to solve this problem at scale, riding on UPI credit, not having to worry about distribution except technology-based, but backed up with this whole engine of data analytics and AI and machine learning to support it. So if I was to start a company today, I would say that is the problem worth solving, because then we can reach to rural fintech on the back of UPI and on the back of mobile penetration and not have to recreate a universe for scaling this problem. Thank you.
That is tremendous, Santanu. I'm sure you were listening very carefully, Rishikesh. Ramesh, please.
So two things cross my mind. One is, I think we have to create an ecosystem where the physical player and the digital player come together and create digital solution. Because, we're talking of awareness creation, we're talking of product development and all of that. So how do we create the physical and digital piece come together to be still digital there? I think the other is the credit givers are finding it difficult to do the credit scoring. So can we create a proxy score? Like a CIBIL score we talked about, it's not there, but now we know the segment of customer, their cash flows, their problems, when do they default, all of that is known. Is there a way that all of us collate and create a proxy score which makes lending to this market a little more easier?
It'll make it tremendously easy and the farmers will be smiling a lot more.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Rishikesh, please.
I think, New India is certainly aspirational. We are open to new technologies, open to new ideas, and that's why you see we are leapfrogging in pretty much every area, not only digital payments, right? And you see ONDC is coming up. There is a whole new ecosystem that is being created. So I think very important is basically the technology and innovation. I think once you build the technology infrastructure and build innovation on top of it, which is open to the ecosystem, which Mithun alluded, which will create more inclusive and collaborative digital ecosystems across India, and not only in the payment space, but across different spaces and different areas. And so it's very important that we focus on technology innovation, which is going to help us solve a lot of problems for rural as well.
I'll continue. Thank you very much. I just have two specific points to make, and I think that being one of the two women on this platform, it'll be amiss of me to not say this bit. First and foremost, if I look at India, having been away from India for 20 years, but I was born and brought up here and did my school, make products and serve, of course, a very important point. But
informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Startup Festival is mainly to focus on improving the rural economies through rural entrepreneurship. While Bangalore and other cities which are startup hubs for the country, they will progress because there are enough opportunity and other technology and availability of resources. But rural India is left behind. However, most of the youngsters are in rural India and they need to be encouraged. And they are very intelligent, they are very smart, they have ideas, but they need a little bit of mentoring, financing, hand-holding, which is the main idea of India Startup Festival, how to encourage such young rural entrepreneurs also to come up, and that is how we can realize the Gram Swaraj vision of Mahatma Gandhi, which wasn't possible that time, but it is possible now with the availability of technology, transportation, communication, and a lot of good mentors like Jay Chaudhary ji and several others who are a part of this India Startup Festival. They are hand-holding the young entrepreneurs from the rural villages, and that is the way to a progressive country, and as we are talking about a developed nation. That's possible only when rural India develops. The rural India requires rural entrepreneurship, and that is the focus of India Startup Festival. Thank you.
A warm welcome to Indian Startup Festival 2023 happening in Mudenhalli, blessed, divine blessing by Sadhguru Sri Madhusudana Sai. I am Nagajyoti Osingi. I am a senior engineering manager in West Fargo. I am here as a volunteer from ISF. And I have my co-host with me, Rashmi Kumar.
A very good morning, everyone. Can we get some energy? I'm sure it's been a long wait. That's what every entrepreneur goes through also, and that is what we want to break here. So let's start the day with great energy and then get going. Are you all ready? You will be witnessing a lot of learning, lot of experience, and lot of new ideas. So welcome to the Startup Festival, India Startup Festival 2023, and a very warm welcome from the organizing team, and it's my pleasure to welcome all of you. My name is Rashmi. I am the CEO of Decode Consulting Services and also a Chief Strategy Officer of Technogen Inc.
Thank you, Rashmi. Let's look at high-level agenda for today. We have a packed agenda, so let's make sure that we get most out of it. We are going to start keynote sessions. We have experienced speakers here on the dais. While this is happening in Premamrutam, please note that we are also having startup pitches, a competition which is going in another building, Krupa Shreyas. So just to give a context, we had around 10,000 startups which enrolled for this startup pitch competition. Out of 10,000, there is a lot of hard work which went in from ISF team. Today we have 100 top startups which are again competing. We will know winners later part of the day. So these are the two events which are going in parallel.
I'm sure all of you here, we have distinguished guests, we have startup entrepreneurs, we have serial entrepreneurs, we have successful entrepreneurs, we have investors, we have HNIs, and we have some wannabe entrepreneurs also. And all of these sessions that we have put together has been kept in mind for that you are here and we want you to take utmost advantage of it. Post the keynote session, post lunch, is the area or is the time when you get to see all the different investors who have come across from all over the world for India Startup Festival 2023.
While these things are going on, please don't miss one session that we have, which is called as Master Class for CXO by Ramcharan Garu. It is going to happen in the same building. So please don't miss that session.
And once you have done all the learning, then what do we have, Jyoti?
Wow. We still have a fireside chat from Sadhguru Garu. Make sure that you are available in the hall. So let's listen from Sadhguru, and then we also have award ceremony for all startup winners. But I think what Rashmi is mentioning is beyond that. Rashmi, I think it is high time that you share that information.
Once you do all the learning, and definitely we have the startups who have won the session or won for the contest today, we really want to celebrate. And who do we have for that? We have Sai Symphony Orchestra that's going to perform for us. And trust me, I was part of the rehearsals and they are amazing. That's going to be our highlight for the day today as well. So be ready, tighten up your seatbelts and get set, go. Are you in for this?
Yeah.
All right. So with that, let me take this opportunity to introduce the brain behind India Startup Festival. He was Special Chief Secretary to the Andhra Pradesh government, head of several global industry forums like FICCI, AmCham, TIE, HICIA. He was the chairman of STPI for Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore, founder and India Managing Director for global technology companies. He co-founded Talent Sprint, a leading edtech company in India. He also co-founded Portal Player, which was acquired by NVIDIA Corporation, a company that designed the core chip and software that powered iPods for Apple. Currently, he is the chairman of Blockchain Community at Bureau of Indian Standards. He is also the co-founder of India Startup Festival 2023, an entrepreneur, an innovator, an angel investor, and the industry leader. Please put your hands together to invite Mr. J. Chaudhary Garu to set the context for ISF. And I would also like to proudly say that he is the man behind most of us being part of this forum, including me. Thank you, J. Garu.
Good morning to all of you. I really want to thank both Vineet Roy and Prashant Prakash. They are all very busy venture capitalists. In fact, many startup companies, particularly early stage startup companies, they told me, sir, we want to meet Vineet or Prashant Prakash. It's very difficult for them to meet. Today they are available here. In fact, I was telling Prashant just inside when we met Swamiji that a lot of startups wants to meet you, that we will have a MOU with India Startup Festival. Whichever startup that I'll bring to you, please give us some time. In principle is agreed. Same request I have with Vineet Roy also. So that's what India Startup Festival is all about. See, we normally for a small startup company with a limited money, he will be able to bring the product and he doesn't know how to really take it to the next level. He doesn't know how to convince the venture capitalists to put money in their companies. So many of them, they keep going around with a limited money. Ultimately, they will all get into the so-called startup death valley. So that's where I request both the pillars of the India's startup ecosystem, the very successful venture capitalists, they are all going to tell about the success stories, how they are able to help the startup ecosystem in the country, and going forward, how they are going to help the India Startup Festival startup companies through their startup ecosystem. With this, I really want to thank all the great leaders who have come, investors, angel investors, venture capitalists, and HNIs, and market leaders, the big MNC India heads, they're all here, including I see some former bureaucrats, the Director General of Telangana State, Mahendra Reddy is also here. So many such stalwarts are here, and this is the great opportunity for all the startup companies to meet with them and explore the possibilities of, because every individual who have reached that level, they have their own network. So connecting the dots is very, very important. For a small startup company, they will not have that network. So go and meet with them and exchange your business idea so that you'll be able to get connected to that ecosystem. That is the success formula. So with this, I really want to thank all of you for gracing the India Startup Festival 23. Thank you.
With that, let's start our keynote sessions. Let me invite Murali Ulaganti Garu, founder and chairman, People Shore. People Shore is a public benefit corporation with a mission to empower underemployed young adults in underserved communities. People Shore is operating currently from 4 outsourcing centers within US. Before it, he is also a founder and director of Rural Shores. Rural Shores is, again, it focuses on how to get technology-enabled jobs for rural youth. So that's another organization that he has successfully run. His work is much appreciated. He received several awards, including prestigious Edison Award for Innovation. In ISF event, one of our core theme for this session is we want to look at rural development. I felt like this is the best way. What is the better way to invite Murali? Because he is coming from that focus of rural development. With that, I request Murali Garu to come onto the dais. I request technology team to please showcase the presentation.
Good morning. Or rather, I don't know. Yeah, good morning still. So, what is a good way to start? By showcasing, as you know, as we embark on this 3-day event, Startup Festival, which has a theme of rural innovation and rural entrepreneurship, wanted to showcase one initiatives that is actually launched by Bhagwan Baba in 2008 and continued the legacy and the mission been continued by Sadhguru, is called Rural Shows and People Shows. Rural Shows is all about generating the livelihood for the rural youth by creating business process outsourcing centers in the communities itself and bring the work to that centers, outsourced work, and take the rural youth, train them, and give them jobs. So that is the whole concept of rural shows. Right? So the whole idea is, Baba's concept is, rather than bringing the people to the jobs, why not bring the jobs to the people? Is all in the training. Why can't we train them? Plus, there's a connectivity available now in the rural communities. So leverage that to bring the work to the rural areas so that they can stay where they are, take care of their families, and improve their quality of the living standards, and also maintain the sanctity of the rural India. So that was the whole idea. With that, we started this initiative. I don't know who's controlling the slides. No? Yeah, next one. So with that, we started in 2008. And the first center started here in Bhagyapalli. We're not too far from here, which is about 40 miles from here. And Baba himself came to inaugurate the center. Which one? Yeah. So Baba himself inaugurated that center in 2008. Today, we have 12 centers spread across 8 states. And we have more than now 21,000 rural youth built their professional career paths through rural shows. They come, work, join, gain the skills, work for a few years, and then move up to become managers, leaders, and all. So and we have now more than 35,000 people have been skilled as well. And these people, folks, rural youth, are delivering work for marquee brand clients globally. As you see, some of the names, such as Amazon, American Express, EY, all these ones, both global and domestic corporates, doing amazing work and delivering high quality service. In the service levels are no less than what the companies otherwise would contract with companies like Accenture, Infosys, or Wipro. Same level of quality being delivered from these centers. And the Rural Stores has received many recognition and awards globally, and is also been a case study by Harvard and Stanford University, as well as the IIM Bangalore, and also been featured in New York Times, LA Times, and all these ones, plus received awards globally. And here are the pictures of the centers that we have across the country. Some of the pictures, not all of them, of the centers. Just to give you a visual idea of what it looked like. Now, 4 years ago, about 45 years ago, Sadhguru Madhusudan Sai asked me to take this initiative to the US, replicate the same thing in underserved communities in the US. These are rural, economically challenged rural communities, as well as the inner cities as well, to mainly support the minorities communities in that country, which are African Americans, Latinx, and Hispanics. So the mission started in 2017. Today, we have 4 centers already established, and 2 of them in rural communities like Arkansas and Mississippi, and 2 of them inner cities like Brooklyn, New York, and also DeKalb in Georgia. And we have now, and here are the pictures of those centers and how they look and the people, and again, we have a marquee brand clients like Morgan Stanley, Fidelity Information Services, Blue Cross, outsource their work to us to manage the work from these centers. So they're doing a high-end quality work from these centers, just like in rural shows in India. So with that, just to give you, I wanted to give you a sense of these initiatives. The beauty of these initiatives is they're all social enterprises set up as for-profit social enterprises. In the US, in fact, we could register our people shows as public benefit corporation, which is a legal structure for social enterprises. In the US, we don't have, in India, we don't have equivalent one. So it is set up as a private limited, but the purpose takes the precedence over profit. It's a purpose-driven initiative with the commercial principles, but the profits are plowed back to scale the initiative. So that's in a nutshell. With that, there's a booth there, stall there, where both people shows and rural shows are featured. And we have our colleagues there, happy to answer any questions you may have. So please take time to visit. But the most important task that has been given to me is to introduce the 2 distinguished guests on the dais here, my good friend Vineet Roy and Prashant Prakash. I was getting confused between which one is first name. So there's 2. And obviously they all very, as J. Garu mentioned, they're highly accomplished professionals, entrepreneurs, and they also nurtured many entrepreneurs. So it'll be a tough task to do justice to their background and introduction, but I'll give you a small synopsis of in my own words. So first, I would like to introduce you to Vineet Roy. He is a dear friend of mine, and also is what is known as father of impact investment in India. He is the one who started this Avishkar group, and in 2001, when nobody knew, even not only in India, globally also, impact investment was not even defined was not even coined at that point. But he started along with his wife, Swati Roy. They started this Avishkar group, and since then they have not only invested but nurtured numerous social entrepreneurs in the country, be it microfinance companies or similar to rural shows, and in many spectrum. So there are a number of companies grown with the help of Vineet personally, Vineet and his team's support. We not only capital, but also the mentorship, the advisory, and all other ones. They really scaled. Some of them even listed in the stock exchange, such as Woodcutt's Microfinance. So an amazing job that Vineet has done. He is regarded as a father of this impact investment, not only in India, but globally. Anywhere impact investment means his name has to come up, and he is not only doing that initiatives in India, but also in Africa and other parts of Asia. And obviously, Vineet has received many, many awards and recognitions globally. I mean, I cannot list any of them, because if I do, I'll be taking all the Vineet's time instead, his speaking time. Then I'll introduce Prashant Prakash, who is a managing partner at Axel, formerly is known as Axel Partners. Axel, which is an American venture capital firm. They also invest in early stage and also growth stage the enterprises. And at Axel, he led many investments, including the ones you know, Book My Show and AgroStar and many others. Prashant started his investing career like Vinay very early stage, is in 2004 as a co-founder of Erasmic, one of the India's first early stage funds in India. And Prashant holds a master's degree in computer science from the University of Delaware. So once again, please give a big round of applause and welcome Prashant and Vineet to the event. And we request Vineet to come and say a few words.
Still continues to be good morning. So good morning to all of you. When Dr. Chaudhary asked me to come here and talk to you, and he mentioned entrepreneurship, rural India, and investing, and he said, you can add impact investing, I reflected on my 20 years. So I started my journey as an entrepreneur / investor in 2001. And one of the things that I was doing at that point of time was trying to convince the world that entrepreneurship could be a solution to the challenges that rural India faces. And you have to go back to 2000 to understand how wild that idea was. And just to give you a context, Indian economy on a whole was less than $500 billion. And we are now close to 3.5, 3.7 trillion. The rural economy was significantly smaller at few hundred billions. Today, and today's context is very important, the rural economy has reached close to $1 trillion in its own. So it's not really about what you can do for rural India, but what you can gain from rural India. It's large enough and larger than most economies in the world. Our 65% population still lives in rural India. You will be surprised that 20 million enterprises are non-farm based enterprises in rural India. That's more than all enterprises in urban India. 16 million is what you have in urban India. From the time when I started and where we stand today, 90% of the roads or access to rural India is metalled, and roughly everywhere you can find access to internet and mobile. Now these are significant changes from the time that I started off. Yet there are challenges and opportunities. The opportunity comes from scale. $1 trillion is a large scale, but the challenges comes along very fragmented. Very small wallet size, a concept that most investors think about when you are working with a certain community. Do you have the right size of the wallet? The wallet size is very small. And all these actually creates a very conducive environment for technology to play a very large role if you want to transform rural India. And I think that's where the opportunity lies, and that's where the excitement for those who are entrepreneurs and those who are investors both lie. For me personally, I genuinely believe entrepreneurship is not an option. Today, a lot of people think you can become a doctor, you can become an engineer, or you can become an entrepreneur. They treat it as an option. Unfortunately, I just wanted to let those who are thinking about it as an option, that it's not an option. It's a choice you make, and along with the good comes the bad. Unfortunately, the bad is significantly and upward. So you get it up, and you get it for long. So some of the challenges of entrepreneurship, those who are starting at the early stage, it's one place where there is no guarantee and uncertainty is your consistent companion. So you have to keep it in mind. Unlike a job, there is no guarantees here. But along with it, the upsides are the joy of being alone, the joy of leading something, being free, being a disruptor and a decision maker. I made my choice in 2001. I'm a forester by training. I got introduced to rural India, and I was convinced taking capital to rural India is the right way to go. I started with 5,000 rupees of personal capital and struggled very badly. You don't really see foresters actually trying to raise capital. It was difficult to convince the world to give me money. But then I think honesty, transparency, integrity as conditions allowed people to participate in what I was doing. So I started with 5,000 rupees, borrowed 1 lakh rupee, and then reached 5 crore in 2005. And since then, our journey has struck us to around 12,000 odd crores in terms of capital assets under management. We have invested in 75 companies. And all this we have done while trying to use entrepreneurship as a link to bring about change. Not only do we actually reach out to a large number of people and employ ourselves 10,000 odd people, but we also actually have impacted through the investments we have made roughly 10 crore individuals across India, Southeast Asia, and Africa. Generally, I normally meet an entrepreneur, I ask, what is it that you are doing? A large number of people are trying to copy what others are doing in the world. But I think there are enough problems around you, and it is important for entrepreneurs to look at a purpose that would lead them to a problem. And once you find a problem, generally if you're in India, you will build a very scalable business. I'll give you 2 quick examples. I met a young couple in 2010, and they came with a very simple example. They came to me and said, nobody in India produces pomegranate to export. Pomegranate is anar, in case those who don't know. So in 2010 of India, we exported 0 pomegranates. We used to produce them, but we used to export 0 pomegranate. In 2022, we export 1,000 crores worth of pomegranates. This gentleman and his wife, this is an IIT Kanpur computer engineers. He's actually an IIM Calcutta gold medalist, and he has built an enterprise and made massive difference to the lives of people by exporting pomegranates. Now, that's really purpose with profit and creating value for the people. Similarly, in 2013, I met a young entrepreneur who wanted to solve India's waste problem without taking money from the government. I gave him 3 crores. As happens with all young entrepreneurs, he lost that money very quickly due to a fire incident which happened. But we continue to back him and support him. And today, as I stand here, this gentleman is treating 600 tons of dry waste every day and converting it into wealth without having government paying anything to him. Now that's, to me, solving a problem with purpose. As I said, technology is very important and very critical, and it is therefore amazing to see how farmers and individuals and people coming from farming background have used technology to solve India's farmers' problem. I was part of the Prime Minister's task force on doubling the farmers' income, and we were asked continuously, can you give an example where you doubled the farmer income? So I'll take you and give you a story of a farmer or a son of a farmer who met me in Samastipur in Bihar. He came up with a very crude idea. He said, farmers don't have cash, they have grains, and I want to build a grain bank. And I want to build a grain bank where I will digitize grain. And I thought it was really a mumbo-jumbo idea. But given the context, given the challenge of where it was, we gambled with $500,000. Today, this guy just transformed India's, and he is actually operating in Karnataka now from Bihar. He crossed 200 crores as revenue. In a period of 10 years, digitizing grain actually can deliver farmer the income that they are generating, 70% of that instantly, and have a track record now of 6 years to continuously demonstrate 1.3 to 1.6 times increase in farmers' income every 6 months, not doubling. Similarly, there is another company called AgroStar, which has become a significant name in the idea of transforming the lives of the farmers, something where Prashant and I actually have jointly worked over a period of time. Now, to those entrepreneurs who are here and who are actually thinking of building large corporations, one thing that I would really like to impress upon is the idea of governance. I know a lot of you think governance is for the investor, for somebody else. Let me assure you, governance is the protection for yourself. Remember, you are dealing with capital which doesn't belong to you, and therefore a good sound governance helps and protects you from the risks that you don't know of. Building a business is not really about just making money. Building a business is about also buying credibility for yourself. So really think about it. The second thing which I'm very, very particular, and entrepreneurs don't like it, valuation is not value. Please do understand that. Remember, Prashant and I are not idiots that we will keep giving you big valuations. We slip in a clause called liquidation preference, which essentially means that when the downside happens, you get nothing. So if you genuinely believe that the valuation you have got is actually a great thing, please read your contracts carefully. Focus on building profitable, sustainable ventures, not necessarily valuation-seeking values. You may get yourself in Forbes, but it may not necessarily make you rich. I'll repeat again to the entrepreneurs, honesty, transparency, integrity is the only way to buy credibility. And once you buy credibility, your ingenuity can be put to right use. Do not allow yourself to be cheated. Finally, for entrepreneurs, see capital as an option. Entrepreneurship is a choice, but capital is an option. If you know and you have an idea to bootstrap, bootstrap. If you can't, raise capital, but make your choice for the right venture capitalist, impact investor, or the private equity. Remember that it is our job to buy into your dream. It is not my dream that you are investing or you are building on. It is your dream, your vision, your idea. We are the cheerleaders. Don't make us decision makers. For the investors, I know some of you are investors, and I can tell you that in India, specifically in this country, capital today is just a commodity. So if you have only capital to offer, this is not a great place to be an investor. Patience is a virtue. This applies both to entrepreneurs and investors. I would request you to really test your patience capability. This country tests you a lot. It rewards you, but first it tests you. So be patient, otherwise don't come here. To those who are chasing unicorn, remember that unicorn is a myth. It is a myth. So don't genuinely believe and try to see how many unicorns you have in your portfolio. It may vaporize as fast as it comes. So don't get too excited if you have unicorns in your portfolio. Understand what founder-friendly means. There are many different contexts to it. And those who are very excited about actually being on the board, understand board is a responsibility. It is not a privilege. So when you choose to be on the board, take yourself seriously. Just don't make it just because you have given somebody money. I started my career because I wanted to make poor rich. It's a funny statement to make poor rich. Now you will see, when will a poor become rich? Well, you become rich when you create choices for the poor. And I think in this room, the entrepreneurs and those at the back, you have the great opportunity to actually create choices for the poor by being ingenious. India has actually the capability to transform itself. And a beautiful way, Sustainable Development Goals, some of you may have heard of them, some of you not. 193 governments of the world came together to sign in 2015 what is known as Sustainable Development Goals. These are goals that G20 also enshrine and support. And these are goals that essentially imagine a world like we have never seen before. A world without hunger, without poverty, without inequity. Your ingenuity, your ideas, your capital can contribute in building a world that actually is without hunger, without poverty, without inequity in your lifetime. So do try to contribute to it. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and a very special privilege to share the dais with two impact investors that I really respect, and I've drawn a lot of inspiration from them, and it's these stalwarts that have shown the way for impact investing in India, and we who have come from slightly the more commercial side, if you may want to call, of investing, took a leaf from what they have done and have tried to participate in them. And I would like to also mention that I'm from this place. So this is my Karma Bhumi, this district where we are all seated. So it's a special honor for me to be here, and I think we are really privileged, at least I'm really privileged to share the same space or location with Sadhguru. So that's a little bit of my own personal connection here. So I think Vineet gave you a little bit of a kind of a primer on what it takes to be an entrepreneur, what should you look at when you want to be an entrepreneur, and what it takes to be an entrepreneur in this country. So I'll probably give you a little bit of a high-level view of the ecosystem. So we started investing in India in 2004 as Erasmic, and it was one of the first technology funds in India. There was no technology funds in India in those days. In fact, I remember the early days, we would get one business plan a month, and that's probably one a second in India today. So there's, between 2004 and now, there's really a big transformation, and recognized now as the second largest startup ecosystem anywhere in the world. We have really come of age, and that is a big opportunity, like Vineet said, right? So when you imagine an entrepreneur in 2006 and an entrepreneur today, right? So you're really, in that sense, in a much better place to take advantage of what India has to offer. And there's better digital infrastructure, there's better physical infrastructure, there's better mentors, there's more capital. So I don't think there's a better time and a better place and a better country to be an entrepreneur than where you are today. In fact, I believe that the last decade, what we have seen is just, I think, the early part of our journey as a startup nation. I think the next 10 years is when you will really see a lot of this pervade to every part of the country. So I think you can see the presentation there. I think we have been through a good cycle. We from the days from Vineet started in the early 2000 and I started in 2000, when there was hardly any capital. So what really changed in 2008 is the Flipkart event, right? So what did Flipkart, so when we invested in Flipkart, I think the common belief was that you can build companies in India, but they really can't become very large. It takes 20, 30 years to build large companies in this country, right? So what Sachin, and in fact, we are very fortunate that the first real role models in this country were somebody like Sachin and Binny, who could execute not only as great technology platform builders, but who could also become exemplary operational executors, right? So it's very rare to find a entrepreneurial team like Sachin and Binny that built not one company, but actually 3 companies at the same time. They built the e-commerce company, the logistics company, and the payment company. Of course, the payment ecosystem that they built, which is PhonePe right now, is a big giant in itself. So I think that where we went slightly overboard, I think, is when we thought that everybody can become a Flipkart. And I think that's the moment that we now have kind of come to understand and recognize that not, like what Vineet said, not everybody should aspire to become a unicorn. And I don't think becoming the unicorn is the North Star for everybody. I think the real North Star is, are you building value? And I think scale is important. So I think where we have to really change from the first generation and the second generation, and now what I would call as the third real decade of entrepreneurship, is I think we have to learn from the past 2 decades, and we have to understand that scale is important. There are, of course, multiple. I'm not saying that only scaling is the only solution, but I think if you want to raise venture money, if you want to raise capital, and if you want to really go big, then I think you got to understand how to scale. So, and what has been learned in the last 2 years specifically is that you need to balance scale and growth and profitability at the same time, right? So that's the kind of the jugalbandi you need to get good at as an entrepreneur. So, and I think it's a maturing process that we have all gone through in the ecosystem. And I think in this phase of entrepreneurship, I'm sure we're going to get better at, frugally building our startups and getting to scale, but in a very managed manner. Historically, I think the urban consumer ecosystem is what really the last decade has been about, right? Whether it's fintech products, whether it is healthcare products, consumer e-commerce products, they've all been for urban India. And it's in the last few years that Vineet spoke about how, agri-tech entrepreneurs, B2B entrepreneurs, climate tech, and some of these other spaces have now started to really come of age, right? So I think entrepreneurship has become a lot more broad-based, and which is great for a country like ours, because I don't think it should be just a phenomena that is linked to only the top 20, 30, 40 million. If those were the only consumers for our startups, then I don't think we can build 10,000 or 1 million startups in this country. Agri-tech, I think Vineet spoke about agri-tech, so now I'll not speak a little I'll just mention a little bit here that if you need to really have one space that intersects rural entrepreneurship and the India opportunity, it is agri-tech. And when I say agri-tech, it is multiple aspects of agri-tech. It is everything from helping the farmer on what to grow and how to grow, and mechanisms on organizing the farming ecosystem. It is the rural retail ecosystem and the areas like Vineet spoke about, global demand and solving for global food security. I think all of these are great opportunities. I think as a nation, we have punched way below our capacity in terms of agriculture. And I'm a strong believer that if entrepreneurship is going to become more secular and impact more people, then we got to learn to make agri-entrepreneurship work in this country. And the good news is it's becoming more mainstream. So there's a lot more capital coming into agri-tech as a space. So I think it's a right time to really become an agri-entrepreneur and look at the multitude of opportunities that exist there. I think agri is, and working with agri entrepreneurship is one aspect, but I think consumption in rural India is itself very large. So we are talking about whether it's food or products, other products that are consumed in rural India, they are in hundreds of billions. So while we know that there is a $500 billion consumption in urban India, I think there is an equally large opportunity in what we call as Bharat. And here there's a little bit of inside insight that I would like to share. I think a lot of the VC ecosystem now believes it is time to move beyond urban India. And there is a strong conviction that the next unicorn, just to give it some scale, color of scale, the next set of unicorns are not going to come from urban India. It is very difficult to build the next Flipkart. It is very difficult to build the next Swiggy. So don't try that in urban India, right? There is a lot of untapped opportunities and there's a lot of untapped potential in serving rural consumers, and there are great examples like you see here. And I will share the presentation with the organizers here, and you can look at some of these, and these are companies that are getting to the 500 to 1,000 crores in revenue. They're not small anymore, right? So the first generation of rural entrepreneurs, like the ones Vineet experienced, took 10 years, 15 years to build the first 100 crores. We are seeing entrepreneurs like Wilcart build 500 crores in less than 5 years. That is not any slower than what we have seen in urban India. So this is a big takeaway. I think the opportunity landscape is shifting. The investor interest is shifting. I think it is up to you to capture this kind of virtuous sweet spot that we are kind of getting into. Climate tech, I think Vineet spoke a little bit about SDGs. I think SDGs were something that everybody believed would happen, but I think the climate realities has forced everybody to kind of rethink and recommit in the last 2 to 3 years, including our nation. I think this is an opportunity, a global opportunity that is as big as the IT services space, as big as the healthcare exports that the pharma exports that came out of India. I think everything that I believe we will build to mitigate and to transform and transition ourselves in this climate economy will all be applicable globally. So I think we had the whole SaaS opportunity of building in India for the rest of the world. We had the whole B2B kind of opportunities of building businesses in India and for the rest of the world. I think climate tech is the next huge space where we can build carbon mitigation and carbon removal and carbon tracking and management platforms, not only for India, but these will be applicable for the rest of the world. I think here there is a lot of businesses around the circular economy. I think Vineet spoke about a big space around recycling. But unfortunately, there's nothing wrong about, recycling, but we have made a very small impact with recycling globally. We have just not been able to move enough product that we consume back into the circular value chain. What is the solution? The solution is to invent, innovate, and redesign what we consume. And I think here is where I believe that we have what I would believe like two very large disrupting benefits that will accrue value to us as entrepreneurs, and a lot of them in rural. One is to be able to build sustainable materials from agri-waste. If you are going to build if you're going to build sustainable and compostable materials, I don't think there's a better place than India to build, because you have almost free raw material. I think it's very early days. We need more entrepreneurs, more capital that needs to go into the space. But Accel and many funds have really committed themselves to the space, and we think the next Again, $500 billion opportunities are going to come from providing these materials for the consumptive West. So the global South, I think, will provide solutions for the global North and for solutions for ourselves to mitigate in this journey. So I'll probably stop here because I can go on, but I just wanted to give you a very high level idea on some of the areas that I would like to leave you with this idea that manufacturing has not changed in this country for the last 30 to 40 years. I think the services opportunity, the India consumption opportunities have kind of been tapped largely, but there are, like we spoke about, still some opportunities. But I think as entrepreneurs, you will see a new diversification of supply chains that will allow you to build manufacturing supply from India to the rest of the world like never before. So it's not necessarily going to be just about software and SaaS from India to the rest of the world, but I think it's going to be about building products and really what people call as not only moving bits, but moving atoms. So I think the next generation of entrepreneur, whether it's impact or not impact, is going to be about moving atoms, and not only moving atoms within our country, but for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash Prasad Garu. May I request Bipin Pendyara to please come on to dais for vote of thanks. I request audience to please stay back. We have a couple of announcements to make for the rest of day's agenda. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with the august audience and the speakers out here. I think it was a great session. I was sitting and listening to everyone, and I think a lot of takeaways. Thank you very much, Murali, for starting and sharing your personal examples of building scalable impact where the rural population can benefit in the longer term. And of course, Vineet, it was brilliant to listen to you. And the framework of purpose and profit that you talked about actually ties in extremely well with the ISF's perspective of looking at building entrepreneurship with ethics and with values. That was, a phenomenally good message. And I think the message that you brought to both the entrepreneurs as well as the investors to kind of get involved, be passionate, and not look at entrepreneurship as one more choice, but to only pick it up if you're really, really passionate, because it is a very arduous and hazardous journey, and it's something which you should pick it up only for the long haul. So brilliant message. Thank you very much for taking time and visiting us in Bangalore and actually sharing your time with us. Prashant, thank you very much. I think you really opened up the eyes for quite a few in the audience with your message about building value, building scale, but most importantly about the phenomenal opportunity that the Bharat 2.0, the rural, brings up. Once again, a message which ties in extremely closely with the ISF perspective of looking at rural economy, rural agri, and rural fintech. And these are areas where I think you really validated with a lot of data and with your personal experiences. Once again, thank you very much for gracing the occasion and sparing your thoughts and sparing your valuable time with all of us. I would like to request Mr. Jay Chaudhary to hand over memento to Vineet Roy. Once again, a very heartfelt thank you, Mr. Vineet. Mr. Chaudhary Garu, please hand over to Prashant Prakash.
So what I experienced in ISF is lots of energy, enthusiasm, and the attitude to help each other. There are lots of people here who have their stalls. Maybe they are competitors in the outside world, but here they are together to help each other. And that is what matters, where people come together, and together we are stronger. That's what ISF has done.
informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023 here in Bangalore. I have a very special guest with me, Ramesh, who's from Leaders for India organization.
Hello, sir. So glad to be here. Thank you for hosting us.
So, tell me about, just give a brief about what's Leaders for India organization.
So, Leaders for India organization is a business accelerator and it's an angel investment platform. So, our main motivation is to connect money to opportunity. So, what we do is we have a group of individuals, business owners, HNIs, industry leaders come onto the platform and leverage their strengths for future benefits. Whether that is startup investing, sector agnostic approach, business investments, debt financing, we want to build a one-stop shop solution where we are more of like a fund of funds. Whether you want to become an LP and multiple VCs, we will provide that type of guidance to you.
So how are you different to, there are a few accelerated technologies.
Yes.
How are you different?
So there are three main ways in which we differentiate ourselves. One is I'll never take money, I'll never have LPs directly investing into my fund as a VC. Two, we have an application which connects all of our members on one common platform. Three, the most important thing in this startup ecosystem is trust. So we have multiple recreational events planned where there's a lot of in-person engagement between our members. And it's a close group of members who also know each other, a lot of commonalities in terms of business. So it's a very focused networking approach where the hit rate is much higher and we're able to raise funds much quickly. It helps the startup because they're not looking at 100 investors, they're just coming to one platform for their investment where the founder is focusing more on their time. Two, for the investors, because you're able to invest in a company immediately, the startups are available at a slightly better valuation. So that is how we do it.
So, as a presence, are you pan India or are you limited to geography?
So, it has been 1 year since we began operations. So, till date, we've started out in Hyderabad. We have members across the globe, but our base is Hyderabad for now. Very soon, we'll be expanding to Bangalore, then Mumbai, then Delhi, then Pune. Today, we have 100 members, which we have from the last 1 year of operations. We have invested, facilitated over 16 crores. We've invested 12 startups, but more than that, multiple more business opportunities. We've evaluated over 200 plus opportunities. We have partnerships, MOUs signed with multiple VCs across the country. For now, 8 VCs based in Indore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, and we're growing every day.
So, as the theme of India Startup Festival, rural innovation, what's your take on what is your focus? Does it include that part of your company?
Absolutely, sir. There are two main industries that I'm very, very focused on. One is EdTech. How do we get high quality education in terms of academics, curriculum, content, infrastructure and sports and professionals, tier 2 and tier 3 towns. Also in terms of EdTech. How do we enhance or exponentially grow these startups, those rural areas? So whenever there is a startup which comes from a rural area, we immediately connect them to the ISF team and we make sure we handle them through the entire process, whether they get funded or whether they acquire this process. Yes. Absolutely. My biggest message is that keep your moral compass intact, make sure your efficacies are in place, and work hard, you will definitely succeed. Whenever you need any help, any assistance from a startup, please reach out to Leaders for India organization. If you want to become a member, be part of the community and grow together, please join Leaders for India organization. Sir, in fact, your reputation precedes you. I've already heard of you and all the wonderful things that you're doing. So I'm looking forward to an extensive collaboration between Leo and MyStartupTV so that we can really take startups and investment pieces out to the masses.
Thank you. Thank you, Boris. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಸದ್ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ ಮಸೂದನ್ ಸಾಯಿಜಿ ಅವರ ಪಾದಾರಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ I pay my respects all dignitaries on the dais. Good evening to all ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs and visionaries. I stand before you today with a great joy and pride at this August event of the Indian Startup Festival 2023, an event that holds the key to unlocking the true potential of our nation's entrepreneurial spirit. Making people's life better is the most valuable contribution anyone can make. I would like to take the opportunity to appreciate the contributions of Sadhguru Sri Masudan Sai Ji and the Satyasaya Seva Trust for the selfless, unwavering services in providing free education, free health care, and running the country's largest nutrition program, making the impossible to possible in order to build a peaceful and possible society. I'm extremely proud to say that this year, India Startup Festival event took place in the birthplace of Sri M. Vishwesvaraya, who was a renowned engineer, innovator, and visionary leader who played a key role in shaping the India's industrial and economic growth during the early 20th century. As a tribute to Mr. Vishwesvaraya, I would like to say that his life is an inspiration for all of us in terms of how to encourage, expand, and support to innovate ideas. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Sri J.S. Chaudhary, Chairman of the Indian Startup Foundation and a key architect of our country's IT revolution. Today, he is the driving force behind the creation of a startup-friendly economy and is a mentor of a lot of youngsters who are shaping the future of our nation. The India Startup Festival vision and mission are to reimage the startup revolution and empower entrepreneurs, which aligns strongly with the policies of the government of Karnataka, where we are making every effort to promote and build a business, science and technology and startup-friendly Karnataka. Startups create more jobs and wealth by attracting investors, which in turn increase GDP and thus plays an important role in the country's economic growth. In addition, startups are very important because they bring new innovations and competitions to the economy. Scientific advancement and technological innovation are important economic drivers that serve as the foundation of any startup ecosystem. The ability to create and stage knowledge has become a major source of comparative advantage, wealth creation, and improvements of promoting startups. Our government is committed to obtaining the benefits of this transformation. Our government's focus is on fourth education to cultivate scientific temper, creating an enabling business environment to generate employment, and thus building a robust economy that constantly adapts to the demands and opportunities of the new generation within the larger framework of ecological substantiality. Our aim is gradually increase R&D spending to 3% of the state GDP. To achieve this, our government will soon set up the Karnataka State Research Foundation. This organization will act as a bridge between research organization, universities, startups, and business to facilitate R&D and innovation in the state. When I worked in the automobile sector during the 1960s and 70s, there was no infrastructure in place of support new ideas or start any new business. But today we have a proactive public and private sector and organizations like the ISF to support our youth and their ideas. Together, we can strengthen research and innovation capabilities across institutions and sectors to support the new startups. Dear friends, the government of Karnataka is committed to supporting the dreams of our young entrepreneurs to build a brighter and more suitable economy. It is time for all of us to coordinate, collaborate, and cooperate in order to build a business-friendly and startup-friendly economy. All the best to all our entrepreneurs. Tomorrow is yours. I wish you all the best in all your future entrepreneurs. Thank you, India Startup Festival 2023 organization, for inviting me to this successful and inspiring event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Thanks for everyone for being here, all the way traveling to Satyasai University for Human Excellence. And before we start this roundtable, as we progress for our discussions, how the nutrition and nutraceuticals is important for not just for India and for many underdeveloped and developing countries, I would like to invite Dr. Baby, Vice President for Synthite Industries, to deliver his keynote, and then we'll start our roundtable discussions. Thank you.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais and the people who are sitting here. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to these organizers for inviting me for doing a keynote address here. I think that this first presentation or talk that must be give some insight to you people should think more about what is the present status and how we wanted to move forward, how we can support our population and the coming generation in different ways. So I will take you through my presentation. Here you know that everybody want to be a balanced life. People are expecting to be a balanced life by physical, mental, social, and economical. So it can be achieved by the natural source of ingredients. So when we are thinking about this natural source of ingredients, we must think that it should be natural, and it should be fresh, and it should be it must give this high nutritional value. And also, it should be safe for using all categories of people. Then only we will become happy. So when we are become happy, the healthy life is starting. So when we are thinking about this World Health Organization, the nutrition and the nutraceutical, they are also considering as a very big subject for understanding and thinking about this future generation also. So normally, they are considering the better nutrition is related to 6 important factors. How it is affecting the 6 important categories. For example, that is infant life. How these infants are living, or what is their health, or what is their status. Then child and maternal health. How these children are growing, and how the mother health is helping the people to grow. The another one is a stronger immune system. How capable we are, or human beings are, resistant to different type of diseases, and a safer pregnancy and childbirth. That is also very important. And a low risk of no communicable disease and longevity. So these are the 6 different parameters are taken care by the World Health Organization in order to understand the health of a nation globally. But what is the statistics telling us? That is surprising us. You see, 149.2 million children less than 5 years is stunted. It is very good. 45.4 million children less than 5 years wasted. And 45% of the death among children less than 5 years of age is linked to undernutrition. You can see that 37% women are anemic, 40% of less than 5 years children are anemic, 1.9 million adult overweight, and 38.9 million children less than 5 years are also in overweight. So what we are thinking, we are always trying to improve the health of our nation by making different policies in our rural and urban area. And when we are thinking about the developments of these different sectors of these people, the statistics is very clearly telling us that we are not in a position, we are not up to the position. So there are a lot of opportunity, and also there are a lot of things we have to continuously do. Then only we can improve our nation and also the global. We are thinking now in globally. See the Global Hunger Index of India. So here also the World Health Organization, they are considering the 4 important factors, that is undernutrition and child stunting, child wasting, child mortality. These 4 parameters are considering as the basics for understanding the Global Hunger Index of the people who are living in different countries. See the statistics. We are in 107 position out of 121 countries. That means the global hunger index coming up to 29.11. That means we are unsafe. We are always thinking about only this flourished, glorious things in our country. We are always seeing this urban development. The people who are living with a very high status. But we are very much poor to understand the reality of the rural area. We are not recognizing the people, poor people who are not living in a flourished manner. They are living in under-nutritional conditions and nobody is taking care of them for their development. Especially government has a lot of policies, but I don't know whether it is reaching into the right people at the right time. So these are the points are very important we have to discuss here. So then only we can find a solution for this type of problems. So similarly, when we are considering this nutritional landscape information system, that is when we are considering our ladies, less than most of the ladies, around 80% of them are the malnutrition. They are facing malnutrition. Because we know that these Indian women are all wise. Sometimes when they are growing up in the family, they are taking care of the welfare of other members and they are always keeping away from their health. And even when they are pregnant, at that time also they are taking care of the other family members. They are not even care about their children in their home. And most of the cases, these ladies are become malnutrition and they are facing a lot of diseases and other things. But unfortunately, these people will not reveal even in front of the husband or their family members. But that is a very important factor we have to understand that in India, in 1980, it is 36%, even now it is reached only 24%. We have to move a lot in front, then only we can realize this importance. Then when we are considering these vitamins and minerals, you see that the preschool age of students, the statistics is telling us that the deficiency of vitamin D is 18%. Calcium deficiency is 40%. The school-going students, the vitamin A is 80%, vitamin B12 and 17 is 70%, and zinc deficiency is 70%. That means we cannot say that even if we are giving this very good food to the people, they are not getting this right nutritional requirement in their body. We have to make sure that this type of roundtable discussion should always enlighten, or we have to strengthen these areas, then only we can improve our society. The Global Nutritional Monitoring Framework, they have they fixed a study that they are taking care of 6 important points, and which this first one is stunting, And there they are expecting 40% reduction in the age group of children less than 5 years. And they are expecting this anemic disease 50% reduction and also 30% reduction in the weight. Then they are planning to retain or not try to increase this obesity of the children in the younger stage. So these different type of requirement, if you wanted to satisfy and if you wanted to develop a young generation with a good health and quality, we wanted to do lot of things based on our capacity. You know that this Greek physician, he is saying that always the food should consider as a medicine, and otherwise this medicine should take as food. So in this case, you can see that 5,000 years before, India is having lot of Ayurvedic herbs. You know that nowadays also people know very few, like Ashwagandha, Bacopa, Jimnima, Google. Lot of herbal things are there. But when we are comparing this global market with this Chinese herbs, we are not in that acceptance in globally because of so many reasons. Because in Chinese herbs, they have well documented the herbs, well documented the active components of the herbs, and they have done this efficacy study, and that is well documented, and they published the different papers in the global market, and that is accepted by various global intellectual teams or the scientific team. But unfortunately in India, the Ayurvedic herbs, we are not even now, not in, we don't have any clear statistics for this herbs, and we don't have any statistics about this active component of the spices, and we don't have sufficient techniques to analyze and quantify this active component, and we are not even trying to understand what is the real efficacy of the active component, how they are preventing or curing the disease of the human beings. So we wanted to take more attention on this area, then only this Ayurvedic herbs will become a global requirement. Otherwise, people will not accept it. We are based out of Kerala. We are working in this type of company, and we are facing that when we are making this product, when we are giving this product into a broad market, they are asking a lot of questions, and many times we are not able to give this proper answer. There is no supplementary documents in our hand to prove that our Ayurvedic herbs are essential or good for curing the disease or preventing the disease. But we know that, our traditional system know that, our old parents, mother know that this will cure the disease, this will better for the health, this will prevent the disease. But no other people understand. So we should care, we should take care. We wanted to think more scientifically, more systematically, then only we can manage this type of activities. And this nutrition and pharmaceutical is coined by our Dr. Stephen, that is the nutraceutical. And this nutraceutical is aiming or telling that any food or any part of this food that can help us to cure or prevent the disease. So we can consider our food as a nutrition, food as a medicine, and there are a lot of opportunity to convert our daily food into a nutritional manner. Here you can see the statistics of this is a nutraceutical. The functional beverage is taking care about 48%, functional foods is 30%, and the dietary supplement is around 22%. In Indian market, you see that the nutraceutical business is 8 million in 2017. Now we are expecting that is 18 billion in the coming year to 025. So that much requirement is coming in the society. So it is our responsibility to educate the society and what is the importance of using our day-to-day foods with this high nutritional components, and in that area we can do a lot. See these different applications of this our nutraceutical or this Ayurvedic herbs. It can act as an antioxidant. So you know that the rosemary, a Moroccan herb, that is people are using as that is the best natural antioxidant, and that is using against TBHQ and various other type of synthetic antioxidants. And these rosmarinic acid and carnosic acid are the two different active components present in the rosemary. The carnosic acid is which is oil soluble and which will help to protect this oil soluble products, and rosmarinic acid that will help to prevent this water soluble products. And we are able to make this product in this deodorized form, decolorized form, so we can utilize it in any liquid form or powder form, anywhere we can utilize it. So there are a lot of opportunities, not from the rosemary alone. There is a sage is there, oregano is there, even our curry leaf. You know that I have an experience. When we are using this antioxidant, every time we are always focusing on the primary oxidations. You know that this food, the oxidation is happening not because of this primary oxidation alone. There is a secondary and a tertiary oxidation will be there. So when we are using a single antioxidant, and that may take care of a single primary oxidation, but the secondary and the tertiary oxidation possibilities are there, and that will damage our product. So in order to overcome this type of problem, we wanted to use these blended forms of these different antioxidants that will give this better result. Once when we are using this rosemary and the curry leaf, our curry leaf, that is giving this better result compared to this or all other individual ingredients, even this is synthetic ingredient. So that is there. And also in synthetic we have a regulatory problem. We cannot use more than 200 ppm. But in case of this natural ingredients, it can use GMP. That can be used in more quantity also. There is no problem. So there is a lot of such type of opportunities are there. Similarly, the immune support, cognitive support, memory enhancement. You know that the Bacopa, in which this bacoside is helping us to improve this memory of the children. So while we are giving this as a medicine, every day morning, if the mother is giving in a full spoon of this medicine with the Bacopa, the children will feel that we are taking this medicine. Why don't you think that if we can incorporate this bacosides in an energy bar, if you are giving an energy bar in the morning in the children, many people are making this in abroad, and even in India also some people are making. In the tiffin box, we are putting one energy bar with this bacosides. So he is eating that, automatically he is getting this bacosides inside, and the normal cognitive and this memory enhancing property can be attained by in another way. So we have to think in such a way. Then there is a cardiovascular support. There are a lot of problems. Lipid metabolism, diabetes, gymnema is one of the best product which is using. But the problem is that when somebody is asking to give a unique answer, or somebody is asking to prove that, how you can go? The allopathy medicines, the people coming and asking that they have, every time they have statistical data, every time they have scientific data, every time they have results. But in case of this Ayurvedic area or in the herbal area, when we are coming with this type of answer, you see that our government policy has to be changed when we are doing this clinical research. What is the expense behind it? Around 25 to 30 lakhs rupees is required for doing one in vitro study. So most of the companies are not coming up because of these reasons. But if the government can make certain policy to reduce this or avail this type of solutions in different industries or hospitals, people can make lot of products from our India itself. We are the largest manufacturer of this type of product, but we are underutilized. That we have to think. So when we are considering all these matters in all sectors, this our health can be supported. See that when we are thinking about these nutritional products and the nutritional package, most of the 75 to 80% of this total product is coming from this natural source, that is the spice and herbs. And remaining 85% is coming from other natural source like the animal source or byproduct source or this marine source, mineral source, and microorganisms. That also can be utilized for getting this better. You know that nowadays this fermentation technology. The fermentation technology will help us to make this natural preservatives, natural flavor, natural ingredients. Lot of works are happening, but there are certain limitations. I don't know wherever there are regulatory problems are there, some certain area. We can discuss that also, and we wanted to think all these matters. Then only we can make change globally with this. We know that this is the era of this millet. Millet is considering it is a drought-resistant plant, and we know that nowadays this rain availability, water availability, or the climatic changes will be happening. And during that time, this millet can help a lot. And when we are considering this active component of this, the millet, which has the mineral nutrients, vitamins, everything are better than the other cereals. So we can incorporate these millets in our products, and we can encourage our the urban area for cultivating these millets, and our people can get the better nutritional food in there, and they can utilize this in their daily food also. That is a good advantage. Then gluten-free material, it not containing this gluten, that is another medical advantage. You can see that there are a lot of millets are there. And all these millet has its own medicinal properties also there. Only thing is that we wanted to focus scientifically, we wanted to give this a better idea, and we wanted to clinically prove certain things in order to get in this abroad market, because we cannot say that in India, sometimes we know each other, so we know our product each other, so people may accept. But if you are going to in globally, they will not accept our reality. They need the statistics, they need the scientific data. We wanted to prove that, so that more focus has to be given in the millets also, in the cultivation area and also in the processing area. So when we are coming into these nutritional foods from our natural sources, what are the challenges that we are facing? You know that is authentic raw material availability. Most of the cases, the raw material availability is a challenge. You know that this something like Asiatic and Bacopa are looking alike. Sometimes we can see that these flowers, leaves, everything is there. After drying, how can we identify that? Everything are similar. If the marketing people put something else, we cannot identify it. We don't have any idea how can we differentiate this raw material. We are facing this problem. When we are making the bacosides in our plant, certain times we will not get this sufficient quantity of the active component when we are post-mortem. After something is happened, that time only we will do the post-mortem. So at that time, we can understand that the raw material is not genuine. The supplier is not genuine. The cultivation was not that much at that time. But then how they supplied this much quantity? The questions are arising at that time. So the genuine raw material cultivation has to be done in the agriculture area, that is required. Our agriculture department has supported very well. Then only we can enrich this area. That we have to focus on that area. Then again, there is a microbial contamination and pesticide issue. You know that nowadays the most problem the industries are facing is this pesticide issues. MRL, you know that the maximum residual valence is very every time Europe market, you know, it is putting into 0.005 ppb level or sometimes ppn level. We cannot manage this nowadays because of this high usage of the pesticides. Why our government and these agriculture manufacturers are not fully focusing on controlling this pesticide? There are a lot of activities are happening. I heard one thing that the grapes last 2 years back, the grape was faced by the pesticide issue. At that time, the entire globe, they rejected our grapes from India. At that time, these people has taken a step that every pesticide will not be retained within the product if you are using the specific time. So before flowering or before the hardening of the seeds, if they are taking care of this pesticide, that pesticide will not be remain within the product after during the time of harvest. So we have to educate the farmers what time they have to use the pesticides. Then what quantity of pesticide they have to use. There are a lot of pesticides are available, and that pesticide has the half-life of the shelf life, half-life of these pesticides is 3 or 1 week's time. That means during that 1 week time it is very active and kill the pest. After 1 week time, it will degrade itself. So there is no pesticide or residue will come in the final product. So the agriculture industry, agriculture area, people has to be focused on such a way, and we have to encourage this biopesticides also for developing the good qualities of product. So we can control it, but intentionally we have to work. Then only we can control it. Otherwise we cannot do it. Then alternative methods are developing. We people are trying to remove the pesticide from the end product. But you know that these are all natural ingredients. We are attacking for these ppm level pesticides, and 90%, 80% active components remain there. If you are going to attack this ppm level, all these other ingredients will damage. So it is very difficult to remove in the end stage. Better to control in the beginning stage itself. There are a lot of opportunities and ways are there, but we want to implement it properly. Then only we can control it. So Similarly, safety part of that. Then there is another quality standard. You know that when we are making a product, we have to analyze, we have to quantify. We wanted to make sure that this product has stability in our final product. When we are using this product in our, we are saying that we are using a product with a 90% quality. But who is making sure that this product have this 90% quality after 6 months? So it has to be evaluated, quantified. We wanted to make sure. So it requires scientific and different test method has to be developed. Even now, this is spillandol. Spillandol, there is a very good active component using for various purposes, but there is no standard or there is no method for analyzing this spillandol from this raw material. So in the Ayurvedic product, this is the problem. When we are identifying different active component which is give efficacy, efficacy is good and which is giving this better result, but who is believing that if you are not identifying by quantitatively, scientifically and through this instrumental analysis? So we wanted to encourage this scientific institution to develop such type of analytical methods, and we have to focus on that, and then only we will get a better result in future. So there is a lot of other points also here we can discuss in the panel discussion. I am not continuing with that. I am just skipping from there. And just one point I am discussing and concluding that this is our good triangle method. So we wanted transformation towards this conventional food. That means our conventional food has to have this sufficient nutrition. Then it will be more easy to encourage our children and this young poor woman. So it has to be incorporated in our day-to-day foods. And if we wanted to export this material, we have to global safety standard we have to develop. Then only it will be accepted by these people. Then we wanted to prove that these products are good for curing or preventing various type of diseases. So these 3 points we have to keep in mind. Every nutrition, if you are giving us a medicine or supplement, we have to take it as a food, or that will be more easy, and it should be acceptable, and it should be accessible, and it should be addressable. Then only people will accept. We have to make sure the quality, we wanted to make sure the efficacy, and we want to make sure the safety of the product. These 3 points we have to always keep in mind. Then only we can improve the nutritional developments in our country, and we can extend our hand to protect and improve the quality life of our future generation. Thank you very much for listening me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Devi, for your nice presentation. In fact, you have already set the context for the roundtable discussion. Thank you very much. So before we get into the roundtable discussion, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Siva Mahesh Tangutodu. I believe this is the need of the hour for many developing countries and underdeveloped countries. We know that most of the Western countries and developed countries, they are using all these nutrition and nutraceuticals in their daily life, and we should continue to do that in a natural way, not from the scientific through natural products. Well, so I would want everybody to introduce themselves, and we'll get into the discussion.
For the larger discussions from the standpoint of whatever you would like to speak over here on the agenda specific to nutrition and nutraceuticals. Thank you, Priti ji. Thank you, Baby sir, Bani brother, Ashish, Dayaka ji. Thank you for coming. Satish Babu sir, thank you for coming. Raj Bandari ji, Raja ji, and Anupama ji. Thank you for being over here, and we really look forward for a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm Dr. Anupama Puluri. I'm an Ayurveda doctor by my profession, and I have my hospital in Hyderabad. It's an honor to be here with all of you and participating in the discussion. I think after we continue or introduction.
Let's start with the introduction, then we'll
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Raja Srishwan. I'm a scientist D working in ICMR National Institute of Nutrition. I've been working in the area of nutrition for the last 15 years, My work has been in the area of child nutrition, especially acute wasting, stunting, invasive practices, including breastfeeding. This has been my work, and also I've been working on my food for the day, my plate we have developed. So I have some insights into it which I'll share later. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Raj Bhandari and I am a pediatrician by training and then went into public health. And I work as the member of the National Technical Board in Niti Aayog and also member of the National Millets Task Force. I am in awe of the place and this gives very positive vibes to me. And I work closely with Dr. Dayakar and NIN, where we do that validation and efficacy trials and community-based trials, clinical community-based trials. So my best wishes for this roundtable to draw very substantive and useful conclusions which can really influence policy. I had a message from Professor Ramesh Chand, who is the member in agriculture in Niti Aayog, that he would also want to know how the deliberations and many other people who would see how this roundtable gives us some direction and useful recommendations to follow.
Thank you. Dr. Satish Babu, I'm an endocrinologist, clinical endocrinologist. But I work closely with Satyasai Annapurna Trust and the Sai Show. I'm an alumni of this institute, so that's the connection. So looking forward to a lot of insights and experience from very renowned experts in the field. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Dr. Dayakar Rao. Basically, and I have my introduction with the Indian Council of Agriculture Research based institute at Hyderabad, Indian Institute of Millet Research. I'm a principal scientist, but now I have an additional responsibility as Chief Executive Officer of Nutria, a commercial facade of Indian Institute of Millet Research. In fact, for the past 1.5 decades, we have been working how we can bring a commodity which is of only relevance to the food plate of only farmers. And now it is the transition that is taking place for all. So the nutrition has been the USP for this millets to come back again. So we have developed a value chain around that. So that is the expertise that which I am coming. I would like to learn from you and then how we can be relevant, especially in this International Year of Millets. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I mean, when I'm listening to all yours, I'm just a newborn kid on this, right? And I'm sure all of you all saw Enlight. I've joined Enlight recently as the CEO. By profession, I'm a HR professional, playing with the minds. Now I've got into playing with the health of everybody. It's going to be a learning journey. But what I was more curious, and this is again one of the roundtables that I was addressing, is what he actually alluded, saying acceptability. Right? I know the governments are coming together, but all the work that we are doing, but how do we make it easy for people? And that is something that as policymakers, as wonderful table that we have, I mean, you give the child a tablet, the child is not going to be happy about it. And the man is rushing to work, they need to touch the agriculture field, and you give them a pill and say, you need to be healthy. They're like, no, I need to go on. Right? So how do we combine together and make this as a lifestyle change is something that I was really looking forward to learn and be part of that force to implement.
Thank you. I am Dr. K.C. Baby. I am working with Synthite. I don't know whether you know Synthite. Synthite is the largest exporter of the value-added product from the spices. Last 26 years, I am heading the research and development of Synthite. And we are handling almost all the 52 spices, all the continental herbs, all the Ayurvedic herbs, and we have all kind of the solvent extraction, water extraction, non-conventional extraction, CO2 extraction, spray drying. Every technologies are available. And in this discussion, if from an industry perspective, if any support is required from our end, I am very happy to support you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mahesh. And myself, Barney Prasad. I work as a director with SciSure Nutrition. So the goal of our company is primarily to, I'm more like an aggregator. So we have the scientific people on the other side, and we have research and Ayurveda on this side, and we have people who really take it to the bottom of the pyramid on the other side. So I kind of aggregate all of these and come up with a product. So that's my role here, and we hope to see how we can develop a broad framework through this discussion. How science, research and development, value addition can bring forth a paradigm shift and make nutritional products what I call accessible, affordable, and aspirational. I think she touched upon aspiration. So my thing is to make it accessible and affordable. So thank you.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Myself Ashish here, Ashish Bhardwaj. And basically I come from a corporate background. I was working in various corporate organizations for almost 2 decades. And my last working was with Oracle. I was in Oracle for almost 13 years. And I was managing ISO and data analytics there. Now same thing I am doing here. I am taking care of impact assessment part for SciSure and Annapurna. Not only this, I am also extending support towards the CSR partnership. So as Dr. Baby was just now quoting, how important it is to have data. When we want to take it forward globally, we should have data with us. How beneficial our product could be for maybe for the kids or maybe for the pregnant ladies, whatever it is. So I do work with Bharni and Dr. Satish Babu in that direction also. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for all your introductions. So let's start our discussions towards how we can create the jobs in this category, right from the cultivation towards the value addition and the marketing. So I would like first Raj Bhandari ji to start off from your experience, how these millets can help doing that from that point.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mahesh. I'll drift a little away. I've been talking about millets for, a good nearly a decade now. And having said all that I've said, there's so much more to say. But I'll delve primarily on the food science and nutrition and touch upon metabolic health and how it relates with millets. That is what I would want to touch upon. So, what we find in the current landscape, and there's an epidemiological shift from communicable to non-communicable diseases, and now we are faced with the triple burden of undernutrition, overnutrition, and the hidden hunger, which is the micronutrient deficiency. And I'm happy that SciSure and Annapurna Trust, they are taking a big leap, a quantum leap into addressing this issue. So if we were to see what food is, basically, food is something, is a substrate that provides us energy, or rather burns energy, and it also promotes growth. These are the two things that food is. So is it that what we are consuming today, is it real food? Now we come to the real food. What we've been eating, from times immemorial, that was now the industry has given a different color to that food. And so what Baby Ji said, that food is thy medicine. It was true then when Hippocrates said. But is it true today that food is thy medicine? And there I would bring into focus the big role that industry has to play in terms of ultra-processed foods. Now, coming to nutrition, I would say that many foods should provide all nutrients. And every nutrient should come from many foods. That is the premise on which we build up, the fact, how do we get all that our body requires. So I consider our body as a bag of bacteria with two legs. We are, in a way, harboring, cohabiting 100 trillion bacteria in our body. We have only 10 trillion cells, but we have 100 trillion bacteria. What do they need? They also need something to survive. So when we are talking of food for ourselves, we also have to consider the food for the bacteria. Now, if there is a symbiotic, a synergistic relationship between that, then we would be able to achieve metabolic health. I would allude to metabolic health in a little while. But the fact is that this entire conundrum of diseases that we are facing currently, we've done away with, infectious diseases, smallpox and plague and cholera, they are done with, which were the major causes of mortality and morbidity. Today we are faced with the challenge of hypertension, dyslipidemia, diabetes type 2, then you have obesity, polycystic ovarian disease, dementia. You want to say something? Okay. So dementia, Alzheimer's, all these are chronic metabolic diseases. And the fundamental unit in our body is mitochondria, the mitochondrial function. Now there are few things, if they work in tandem with to help our mitochondria as the energy source, where you have the adenosine triphosphate, the ATP, the energy of life, then it works for you, and these chronic metabolic diseases will be at bay. But if they work against you, which means that there are subcellular pathologies like acetylation, methylation, membrane instability, insulin resistance, autophagy, where body generates new mitochondria wherever there is a lack of energy. So considering all this, if we are able to address, if our nutrition is able to address this issue, then maybe we would be in a better state of health. And what is health? Basically, when we talk of health, it is important to understand that health is a balance between all these functions which is happening in our body. And one example that I wish to give to you is, when I talked about the trillions of bacteria which cohabit our gut, the food is fiber for them. Now, fiber is never considered as a nutrient because it was never meant for us. Fiber was meant for the bacteria. And if these bacteria do not get the necessary fiber, then they get angry in very layman terms, and they would be, denuding the mucin layer of the intestine, increasing the porosity, and also disrupting the immunological barrier, which means that all that we have in our gut, then goes into the bloodstream. The three main things which I consider as, quote unquote, for a lack of a better word, poison for our mitochondria are trans fat, branch chain amino acids, and the fructose, which the industry now is using for various reasons. They want to strip off the fiber, increase the fructose so that it becomes more palatable. So everything is sweetened, and these things should be decreased in our excess of branching. Branching for athletes is good, and for those who are doing hard work, because it's an essential amino acid. But what you have in corn, branching, leucine, isoleucine, valine, all these, if they are in excess, then they would adversely affect the mitochondria. So in nutshell, what I want to give you a sense, we can discuss more on all this, but if you consider this entire paradigm, while you are making safe, affordable, accessible food, then that real food will be of medicinal value to us, of therapeutic value. And millets, in my nearly a decade of work, we have a body of evidence, and that is where we have generated that evidence to show efficacy trials and a systematic review and meta-analysis of various data points, where we are able to show that, dyslipidemia, hypertension, diabetes, calcium retention, growth parameters, statistical improvement in growth, all these, and of course anemia, all these things in different types of and different varieties of millets. So we have to revalorize the minor millets, which are only 5% of the total millet production, so that they are able to be mainstreamed. And I always end my statement with, millets are not an option, it's an imperative. I feel so convinced about it that they are not inferior grains. They do not, they are smart in every way, for the planet, for human health, for the farmer also, livelihood. So many things that can improve on, have a social impact. The impact investment could go into social entrepreneurship and traditional finance methods that we have, then probably we will be able to find solution in an integrated value chain and a supply chain, where we have a backward integration and forward linkage with the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhandari. I'll take the point that we need to promote more and more millet intake. And I request Dr. Anupama ji. She is from Ayurvedic background. She is a practitioner of Ayurvedic. Let's hear from her words.
Thank you, Bhandari, and thank you, sir. Thanks for bringing up the challenges of using Ayurvedic medicine and Ayurvedic herbs. So, because everyone asks the same question to me also whenever I suggest some herbs for regular use. So, what is the scientific approach? How it is working? What is the results? How in scientific way? Everybody asks me, but our tests have a different information regarding that in Ayurvedic terminology. So, what I suggest now at this point is, so we need some research in Ayurvedic herbs, how they're working, and the data should be collected with these things. So it's very important point for this, and rural employment also includes in this. I'll tell how we can do that. So first, research should be done, and for the rural employment, I'm going to give some more points. Like first, the cultivation of herbs. It's very not many people are doing this, but there is a lot of potential in this for the herbs. So we can make so many. It's like a herbs and food products also. We can use in food products. So we can do cultivation herbal gardens, and then and also herbal Ayurvedic villages, global villages. We can so much employment to the rural people with these herbal villages, Ayurvedic villages. So we can, in the Ayurvedic village, we have a special treatment called Panchakarma in Ayurveda, where the therapist specialization therapists in that we can give training for more people and get the patients from areas and abroad also. It's one of the employment opportunity for us going through this. And then nowadays we have to collaborate with the technology also, right? So we have to do a digital marketing for this and digital reach out, right? So we can do training for the people who are in the rural areas. So how they are regarding the Ayurvedic, how they are doing in Ayurvedic in rural areas. Like then can we start with the global videos, right? They can do videos and post in the medias. We can do that.
So what happens is, I'm sure he also kind of agreed to me. So today when we look at the CSR activity from the corporates, big corporates across, right? So there's a lot of fund which is given us by the government, which is 2%. So what the focus is happening, most of them is children, right? And it is women. And us as a team with Satya Sai Foundation, if we are able to really influence that fund to really help develop the rural villages, that is one piece. Because the money which comes, especially yesterday I was attending the GCC session, and we had United Way, which is a body, which is a regulatory body to again further channelize. So if you are able to make that fund available for aspirational, because today what's happening is, which I see, a student says, I am horticulture student, they don't take that pride, the kind of work that they do. And that again becomes our responsibility from this fraternity. How do we make this aspirational, especially to create jobs? So there are methods. One is, which I mean on top of my head, which is coming, is the CSR funds, which is available from the private sector, which runs into millions of dollars. And we all know that. How do we take a cake of that, a piece of cake from that, and see, can we be that piece to what Mahesh was telling? How do we generate the jobs? How do we make it aspirational? So there are ways. Sorry, I just jumped the gun.
It is very important. Unless and until we provide the job opportunities,
Yeah.
It has to be a collaborative effort from all
True.
sides.
So it also becomes, how do we interact with all the startups today? There is startups, and what was surprising me is, though they were saying rural development, and the startups that we could see was again more on the technology side. So this is a devil on the thing that we have to accept and say, how do we make this aspirational and affordable? And this affordability can come from all the industry together, but also making aspirational. People don't really take pride saying I'm from the agriculture background. Kids say, they take a step back and say my father is a agriculturalist. They are not proud of it. I think us as the fraternity should say, you are important for us to survive. If we are able to send that message, it will help.
Definitely, Preeti, I agree with you, definitely. That's why I'm saying, once we start an organization like Global Village, we can include everyone in this. So we need a lot of people. We can create more than 50 kinds of jobs for the village. It includes everyone, the farmers, the servant maids, the technical people around that village. We can use everyone in that area. So that is the best way to give opportunity to rural population. That's what I feel. And also, I also support for training programs and educational programs for them, so that we can teach them to use how the medicinal plants and the nutrition, how the local people that ayas and ANMs will be there, right? So that they have some knowledge definitely, so because of their training everything. But in this way, the healthy way of giving the foods for the kids and the parents and the mother, so we can create more awareness. That's what I need now. They need awareness of the Ayurvedic nutrition, healthy way of lifestyle. which Ayurveda can help a lot in that. We have a lot of principles where how to lead a life, healthy life, so which includes small kind of regular daily activities as well as some herbs how to take regularly to keep our health, maintain the preventive care, and also to keep the disease going into chronic stages, and also maintaining the lifestyle. That's what I feel. Thank you.
We have Anand here from Annapurna Trust. They are doing a great job giving morning nutrition breakfast thing for more than 10 lakhs children every day. So, and he will talk about what are the gaps that are there, what are the improvements that he wants to find, and the help that is needed.
Thank you, Mahesh. Just two things to tell the job creation for the agriculture sector out of context but very relevant for this section because the founder of India Startup Festival, Mr. J. Chaudhary Garu, this is about 3 months back. The concept of increasing the interest for the students to invite the concept of agriculture as a profession is now taken so seriously that somewhere near a place called Dharmavaram, okay, it is his ancestral property. And let me also tell this because this anyway is public. So J. Chaudhary Garu came with the concept that anybody who wants to come up with agriculture as a profession within the foundational abilities which is available, 1 acre of land will be given to them with their parents staying there, scientifically seeing that the seeds which they want to produce as the right business opportunities can be encouraged because this is what is lacking in largely the ecosystem because they don't have land and they don't have anything to means. So you're creating jobs like that. And all of you have to go back and congratulate J. Chaudhary ji for such a very unique thing. Of course, the concept was also kind of made very institutional by the organization over here under the collaboration of the university over here and J. Chaudhary Garu Connect. We started this initiative. Apart from this, maybe since most of you might be knowing about Sri Satya Sai Annapurna Trust, we also have our fellow trustee, Dr. Narayan Murthy sir, in the audience. And, with such a wonderful team of members over here, and of course, with the support and the passion of a lot of people who are behind the scenes, today we are serving 30 lakh children. Just wanted to mention that while the numbers are definitely very encouraging, as we speak, as I see the slides given by Sir, 150 million children who are undernourished. So this shows how much of work which all of us have to do. Of course, we made a beginning. We are making a lot of interventions. The intent of this meeting is also to get stalwarts like Dayakar Rao sir, Rajaji to come forward and make a scientific clinical data which can actually showcase to Government of India with the support of Satish Babu Anna. And we would like to see to it that at least in the next 2 years' time, when these models are there, if we would like to at least address 1 crore of the children. Today we are talking about 30 lakh children. In the next 2 years' time, we should be able to address 1 crore children. And once we do that, and the moment we initiate this kind of a large initiative, the government should at least look at it, and they should replicate the same thing in the various school interventions. So I don't have much to say. I'm rather here to listen to all of you, but this is a small introduction about what we do. Over to Mahesh.
Thank you, Anand. So, Raj, since you are into the nutrition, please tell us what NIN is doing and what are the steps that are being taken in this perspective.
Thank you all. So, NIN, as you know, gives guidance, and our mandate is that all children, adults should be healthy. So we look for optimal health and we give guidance in terms of food composition tables. We develop what food has what nutrient, and we give guidelines on how much food that should be taken. So these are the two main. These are the two things we tell to the common public, and then based on what is needed, we do research. What nutrients are very difficult to understand for the layperson. When I say about iron, some people understand iron because it is a common public health problem. If I say zinc, they don't know what is zinc. Most people will say, I don't know what zinc is, especially a lay person. But if I say food, like say rice, it is much more easier to understand. So food-based dietary guidelines is the cornerstone of our publication. So we give food-based guidelines. Food-based guidelines is because you're talking about nutrition and nutraceuticals. Now, when you talk about food, it is fundamentally divided into three categories. One is the energy-rich foods. When you talk about energy-rich foods, it is cereals. It gives you energy. You talk about fats and oils, it gives you energy. Sugars, which should be consumed less, it gives again energy. So these are the three energy-rich foods we have. Now cereals, as Dr. Raj Bhandari has said, that it has to be half of it should be whole grains is what we recommend. So millets are whole grains. In South India, for example, or nearby Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, the entire population eats rice, and it is a refined flour. There is a high chance of NC risk factors, again, as Dr. Raj Bhandari has pointed out. So millets are a cornerstone for Karnataka, as Karnataka is a bastion of millet product producer in India, because it is one of the highest, still consumption of millets is very high. This could be exported to states such as Andhra and Tamil Nadu as well, where you have a lot of scope, where rice is the predominant food. So rice is a refined flour. So that's what I always advocate. So millets add to the wholeness of the food in terms of fiber and all the micronutrients. The second thing is again fats. It's very important for children to have essential fatty acids. So what is lacking in the program, I always feel DHA. You're not giving egg or is a vegetarian diet. Try to give DHA in some form where the brain development can happen faster, and especially if you look at all the developed countries or countries around the coastal area where they consume a lot of seafood, the intelligence is usually higher compared to the mainland areas. This has been usually how things happen because of seafood, iodine. All these things are important for those who are around the sea coastal area, but not in the central mainland area. These foods are deficient in iodine, DHA, so the IQ levels are not as high as compared to the coastal areas, and usually the best of the best usually are coming from those parts, and then again the migration happens. And to talk about England, which is also rich in sea areas, and there's a lot of sea, wherever there's sea and water, you have a lot of iodine content that improves your brain development, fish, which improves your DHA. This is how it's very important that these nutrients be part of children's diet. When we talk about against sugar, we say that avoid sugar as much as possible. The entire sugar should give at least not more than 10% of the total calories. Now we are seeing 5%, but the recommendation is, for example, on a 2,200 kilocalories, right? It is about 200 kilocalories, which is about 200 by 4 is 50 grams of sugar. So not more than 50 grams of sugar a day. So you take a spoon, one teaspoon has 5 grams. So for a coffee you make, you add 3 teaspoons, 15 grams. So just taking coffee 3 times a day with sugar, it has 45 grams. So that's how you can avoid sugar. That's the limit of sugar you can actually have. So this is the fundamentals of energy-rich foods, and this is my general advice. The next is the productive foods, which is very important. Coming to agricultural aspects, that is you consume at least 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You see, I show the hand, which has 5 fingers. This is what we recommend. We should consume at least 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. And this is the global guidelines of 400 to 500 grams of fruits and vegetables a day. So this gives fiber, all the micronutrients, antioxidants, polyphenols, all the richness. The typical Mediterranean diet, so the diets which give you longest benefits in terms of hypertension, diabetes is called the Mediterranean diet, and it recommends about 5 to 7 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. How do you increase fruits and vegetable consumption? And this is where I would improve. One is the Nutri Garden scheme done by the MSRF. In this, the Swaminathan Foundation has recently started these Nutri Gardens, where they've been cultivating Nutri Gardens in all the 4 regions of the country. And it's a very good scheme, and I thought you could take some lessons from those, how you could grow Nutri Gardens. You know which food gives which nutrients based on your regional profile, be it zinc, be it iron, be it vitamin A. The commonest, you can identify those plants, grow them. That would be one aspect. And just finish one last thing for the agriculture thing, which I've been very passionate about. Conferences like this, you listen to them passively. When you go to reading, you do it actively. But the round table, you listen passively. So in one of the conferences, an agriculture scientist was saying that why do plants have phytates and tannins? Why should they have in the first place? It is because the insects wants to get inside the plant and eats the ripened carbohydrate. So plants tries to protect from insects to have this phytate and tannins. So it is the productive mechanism for the plants. The same plants we consume again.
in food, these phytates and tannins will inhibit our anti-nutrient absorption. So what is good for the plants in that instance is actually being bad for us. But because we are also insects to the plant in one case, because we are eating the plant in the end. So this is how can we reduce the phytate and tannin antioxidant content with wheat processing technology, or sometimes what is called the aeroponics, where you're able to grow over a period of time. In aeroponics is a technique where you can actually grow plants and green leaf vegetables without soil, where there's no bacteria, and you have the plants grow almost 30%. Green leaves grow 30% size, and this is a very good area for green leaf vegetables, where you can grow faster without any contamination from the soil, and has all the nutrients and less anti-nutrients, and gives you iron, vitamin E. So these are the techniques I would suggest that you could, as a technologist, you can use old warehouses and start growing the green leaves, and you see what is the potential. There's a great potential for urban farming, especially because you can grow beside your house in a big warehouse or hotel and just export them very quickly. You have the freshness of the vegetables. So aeroponics is successful for right now. It is cost efficient for green leaf vegetables, tomatoes, cucumber, and this is growing over a period of time. All medium-sized plants could be grown this way in the aeroponic conditions, and of course there's no bacteria, and also there's no need for the fertilizer. Is another thing. One advantage of aeroponics is because no soil is there, no bacteria can contaminate. So this is one thing you could promote as a long-term solution. Thank you for me. Thank you.
Reminds me one of the thing in Ayurveda about regarding nutrition. For the essential fatty acids was saying that it's right. So ghee is the best for everything, from childhood to adult stages. So you can include maybe if you are doing any research on that. Definitely, I can suggest for everyone. I usually suggest in hospital, ghee is the best for memory, intellect, and brain growth. So definitely, we can suggest through Science and also we can encourage giving ghee also.
My small request is kindly help us with a small paper, a study paper on what is your finding about this discussion, so that we can incorporate in our also views also. Anupamaji also kindly make a small study paper so that we can collect into a small.
Whatever I'm speaking about is based on evidence. So we'll share you the papers,
yes,
evidences, and of course, this is you can minute it and we'll share you the relevant papers.
Very
We'll be receiving the white paper which will be released to all the government organizations, and we'll be working for the next 5 years on these action items. Dr. Dai, please.
I think quite a bit of nutrition is built. So, of course, there are a few things I would like to add, but more important is that, of course, this is an international year of millets. I'm so happy to see this, that we are all celebrating. So, just thank you once again, Mr. Offset, the organizers, part of this. I would like to dwell on some of the issues that has come here and there, but before that, I think when we talk about millets, I've been in this millets for more than 2 decades of my life. I've seen the fall, then the stability, and then now the rise of it. So I'm very happy if I'll be able to give you the holistic picture of it. Perhaps 1 or 2 minutes more, perhaps. It's worth taking that experience into that. These are domesticated by the farmers for their own consumption. So that is what it is. This transition, the introduction itself, right? Today, farmers have to grow for you, and beautiful names are coming. Its branding was a poor man's crop. Now today, we call as Shriyana by the Prime Minister of this country. So maybe it's a mother of all grains, or the glory lies with the millets. So how we justify that and how the transition happening is very important. Now India has more than 250 to 300 million tons of the food grains. Millets would contribute about 20 million tons. So we need to understand that, and then how we map with the nutrition, availability, accessibility, all these things. One needs to think very holistically. So what we need to cater to, that is also very important. At the macro level, it is important that can we really able to meet the food requirements of the entire country. Definitely, we are moving from food security to the nutrition. So I think it has begun. It has begun, and how we can balance that, and it's very important that the backward integration needs to be properly understood. Who are growing that, how they are benefited, and what is the other name for the millets is the smart foods. Smart foods, by definition, that what ICRISAT and Indian Institute of Millet Research, we have come together as a smart food campaigning. It's good for you. I think they were telling about all the goodness of millets for the people and all. Today, millets have to be discovered primarily because of two reasons. One is because of the nutrition. Second one is the climate change, climate resilience they have. So it's good for you. Huh? Non-communicabilities. Obviously, I think you can be correct. So the second part is that good for environment. So these days everybody is looking for water conservation. They take about 350 mm of water compared to 2100 mm of sugar. For rice, 1 kg of rice to produce, you take about 5,000 liters. So 1/10 of it perhaps come from where millets can take the water, and per drop per crop it is quite high. So what it takes very less, this has multiple uses. So then it's a water footprints are less, carbon footprints are neutral, there's a carbon neutral because of C4 past photosynthetic route that it takes, so more efficient in terms of that. And of course, there are many other things. It's good for the farmer also, in the sense that very less investment, and then they can get a real good crop and a crop of value. So unfortunately, it is our own crop. We have neglected it primarily because at the time of the Green Revolution, we were all the time thinking about the food security. So that time it is nice that we were talking in terms of the quantity. Now, suddenly we have to turn towards the quality because we realize how the lifestyle diseases are crawling, primarily because of the food habit changes. One of the most difficult behavioral change that could happen is the change in food habits. Now that is the challenge this country is taking up. So there are multiple challenges. You have a minimal 20 million tons of it, 15 million hectares of it. And the other side is that the policy, if they want to bring, then they will not be able to do that. Is it a problem of supply or is it a problem of demand? Now, because earlier it was a problem of supply, because there are a number of mouse that consumed were growing down over a period of time. 32 million hectares, now it is 14 million hectares. 15 million tons, now it is about 20 million tons. From the reduced area of 20 million hectares. So research has taken up a very upper hand, but the demand could not take it. Now today, International Year of Millets, we are taking up that awareness campaign and creating demand about that. So this awareness cannot happen just like in the air. It has to be science-based. And so the stalwarts and the institutions come into the picture and try to see what is how we position these millets and cater to various market segments that are there. Now, for example, here the primary purpose is the children. We are talking. How we can make that relevant at all those things. There were several debates happening. Anti-nutrients is one paper that has come in 1970s, and a lot of people still back it up. Today's context, what anti-nutrients is antioxidants, what they call it. So second thing is you can solve this anti-nutrient problem very easily through, you have a solution through the process. So let us do not consider these are the impediments. We have the solutions to take things forward. But doing all that, we should not be overdoing it. So what is overdoing is the nutritional science says the diversity of the foods, as Dr. Raj was talking about this, about that. For example, in millets, my plate concept, they say out of 270 grams of cereal consumption, in this country, the cereal consumption is going to be for a long period. For a long period, perhaps we will not do away. Unlike other countries where the developing economies, the shift from the cereals to non-cereal and food and other things happening as the incomes were growing. But here it is not so. We are going to have that is a sticky problem. But main energy source could be still cereals. Now considering that cereal consumes 290 grams, 270 grams of daily intake, we will be putting millets, they suggested about 1/3 of it, 90 grams. So how you are going to see, it's very proportionate. You see that the total food grains and millets, I think NIN has given a very good deep insights into that, and it matches with the availability also. So can we bring millets to the legitimate place what we are supposed to have it? Because our primary diet from other cereals are completely lacking with the type of the processing they take up, and is primarily lacking in all the essential nutrients which are needed. And this is a rich source where you can bring it. So with that particular diet, perhaps the goodness of millets can be passed on in terms of not only the nutritional profiling of merits that are needed for us, but also the health benefits that could accrue to that. So considering that bringing in that balance is the challenge that we have. Now today we are spending about 30 plus of our incomes over on the medicines, primarily because of the foods which we are consuming and the diseases that we accrue. Maybe a whole year we save the money, but at the end of the year we spend in hospital lakhs of worth of it. Yes. So this is a major problem in all this. Why we need to really get into the supplements and other things and all this? It's a natural food with through the nutrition that can happen, and we know the profiling of it which is done and how we can really integrate. But it's not that easy because rice and wheat took 60, 70 years of where whole country, entire nations have worked on that. But for millets, no R&D yet. So the Indian Institute of Millet Research, we have built up some science and we take the help from NIN, CFTRA and others to really enhance this way. Until and unless you are information, every promotion has to be science-based. Otherwise it's wrong.
Correct. When we take care of the nutrition, we don't need nutraceuticals.
Right? Yes. Sir, one more thing about the processing now. So one of the major problems with the millets is that you need to understand is it doesn't contain gluten. So in the absence of gluten, what happens is that you cannot, gluten is the protein formation which is very vital for bringing stickiness for the processing. So in the absence of gluten, one way it is a blessing for the gluten-free people who are celiac patients who are allergic. The other side of it, it's a big challenge in the absence of gluten. How do you diversify your processing? Only processing that this country knew was only milling, only with the traditional process. Now we have come, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Center of Excellence at diversified processing. Now you can make all the products that can. So, but while doing so, we have done a very good, intelligent way where the scientific information, where the nutrients are lost, and so that the nutrient loss may be minimal and this indiscriminate polishing may not be done, and at the same time the consumer may be given that. So with this sort of a forum, I would like to know, we need to have this basic understanding of while we promote millets, to know that in the value chain, what are the strengths of it, weaknesses of it, threats and opportunities. So that I think we are going for a very long way, and understanding this will make us sense. So the today's paradigm shift is that of course now there are about past 5 years, 500 startups have come. So taking the last mile connectivity is very important. The domestic so there are startups like them who will be taking forward. But our responsibility is that because there is different startup markets, there are something like export markets, but this market is about the mainstreaming millets. I think here we have a role, primary role is the collaborations. So we would be very glad to put our expertise and experience in this and make some sense to the collaboration.
Right. Thank you, Dr.
Sorry,
One last thing, Dr. Devi, since you are from the industry side, I would like to hear what are the regulatory point of view that you are having any hurdles in developing the nutraceuticals point of view from the policy making side.
Also on the millet part.
Millet part, yeah.
Regarding the millets, as the industry, how we can hear that, that when they are making a product, every time the manufacturer has to keep in mind that for which category we are developing this product. we wanted to always keep in mind that for which this is for children or for the diabetic patients or for this young generation. Based on that, we have to modify the product. You know that when we are going in a mall, first we are attracted with the color. First we are seeing the color. Second one is the shape of the bottle or shape of the packet or something. And because that is acting as the second salesperson in the shelves. And then we will take this material and we will open and smell it. That means that is the procedure. Then we will taste it. So every time when we are developing a product with the millet, we have to keep in mind that for which category, that means the same food will not workable with this all generation. When we are making a product for the children, we have to make this product according to their taste, their interest. Similarly, we have to develop this product for this younger generation or the old generation. So I have some experience that the millet in Kerala, there are certain startup companies, they came with the millet powder. You know, as you said, the product as it is not tasty because last several years it was given to the birds and animals. And very few people are eating on that area. Now we are telling that this is for human beings. So when we are converting it for human beings, we want to flourish it. There should recur certain mechanism or marketing mechanism is required to attract the people and convince the people. So what they have done is that they made this product with a different. They are making this as food snacks. They are making irons. They are making like the Cheetos type of product. And they came in our industry for getting different type of flavors. We have given some people they made this product with chocolate and with cocoa. So it is giving this same taste of similar products that is available in the market. So this is a millet that the children can very easily use in the morning breakfast. They can use along with milk and they can utilize it, and it is very easy. And similarly, we can incorporate this, like you said that when we are making the powder, it has a certain problem for converting it into different other products. So, which are the products which are traditionally moving very fast in the market, in which we have to consciously add this millet in 30% or 40%. Then we have to convince the customer that these are the products having this millet 30% and you are getting more protein in this product. If you are taking the same product from the maida, you will not get this much benefit. So similarly, we want to have certain scientific approach and marketing approach and some aesthetic approach. That is also very important for convincing the different traditional people, our new generation people and the youngsters. Then only we can market this millet in such a way. Then, so thank you. Yeah, thank you.
It's a small clarification because you have already said about that. There are food types of millets. There are also animal feed types of millets. So basically, we need to clear that.
Yes, we have to differentiate between the animal food.
Correct. Thank you. Your point. Thank you, and very enriching experience from all of you. I'll just throw a bit of clinical and medical part of it, or disease part of it, because of my specialty. And if you see the evolution, if you see the human race as an evolution, we started from hunter-gatherers. So hunter-gatherer had no non-communicable disease. This is a Mayo paper. It's not an anecdote. So from there, agriculture moved, as you rightly pointed out, from domestic to becoming cultivation as an industry or as a selling product. And I come to your point that I'm a son of a farmer. I come from a village 2 kilometers. I'm very proud. And taking that village example, we grew ragi. We grew ragi. I'm consciously using grew. So as the commercialization of agriculture industry happened, people moved to commercial commercial crops. So even in our village, the first field which was converted to commercial crop was ragi field. And first field, this is my childhood experience to now. First field, if somebody has to sell, if they have a monetary problem, is ragi field, not the wetland, dry land. So again, coming to your point about sea coastal intelligence and the dry land or the arid region. Again, in evolution, we have evolved being that way. I totally agree. Iodine and fish products, and in fact, I think British people ruled the world because of that, because of their intellectual level, and I did my endocrine in UK with that experience also. I'm saying I stayed 10 years. They're very intelligent because they eat a lot of seafood. So that point is correct. But when you talk about arid region crops, human race has evolved eating that. And when when this globalization happened, that got disturbed. And so I'm sorry, I'm just sort of coming to my thoughts, whatever from all the points what has been discussed. Coming to your point about moving to less calorie containing. See, again, in evolution, man has survived and man has adopted in a big way, and human race is has that resilience. And if we are not tuned to what is happening, in spite of knowing science and medicine, this advanced way, we'll fail. So what I want to stress is 30-40 years back, we needed calorie dense food because the jobs were very intense jobs. The jobs were all non-sedentary jobs. Last 30-40 years, majority, 60 to 70% of the population had moved from non-sedentary jobs, active jobs, to sedentary jobs. For that, are we adopting as a policy, as an industry, as a government, to eating less calorie dense foods, to something like millet? So you have a huge responsibility, I'll tell you. So whatever India went through, that green revolution was appropriate at that point when we got the independence, when the wheat and rice was sort of exported to UK. We had hunger, we had starvation as a painful situation. So that point, green revolution, wheat growing, rice growing, was appropriate to eliminate the hunger. But now, as you rightly said, we have to move from hunger to nutrition security, food security to nutrition security. So millet is the answer, and you have a huge responsibility to put millet as the sort of, whatever you said, as a medicinal solution for the modern problem, which will solve the calorie dense not requiring at the current state, and of course educating and other things. And lastly, the malnutrition part unfortunately was not touched, both in children and pregnant mothers, which is such an important aspect, because at the formative age, we just discussed just before, again, what a thought-provoking. And
you can tell about fortified foods.
No, I meant again naturally. See, again, if you take, he said the crops were domesticated. Why rural area there is malnutrition, and why there is more nutrition in obesity in cities? You are sucking the food which has to be there. Again, food security. Where is the food security for the village person who has grown? The city people are sucking the food just because that's. I'm not saying that's wrong, but over a time, money has become the primary sort of answer. So the barter system went away. So the village person needs money, so he will sell, not keeping to himself. Also, somebody said mother is the last person to eat in the family. Same thing has happened in the village. So all this, the answer is not easy. But the core, or if you go into the depth of the issues, these are the issues. So that's but definitely millet. I grew up. I was just saying that
I grew up eating ragi almost twice a day. Our breakfast also many a times was ragi ball, actually. Breakfast also. Thank you. And I will be honest, that ragi ball was previous day night's ragi ball. Sangati they will call it as with buttermilk. If you squeeze and eat, that's a delicacy.
I just add one thing. He told that if you have CSR fund and that can be utilized for the. In Sindhet, we have done one thing just for your understanding. We are making, as you know, that we are making this vegan milk from this Japanese rice. We are using this different a special type of rice from which we are isolating the protein and we are making the vegan milk. So what we have done that with in Kerala, in the due of our factory, we took a lot of land which are not utilizing for cultivation of rice or any other. We associated with the agriculture department and we collected from farmers and we have given this special type of rice to them and cultivate in the unused land and we collected the material and we are making this final product. So an industry can associate with the farmers and they will get a understanding that while they are making the product, it will be consumed by the industry and they are getting better benefit also. So it is a sustainable process. We can do the CSR in such a way. Thank you.
It's the ecosystem, right? And like as you absolutely told it, sir, and the passion that you spoke about, I think I had goosebumps, right? It's the ecosystem that we have to address. Everything is available. There is modification which is required from user and from all the stallers. How are we going to help create this ecosystem? From making it available to making it tasty. I know ragi, and that's something that today, if I'm going to have ragi, after he said, I'm going to actually call my mom and say, "Mom, maybe Sangeet chain in the morning." It actually, how do we create that? How is that ecosystem created? Because especially when you're writing the white paper, all bodies are coming together, but everybody has to be touched upon it and taken that responsibility. Like he's having a huge responsibility of millets, and all of us have our own responsibilities to make this world better. But that ecosystem with driven accountability is something that us as a community, if we are able, because as we'll come together, passionate talking, day-to-day work will call, and we might take this as a back burner. But driving that accountability from that ecosystem is something that I was thinking, and the more I was listening, all of us have that responsibility, but we need to have that accountability. And can I ask you and Anand sir to hold that accountability to whosoever is going to volunteer?
The answer is there. We'll do that.
Okay.
We'll do that. Yeah. What you say, ecosystem, the only way is by creating demand at the bottom of the pyramid. That Anand is already doing it.
Yes, and that's the reason I'm saying
with 30 lakh children. Translation. Yes. So as we are discussing, there's already translation happening.
The demand is
so
real.
That's the
our part to.
Yeah. So I think to add on to Sir, what Sir touched upon very nicely on the how millet could be a solution for your insulin resistance, autophagy, mitochondria. I think that's the gut microbiome. I think these are the things that all of us, and request all of you also to kind of research, because I'm an MBA, but I kind of researched on these things, and I forced Dr. Satish Babu to put a CGM on me just to see the effect of my full-fledged Andhra meal versus a simple.
You should tell I'm a foodie. He knows all the Bangalore restaurants. You can, if you want any final details, you should call him.
So one full meal in an Andhra restaurant, my sugar levels were up to 210, and a simple ragi meal was 115, 120. So this was the kind of like personally I experienced this. So when Sir was talking about that, it kind of hit upon me that this is so important. And now yesterday Sir also mentioned that farmers really have to be shown the way, and farmers have to feel proud that they've been growing millets, and that the only way that's going to happen is that the base demand increases. So now I to kind of put these things into perspective, Anand brother has an audacious goal of serving 8 crore children. 8 crore children in the next 10 years. If that is going to happen, and if that thing happens bottoms up, solution is there. But I would like to touch upon, I think, where we can to bring about that aspirational aspect is to integrate millets and the value addition that we're going to do with things like what Ayurveda says, with the regular he was mentioning about trade-right spices, with cinnamon and things like that, to make it more palatable, to make it more. At the same time, we protect what the real essence of millets can do.
And bottom of the pyramid, I also add.
I want to add.
Only one second, one word. Bottom of the pyramid at the formative age, at the childhood age, preventing again somebody seeing me, building a diabetes, developing diabetes and coming. As a child, if you are taking care of their sort of calorie correct and nutrients correct, that you will prevent adult diabetes.
Not only that, we make them habitual about this. This is very, very vital. Behavioral change. Now, for us to change might be difficult. For a child to start with something good, I think that is what it is. Again, you are one of your pillars of literacy comes. Literacy. They can take it to the future generation. Ernie, just to add one point, to what you said. We say that this is the property of millets, the grains. But what we do to this really determines the food matrix. Now, many millet products that are sold in the market today, upma, rava, vagara, they have a high glycemic index. Flakes, millet flakes and all. So it is the processing technique that really determines the glycemic response. That is point number one. Many things like, where we do germination, fermentation and all, extrusion techniques will increase the bioavailability so that, and also the digestibility. When we talk of children, we have to talk of very specific things in terms of digestibility. The PDCAS, protein digestibility of aminos, all those things become important. The second point that I wanted to say is that the sweet molecule in sugar is fructose. Now, all sugar will have fructose. We found this big controversy, Bournvita and all having, 60-70%. Raja said, we need only 25, 50. He said 50, I said only 25 gram of sugar that we need. Things have changed. There was a cholesterol lobby, which was when we were, as doctors, looking at restriction cholesterol. You said take ghee. Now, cholesterol is not the bad guy. It is sugar, and sugar is inflammatory. And that sweet molecule, fructose I was talking about, which is present in corn, in big corns, high fructose corn syrup, that is being heavily used by the industry. 70% of processed food in the US is added sugar with fructose, high fructose. And fructose is addictive. It stimulates the same brain center, nucleus accumbens, which gives you a feeling of pleasure. So you need more of that dose to give that same amount of pleasure. And you keep on increasing your fructose. So what an average American is consuming today is more than 100 grams of sugar. So right from 25 we are going 100. That is the kind of sugar. Now this sugar, fructose, is a vestigial sugar. Our body doesn't need it. But we are consuming it. It goes into hepatic circulation. There de novo lipogenesis occurs. This fructose is converted into fat. and that fat is deposited. Now, you know, we are not eating that quantity of fat, but this fructose is converted, and this fat is the one which is causing insulin resistance. So all these things are interrelated. The point I was talking about, metabolic health at the cellular level. A calorie is not a calorie. I contest that statement.
Rajbandari, we are a little bit out of time.
Right,
We will
right,
discuss
right.
about this. One last.
Yeah. So it was really nice listening to all of you. And to be very frank, I think next time we should not have 2-hour session, we should have a full day session so that we can listen and dwell on the points. So it's basically called as funnel based approach. So today I am seeing a funnel kind of thing. Like in all the directions and we are the output centers, we will take it forward. So Barney, me and Anand, it's our responsibility to take it forward. Yeah. So I would just like to give 2-3 points and within a minute I will finish it off. So first thing is, as far as what we are doing, we are working on one thing which Sir has quoted, that is hindered hunger management. So we are working towards that side. Earlier we started in 2012 wherein we were giving breakfast, but now we are giving hidden hunger management wherein we are giving science sure or we are giving the ragi jagri kind of thing. Second point, sir, you were quoting about the taste part. So let me tell you, sir, we had a meeting with one of the principal secretary, Shalini Rajneesh ji, a couple of years back, and she told one of the challenge what she is facing is that milk powder is being given to the students, but milk is not getting consumed because they can't consume plain milk. And then Science Show came into picture wherein we give the chocolate flavor, and it's like that I have seen from my eyes. Till the last drop is not getting consumed, they are coming for second serve, third serve, fourth serve kind of thing. Then comes the last point which madam you were talking about, the CSR partnerships. Yes, it needs support from various like-minded donors. It needs support from the corporate side. So we are having almost 65 plus CSR partners with whom we are working, and they all have vision towards nutrition side. And of course, it's a time when we are saying that, okay, from 30 lakh, now we have a target of 8 crores. Obviously, we need more hands to join together. So we all will work together so that more and more CSR partnerships will come into picture and more kids will be getting benefited. Thank you.
I have to speak on behalf of Preeti ji because there was one point about taste, about how we have to enhance her. Preeti ji and team is working on an innovative solution on how a millet can also have a flavor like strawberry.
So we already have
flavor like vanilla, chocolate. So it's a very nice thing that you are here, ma'am. On your behalf, I'm speaking that we are working on such kind of taste, sir, just to make it very palatable for the larger children out there. Because, sir, you might be knowing there are large corporates which are there. A simple example is Slurp Farm, an entity which is producing millet, which is maybe 30 or 40 rupees per kg. If you can go and see on the Amazon, it would cost 150 rupees, 5 times expense. The kind of propagation they are doing through marketing about millet says that the need is there. Thing is that we need to have the right platform. Okay, so with this I conclude and I give it to Mahesh. Anupama ji. Yeah, please.
Is that people say that this is millet based. 5%, 10%, 25%, 50%, but we cannot determine how much millet is there. We are looking at the proximate, protein, fat, and this. But
there is no way of measuring.
There is no way of measuring how much percentage of millet they are adding.
Yeah, so just one.
As a doctor says, nutrition correction should start at the age of child, right? But I say it should start with the couple.
Adolescence before pregnancy.
Yes,
But for that point,
couple has to start.
12 years, 12 at age of.
It's in menarche, start when menarche starts, then we start with two start. Also because ball also, the same thing. So we artists, we say in Ayurveda, when the couple wants to go for pregnancy conception, they have to start their lifestyle corrections at the same time and time. That's what I just want to.
One last question we'd like to take from audience. Any question?
Any question, please? From now.
Hello. Hi everyone. It was a very enlightening discussion.
Speak louder, please. Louder.
It was a very enlightening discussion. As a consumer, I've read a lot of books on different things, and like I feel confused every other second. So you talked about ghee. There are theories against ghee as well. You talk for ghee. There will be theories propagating. So how should a consumer, new age consumer who should he believe in on social media, on books? Someone says industry is backing the influencers. Someone says industry is backing the case for sugar, against sugar. So how should we as consumers decide? And like for people coming from different regions, there are different nutritional requirements and different nutritional availability. So how, every time I come to a discussion or go anywhere, I get out more confused. Rather than that okay, I'll go and eat this or feed my parents this or feed my family this. So
this question cannot be answered in 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. See, science is not carved in stone. So what was true then might not be true now, today. That is point number one. It is dynamic, it's moving. The second thing is that now what we are facing is, an epidemic of these non-communicable, which are foodable, not druggable. As a medical doctor, I can tell you that I can't cure any of these diseases. There is no cure. Or I am only treating a symptom. So you are confused, even we are confused. And we are trying to find solutions to those issues. And all that comes basically, which is evidence-based, which means proper trials, proper validation. Not talking about correlation, we are talking about causation. Now we are talking about causation. We are going upstream. So you get my point. The crux is that you will continue to hear these new voices, but they are also important.
Thank you, Dr. I would like to conclude this session.
Look healthy, don't worry. So I have a quick point if you can.
Thank you. I would like to conclude this session. We have here all the practitioners, doctors, Ayurvedic doctors from industry side and National Institute of Nutrition.
One quick point, I don't have to take too much time.
Yeah.
Need a mic also. As you were telling, actually there is a lot of information available about the nutrition and everything.
Right.
Those who understood are doing business, those who have not understood are using the products. Actually, what is the right measure of consumption or what are the right indications for these things? They are definitely being supplements. But the organized sector is doing very good job in the research side and even
awareness is one thing.
Exactly. I am just addressing the point. It has to be much more organized. Awareness cannot be like DD channel is authentic for some government news, not the private channels. So nutrition news has to be little more authentic sources.
Nutrition channel.
So in the statement with one, I think there are regulations, there is evidence. So I just want to answer in a bigger picture. And once where our ex-director, Dr. Sachkiran said that no matter what the guidelines say, you still eat that sweet, you still eat that cake because you like it. Food is always what you like it. That's how it's been. And then you say that, okay, now we have evidence, and even though there is evidence that, okay, ghee is bad, still people eat ghee. So, and he himself forces his own belief saying that ghee is good. That's how he wants to. So he reads articles only which likes to him. That's one way of going here. And one thing, I think I'll still end up with Dr. Sachkiran's statement. He says that the amount of food God has given you is constant. If you want to live it for 100 years or 50 years, that is the amount of food you have to eat. So if you're eating a lot of food, you're going to die early. So that's the final conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Deep gratitude
where you live, eat the food available near you that suits you. No, not further away from. That's okay. Yeah, eat what you deserve.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are here at the India Startup Festival 2023. I'm a special guest with me, Ramna, who's from Food Tantra. Let's understand what Food Tantra is all about. Ramna, welcome to the show. Thank you. And tell us about Food Tantra. Let's start with understanding what Food Tantra is. Food Tantra is a B2B tech SaaS product. And it's a B2B, we have the education institutions. So, you can say we are the single largest platform provider. Most of our Indian institutions are companies like IITs, IIMs, large private universities like EITs, Shastra, and others. So, what do they do? What do we actually provide them as a service? There are two main products. So, one being interactive teaching and learning platform for coding. That's the reason we have been focused. That's how we got along. And during COVID, we pivoted and created India's most secure, most secure and value efficient corporate assessment platform. During which many of our top universities, including IITs, have conducted their academic assessments, teacher academic exams, PhD exams, and so on. So, one of the great questions that comes to mind is coding. All AI talk that's happening, like ChatGPT and write its own code. How do you see the relevancy of learning code? How important is it? And then your own, as a company, your own presence is very, very, very important question and frequented question nowadays. So, do you use ChatGPT? ChatGPT provides tool can help you in a lot of things with respect to coding with good quality. Now, let's say you are doing a project. You need to develop the front end, the back end, you will use ChatGPT asynchronously to develop the independent markets of our CAD. But then you need to understand what coding is doing to actually integrate it to make the whole project work. And that is not possible if you yourself are not a coder, programmer, definitely someone like me cannot do it. So, in a simple statement, you have to phrase it for you want to understand that you say, ChatGPT is a wonderful tool, great tool. But however great the tool is, if it is with the food, the tool remains a tool, food remains a food. Very well, very well. So, going forward, so this pivot that we made during the COVID period from into the assessment part from the teaching and learning platform, it was a need of the hour doing that. Right? We were doing online teaching and we created the standard efficient video teaching platform. Google Meet, Zoom, consuming 1 GB data per hour to a mobile phone every day. In our platform, it was 60 MB data. So that was a necessary thing at the time. Now we have adopted, we have changed for conducting digital assessments also. So same assessments are offered now. There's insights, for example, if you notice there on our screen, you will see regular answer booklets that are written by students during their examinations are digitized and are now made available for all student evaluation. We have some patents also for question-wise answering evaluation from the point of view. So we don't see it as mutually competing, they're complementary because every academic institution has teaching and learning in an essential core component and assessments also for it. So we see both of them having very good outcomes. India Startup Festival in rural. So where do you see your product? I'm very happy and proud to inform you that, as you can see, the top names that are there, associated with our brand, like we also cater to the tier 3 and tier 2 markets. Go to any village, okay, the remotest parts of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, you will find a product using to teach their kids. So that's really commendable. The fear factor that is there around ChatGPT, where you said, I wanted to give a message, especially the techies out there who probably are worried if their jobs are taken over by AI. A message for them, what do you think, why they should not fear? They should still make, their coding as their base. I don't think I'm the first one to actually answer this question. Many more experienced than me working this year already expressed their views, saying actually are going to take jobs. In fact, it will probably make you a better person, help you produce more code and be more efficient. And we will see any technological advancement would usually come with the initial fear, atmosphere, because of this new technology, maybe we lose jobs. It that happened. I'm sure there are so many examples where everything from calculator to this. So I think it's just that phase. And the moment we cross the threshold and that generative AI becomes a norm in terms of its output influence and various industries. This is a phase that's passed by people who can recollect it. They were in that fear. Media house. I think you're doing a commendable job because normally for a startup like us, it's not that easy to get a media presence and so if you are focused on startup, I think you're doing it. Thank you very much for being on the show.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, this is Ramji Pallela from CCMB Incubator called Atal Incubation Center CCMB. I'm very privileged to be here at Indian Startup Festival by being partner to ISF 2023, and we are actually exchanging an MOU also. MOUs are apart, but at the moment I'm very astonished to see the stalls here and the multi-diverse startups, not only in the healthcare area but also into different areas in food and nutrition, agriculture, and also into the IT sector, technology side, and fintech, etc. So, by being here, I have witnessed several connections and the greatest investors, that are here, not only from the India but from outside. And this particular networking opportunity that CCMB is having today to engage them to our startups, to establish their businesses and also to scale their businesses. So having the different addresses by greatest people on the dais, and the take-home message is that you need to do your job at the right time, with the right energy, the right action. So I think with that energy, I just encourage all the school student innovators, college innovators, as well as scientists, startups, and everyone, all the best. And whatever the support for the healthcare and life sciences area, not only with the infrastructure facilities but also the funding, etc. Happy to connect with the AIC CCMB, and thank you so much for this opportunity. And MyStartupTV is one of the first of its kind channel in India, so that can actually motivate and encourage and accelerate. accelerating TV channel, I can say. And I wish you all the best, My Startup TV as well. Thank you so much.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Rashmi Kumar and I'm the CEO of Decode Consulting Services. I also represent Technogen, a group of companies, as the Chief of Strategy. My experience with ISF 2023 has been really great. It's a lot of learning, first of all, and at the same time implementation of a lot of learning. And to top it all, it was fun. Definitely. A lot of ideas, a lot of amazing startups that have been curated this year, and amazing people who volunteered and worked for this and gave good experiences and learning. I would like to request all of the startup entrepreneurs or the wannabe entrepreneurs also to take a look at this and utilize this opportunity. We've created a great program for all of you, and please make the best out of it. We did it because we wanted to do it. What we went through during our startup journey, we don't want others to go through that. There's a lot of resources available. Please utilize that. If you have an idea, this is the place to make it a profitable venture. Thank you.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Guidance and let the farmer decide at the end. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon everyone. This is Chandrasekhar from Pranadhara. I'm basically a chartered accountant, part of Pranadhara. Pranadhara is a holistic solution providing company for the farmers. And we specially work on mechanized solutions and forward linkages, being a model for being a single stop solution for farmer kind of a model. Now, coming to the current question, to the dimensions and perspectives laid down by the speakers, I would like to put one more dimension at the bottom of the pyramid is who is actual farmer. Actual farmer is tenant. Whatever policies, designs we are doing, they are not reaching to this 50% of actual agriculture. And India offers 200 million hectares of sown area in a year approximately. 65% is pulses and grains. Which crops are not affordable for any technology apart from their own cultivation pattern. Whatever agri-tech we are doing today, it is only providing to some cash crops, rich crops, which can be affordable by some corporates. But there is no customer in agri sector for any agri product, agri tech product, because 65% is a 6 months year crop, hardly with a turnover of 50,000 crores. That is the real problem. Second, when we are doing these things, a technology, whatever it is coming, a viability from the purpose of operation is important. At the same time, financially viability is very, very important. A model developed reaching to the nth level of customer is very important, and in doing so, creating an ecosystem where you take the agriculture sector to an agriculture industry is very important to revive as a rural sector. That is my perspective on it. Thank you so much. Please,
this is Rajiv. I have a startup, Kheti Vepar. One of the problems that I see that a farmer faces in the agri sector today, we are talking about a population base size, which is nearly 26 crores for farmers, out of which 80% are marginal. We are having an agri brain drain from rural villages. Farmers, youth are giving up agriculture for higher aspirations. We are talking of early adapters in agri-technology and agri-tech. That is why it is only 0.8% of the total market size. If we really want to solve the problem of farmers, we have to provide opportunities related to the youth. And that is my biggest problem that I foresee, that if there will be no farmer, there will be no food. We have to arrest this problem of agri brain drain. Then everything else will work. That is what I want to state here.
Thank you so much, Vijayji. When I over to this forum here.
Just to add what sir said, just one perspective is, are we providing solutions to today or to the future?
We will discuss it. That is exactly what we
What I'm saying is the average age of a farmer 4 years back as a published data is 51 years.
Absolutely.
Now it is going to deteriorate, as sir has rightly pointed out, and inviting youth into the agriculture is very important for future.
Brilliant point. That's exactly. Yeah, the mic is there. Just keep it the phone there. Please go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Sushant Masana, CEO at Farm Sarathi. So we help farmers cut down the weed and pest control costs with our robots. We have startups who are solving problems in the input segment, and we have startups who are taking care of output segment as well. The problems in output with middlemen are involved, and there are more and more startups coming from farm to fork. And Fassel is taking care of crop advisories, and we have credit linkages happening. But what about farm operations and farm mechanizations? This is where the real problem lies with. There's a lot of automation to be yet to be done. They're still following the conventional old methodologies with labor and diesel operated tractors. So that's what my standpoint is. Unless and until we automate farm operations, we'll not be able to scale profitability in agriculture. Thank you.
Great.
Good afternoon.
So by the way, his product is a brilliant product. And once the entire program is done, I want to show his video of robot which he has invented. Sure. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm MajorSunilShetty. People call me Casey. I'm Director of Agri and Social Sector Advisory for South India of Ernst & Young Consulting. I had a stint of more than 25 years in agribusiness sector. I was also fortunate to promote the first agri incubator in the country at ICRISAT, and I had an opportunity to promote around 33 agri incubators in India and Africa. So I would like to also comment about the few points most of the people have stressed, and I am also of the same opinion in terms of the key challenges in agriculture. First, what sir was mentioning about is the retaining youth in agriculture. So we need to have some different business model to ensure that we are retaining youth in agriculture, because we can bring in technology, we have land resources, fantastic agroclimatic condition. If youth are not being able to be retained in the agriculture for long, it's not going to be sustainable. I go with this point. The second point is related to climate change. This has become a big havoc, which our Tulasi, this person was also mentioning. So people are not changing towards the new pattern of climate change which is happening. So that is one aspect. But also the products which are available for the climate mitigation is also not adequate. That is one area that need to be taken care. So this is one point related to climate change. Third is migration of rural to urban. A lot of lands are getting into real estate, which are fertile lands. And similarly, also a lot of lands are getting into fallow because there isn't any adequate people to manage that. So we need to think around a different approach, not only ensuring the youth are retained, but also we need to come out with some solutions how to manage these fallow lands through corporate or maybe public-private partnership or cluster farming. Different methods need to be adopted for ensuring that sustainable production of agriculture. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Krishna Kumar from ITC. My qualification is working with Indian farmer for the last 40 years, developing various crop value chain. Working with the farmer, Indian farmer, is my passion. Coming to I think most of the co-panel members have already highlighted. I think 40 years back when I was studying agriculture in my university, at that time we were told Indian agriculture is gambling with monsoon and market. I don't think much has changed now. I think most of the co-panel members have raised many issues, but one more perspective which, to avoid repetition, one more perspective which I would like to get it in. If you have to find a solution for this, the problems remain same, both, broadly. The changing paradigm from the Indian context need to be looked at. The paradigm can be in the form of lack of efficiency, depletion of resources, either it can be land, other production capabilities from the farmer side, and quite demanding customer one side. See, today customer, how it is looking at from a food security to we are talking about nutritional security. So the expectations are different. And most of the technologies are generic or technologies from the West where it is for the mass farming, large scale farming. So how to adopt those technologies from a technologies of mass farming to technologies for masses. Ours is small and marginal farm. So these are, and how we can leverage the new innovation and technology to address these. And one more new, in the last 5 years, one more additional problem which has surfaced is lack of labor. I think I was talking to a farmer in California. The 5,000 hectare farmer is facing the labor and 5 acres farmer is facing the labor issue, both in terms of availability as well as the skill set. Last 4-5 years again, the climate is becoming more and more adverse. So these are the paradigm. The demand from the customer in terms of custody, in terms of product integrity, those issues are becoming more and more challenging on the farmer. Farmer remain the same farmer with limitations, and the weather is becoming more aggressive. In this paradigm, what are the solutions we need to give, which works on the farmer field is important. That is the challenge today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name is Farhan, and I run a very small startup. Hello, okay, called Dana.
Anybody from Hyderabad here? So you must be doing Lama Khan in the place. The man, the founder is sitting right in front of you.
So, a couple of things we actually, among other things, what Dana does is it tries bringing the marginal farmer's produce and convert it into something which is acceptable to the international market. Okay, very briefly. So, what we are looking at is changing patterns of consumption. For example, we say, the West wants organic food, let's grow organic food. But the people who support organic food will go and buy stuff from McDonald's because they don't have time to cook. Fewer and fewer people are going to be cooking food, and more people are going to eat out of a noodle cup or something like that. So we have to make our farm produce, scale up to that, where it is, scalable into the contemporary forms of food consumption. Now that's a challenge for the sector of entrepreneurs like us. What I would like to mention here, the big elephant in the room, is this, that there are 3 sectors: education, health, and farming. No country, no developed country has worked on these and provided sufficiency without government's active support in terms of money. Okay, farming is not going to be self-sustainable, let's face that. Health sector is not going to be self-sustainable, education is not going to be self-sustainable unless there are government policies. I'm glad that at least Vijay is here, who has some say in the Telangana government. Unless there is an active participation from them who work with the private sector, it is not going to happen. A big challenge for small companies like us is logistics. What costs us, for example, we are able to produce a millet-based fast food, which, for example, competes with, let's say, McDonald's burger. Our idea is that we should be able to afford a $4 organic full meal in the US. It costs us 50 cents to produce it. We sell it at $4 and we still sell it at a loss. You can just imagine that. So if we are producing it at 50 cents, the farmer is getting only 25 cents out of it. Rest of all of it goes into logistics. Not even multiple hands, logistics. Amazon takes away 30% of it. DHL, I think, makes most money out of farmers here because most of the stuff, whether it is ITC, Saffola or whatever, it all goes out through them. So logistics is actually one of the key things that we need to figure out. Now, 85%, I think you said, 86-85% is the 85% are the small and marginal farmers. Also, you have to realize that they are mostly rain-fed. Very little of the Indian farming is actually irrigation-fed. As a result, they are not amenable to any chemical interventions. So what are we going to do about them? The technology that we develop has to be technology which faces the ground situations of changing weather patterns, of less rain or droughts, and most of it is rain-fed, most of it is on semi-arid lands, etc., etc. So those actually are the technology problems that we need to really figure out. Okay. At the end of it, just a small thing for engineers here. Most of agriculture work is actually transporting water. Please understand that. When you sell rice, you're essentially selling 300 liters of water for every kg of rice. So what you're basically selling is water in some ways or the other, and what you're even transporting is water. So if you produce something into it, you reduce the water content, then everything else actually becomes more efficient. I'm just talking about from a fairly theoretical perspective.
Very great. Thank you so much, Ranjit. Shama, yes, the whole world is talking about millets. Even Prime Minister Modi ji is talking about millets. So you are here today.
I think Farhan has set the right context to my talk. So already spoken about rain-fed agriculture. So India's agriculture, 40% of Indian agriculture land is dry land, but not much of R&D is happening, not much of support is happening. So I'm from farming background. My village is just 3 hours drive from here. It's in Karnataka and Andhra border. So recently, 50 of my relatives have come to Hyderabad for a tour. So there was one of our relatives, I asked him, Mama, Seddham etlundi? How is agriculture? He said, Seddhama, chala bagundi. 5 rupailu, 10 rupailu, 15 rupailu. You know what he said is that it's very good. We are earning 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 30 rupees. Which actually in a very sarcastic way he said, but it hurt me a lot. Vijay said that agriculture is our culture. Agriculture is also our way of life. Agriculture was never for commercial. It was more for domestic consumption, and it had a lot more responsibilities of taking care of the environment and cattle, and it was more of empathetic. But today you see farmers, no empathy. They lost their soul and they lost their heart, and that is why the brain drain is happening. They don't want any of the children to be in the villages. Go work in a housekeeping, security, but don't be in the farming. So how do we solve this? And one of the panelists said, who is farmer? The farmer is also woman now, with a changed context. Men is involved in politics, entertainment, drinking, all kinds of things nowadays. The rural culture has been completely changed thanks to all this, whatever that we are doing. So, where is women in decision taking? What kind of agri-tech that you are developing and for whom? Have you been taken their suggestion? Where is the R&D? Where are you involving? So, Millet Bank I started with an inspiration from my own sister, who was selling foxtail millet for 15 rupees. And she won an award because it was the best foxtail millet. Her photo was in Karnataka, that agricultural dairy. But I felt very bad. Why don't we do something? Why don't I use my storytelling skills to sell my sister's millets, right? So then I realized the millet farming is been 4,500 culture for us, for 500-year-old. So right from the seeding to feeding, everything is integrated. We need not to depend on anybody for the seed, for farming tools, or for storage, for primary and secondary. Anyway, they were like doing hand, and they were not selling it. But today, the International Year of Millets and the technology, what is happening, is actually giving a lot more opportunities. But are they even capable of delivering the demand? They are not. Because the complete lack of infrastructure, no processing units, no clean dry yard. They're cleaning the grains on the road, which is getting huge contamination. Labor is very high and no grading and sorting. So the integrated approach, which was at the home level, has to now shift to the community level. So that is where we need more lamakans in villages today. It is not only the agri-infrastructure, but the culture infrastructure, the food and everything has to be retained and restored now. And this infrastructure has to be built. We have to pour money into villages without expecting returns. That is what I think Farhan was telling.
Thank you, Shana. I think go to...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Karthik Ramesh. As an alumnus of several premier institutions and having worked 2 decades in banking, financial services like Standard Chartered, Infosys, and more recently in healthcare, I've become a serial entrepreneur. So if you're wondering what I'm doing on this panel, so in the past, through Standard Chartered Bank's sustainability program, we have supported a lot of, if I can say, Go Green initiatives, helping agri-businesses. We call it agrosperity, like prosperity, right? And I want to summarize, in the interest of time, just in 4 bulleted points on the words agri, right? A, as in accessibility and, if I can say, awareness for the farmers, right? It's not just about the farmers knowing about agri, or about weather patterns, or about the availability of resources, but also accessibility to their healthcare. Today we implement health ATMs, health kiosks in remote tribal areas. As we are speaking, one of my ventures is implementing in Orissa in some of the tribal areas, good health wellness programs through telemedicine for farmers. Because if the farmer is not well, agriculture is not going to grow. G is for green, right? While we talk about green revolution, we talk about green engineering today and green whatnot. What has happened, unprecedented G for growth, modernization has led to fragmentation in availability of agricultural land. So where is the land to do agriculture, right? You have, but what will the poor farmer do if most of the land is fragmented? The R is for reach. What is the reach which you have? And I'll tell you a 2-line story. While in Standard Chartered Bank, for one of the countries in Pakistan to be specific, for one village girl, Sanmat, our sustainability program wanted to help her, but the agricultural land, the reach, it was 42 miles away. So we had to build an agripreneur program for her where she could use food stock training, build her livelihood by selling food stocks and doing all of those alternative practices to sustain herself. And I is for insights. I think we heard a lot about information about weather patterns and all of that. But what is the insight which we are providing, not just to farmers, but also to the youth of the country, that this is something which is sustainable, this is something which is going to build the future of the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, I think. Yes, madam.
Yes, I'm Rashida. I think I'm the only one without any agri background, so I think I'm a very much odd one. But yes, I'm currently the president of TIE, and we do support a lot of startups, and we are also supporting agri startups from the sustainability point of view. So what we have, all the problems, of course, have been identified by all the experts out here. But what we try and are doing at TIE is trying to see how we can collaborate with other countries who are, doing well in agri side, on the innovation side of agri. So we did one cohort with Israel. We took it with Israel and India. We did a cohort where we took 5 agri startups from India and 5 agri startups from Israel. And we, got them to India. We took our startups to Israel to see what are the, innovations happening and how we could use these innovations for our, agri companies out here or for agriculture in that sense. And we realized that, there's so much innovation that's happened in Israel, and even in a small little farm, the output is so much high. So when you're talking about marginal farming or farm space being so less, probably those kind of innovations will improve the productivity even though the farm size or whatever it is. So it's not necessary that you need large farm size to increase productivity, but innovation can lead to higher productivity, higher efficiency using the right kind of techniques. Maybe not necessarily technology, but techniques of how you can do it. So I think that's what I think. Thank you.
That's a brilliant one. In fact, one of the brilliant programs was done by TAI with Israeli country. It was a great program. Probably anybody who wanted to look at it can come and meet us and talk to us later. Thank you, Rashida. Yes, sir.
Namaste, sir. I am a farmer coming from Shumaga district, Sagara Taluk.
Let's give a big hand to him, everybody.
The major problem which I am facing as a farmer is to whom I should transfer the knowledge which I have gained while doing farming is the major challenge that I am facing.
Okay. I said the same thing.
Retaining farmers in the farming community as farmers is a major challenge. Our boys are not getting bright if they stay in village and do farming. Whatever the profit, there is no middleman, transportation facilities, their extension facilities, their seed facilities, everything is there. All the challenges raised by our experts have been addressed. Let us think like that. If there is no pride, farmer seed will not sprout. Modern education, language and the honor of the tech space in the world is threatening our village like a storm. The honor that we people are getting here, we have not experienced that in the village as villagers. As a farmer, milking every day in the morning in our own Goshala, I pray in front of the cow. In which woman womb farmer will born. ರೈತ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾನೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ರೈತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹುಟ್ಟೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಬಿತ್ತೋರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ರೈತರಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾರೋರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ರೈತರಾಗಲ್ಲ. ರೈತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ. ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಒಂದು ಅಭೂತಪೂರ್ವ ಅಂತ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇದು ರೈತ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಅದನ್ನ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
We are not able to understand what he's trying to tell actually. You don't require to talk in any language, but we can see from this.
We are not in a position to tell the world the role of the farmer in the real sense. We are defining a farmer as a paddy grower, as a millet grower, as a processor of one product to another. But that is not the real intention behind doing agriculture. Realizing one's soul is the real goal of agriculture.
Great, sir. We'll definitely make sure that we'll address some issues. Probably ISF will take the opportunity, some ideas from you, and you mentioned to us. We'll definitely call you and take you the real-time solution that you can give offer to us. We'll understand from you more than anything else. Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to the great farmer who is here right now. In fact, we have people with us, speaker Professor Ashok Rangapagaru, and we've been discussing with him for a very long time. And the second question that I want to pose to all the people who are here, of course, Rashida ji has already mentioned to us, TAI President, but there's the same thing that I wanted to ask the forum once again, to keep it very brief and crisp to us. How does the innovation is catalyzing this agriculture? So I'll go to the professor right now. Please go ahead.
It's a very interesting question. We have seen several innovations in agriculture that have really brought revolution in the sector. But one important aspect, we were talking about hydroponics, aeroponics, aquaponics, 3D farming, greenhouse farming, net house farming. All these things, they are the very interesting and wonderful innovations that are there. Yes. And as Madam was telling, see, you need not have to have big farms to make it more profitable. We can definitely make it. The challenge is that how do we make agriculture more profitable from the small farms itself? Innovations and the technologies have really come very handy and helpful to the farmers. But there's a big, gap, as Anansi was telling. See, how do we ensure that this technology is again made affordable to the small and merchant farmers? It's a big challenge, because we all come from agriculture sector. Basically, we are farmers. Maybe occupying different positions and all. It's a different story. But we know agriculture, issues there. So technology is an inseparable component of agriculture now. So in that regard, it is the responsibility of the so-called institutions which are involved in agriculture, innovations, research, development, and all the corporate institutions which are engaged in agricultural innovations. So they have to come together. There's a big divide between the farming community, institutions, as well as the private sector. So this gap has to be bridged, and ISF can definitely play a greater role in this. So I need not have to go in depth of all these things. But how do we bridge the gap? Technologies are there. Not that we were talking about several problems here. There are technologies. But technologies are not being transferred in a very practical way to the farmers. So it is there. Now we have to look at different institutional mechanisms. That's happening now. Not that we only have problems. We also have several, institutional mechanisms to address these problems. But we have to look at ways and means. How do we strengthen these institutional mechanisms? So that has to happen. And I have been seeing, we were discussing in our previous, preparatory meeting. There, see, startups are there. So many thousands and thousands of startups are there. In Karnataka, Bangalore is one of the biggest startup hub in the country. But there's a big divide between the technology takers and the givers. People go with the felt needs. My request to all the startups here, please don't do that. Get into the actual needs and requirements of the farmers at the grassroots level, and then try to cater to those things. So that's where we can make the tech fantastic.
So adding to what Sir said, two important things is, we have, as Sir said, there are too many innovations also in agri-tech, but there are no pilot implementation on ground. And there is no proper owner to it. I'll give you a real-time example. We've done some...
You say the proof of concept which is
absolutely.
Okay.
See, it is restricted to probably there is some innovation done in a agriculture university or ICRISAT has done some research. That's a successful model in-house. But where is a successful model on ground at a farmer pilot? I think that's something which needs to be focused on to get the innovations into the market. Who's the farmer who's grown it? That's a change.
Sir, I think there's just one point I wanted to add, sir. At least in the state of Telangana, there are three major interventions which are happening, which are probably first of its kind in the country, which facilitates piloting of agri-tech startups. One of the intervention includes the one which we are running ourselves at AGA, which is India's first ever agri-tech pilot program, which we call Agri Innovation Pilot Program. We have facilitated agri-tech pilots of the startup technologies in facilitation with scientists and farming community for the last 3 seasons. There are over 20 startup technologies which have been validated not only in the research ecosystems but also with the farming communities in the state of Telangana, number one. Number two, the state of Telangana is also facilitating a very unique Sagu Bagu program where mature startups, a consortium of startups are kind of piloting their technologies with the farming community and the Department of Agriculture. The third such program, which Farm Sati is also a part of this program, is NEGPA program, which is more of a technology validation and piloting with the Department of Program. At least that is a launchpad which we are seeing, but yes, there's a lot more to go.
So, which is right. So, it's good to hear that something is happening. We're talking about a generic statement. What's the current scenario?
I'm just trying to bring that. So some change is happening here.
Small changes
happening. Maybe I'm sure.
So most of our work is with the farming community. We are not an agri-tech company. So we've been
more precisely on the innovation side.
Yeah, we work at the back end. And when you talk about innovation, we partner with others who innovate, right? As well as ourselves. I think the key thing is it's not one size fits all. In agriculture, it's very, very local because you got to look at the soil, the environment, but moreover the culture in the region that you work. You cannot create a model that will work great in a tribal region and try to implement the same one in an urban space. You cannot go to a rain-fed region and then try to go to an elevated space and try to implement the same model. So I think innovation localized to a region is extremely essential for agriculture.
So we come from a classic thought that innovation has to come from universities and research institutions, but we engage with the farmers. Most of the innovation comes from the farmers themselves. So a lot of learning in our what we are doing is field work, learn from the farmers. Like I grow paddy as well. So for me, sickle-based harvesting is one choice. The other extreme is a combined harvest.
So what does that mean by university?
No, so the funds are university, right?
No,
and they have
funds.
Huh?
No, I'll come back.
I mean, there are many projects done there,
okay.
And then there are innovations published, but they don't reach the field. So what I'm saying is, a farmer, we expect somebody else to solve it, but there's a lot of things being solved by the farmer themselves. So, like in coffee plantations, right? There is a thing which is being done before harvesting called scraping. The entire Western Ghats was. When I was new to this, nobody answered the question why the scraping is being done.
So the question is what innovations we have observed, right? So I'll give two.
Yeah. Coming to innovations and its effects on the field, we'll take a classic example of ourselves. We as Pranadhara, we provide a holistic solution starting from land preparation to harvest with the sit and dry solutions for rice. Leaving alone rodent control and irrigation, in our solution package, everything is sit and dry. Out of such experience, I will illustrate an example. In 2019, in a village named Jamulapalam at Papatla in AP, whose acreage is 6,000 acres. So, with the introduction of DSR, direct seeding of rice, where we could do the 6,000 acres of direct seeding of rice, taking away from transplantation in 6 days, which normally takes 45 days of trauma of raising the nursery, transporting and transplanting and fighting with the labor on rightly implementation, and at the same time fighting with the working against the sporadic monsoons. Here, this DSR, standardized by Pranadhara with seeding technologies and other aspects, it could eliminate the dramatic thing, which an acre you can do the direct of seeding in rice in 1.5 hours. That way, in that village alone,
You have proven that actually.
we have proven that's a POC in 2019. So now coming to the economics part of it, apart from the mental trauma and all these things, that village per acre could save 4,500 rupees per acre in terms of cost of cultivation. Thereby, it increased its savings to 2.5 crores. And this DSR could has seen an increment in the yield approximately some 3%, 3,000 per acre. There, totally it gained approximately, as a village of 6,000 acres, near to 4 crores.
So you have recorded this information?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I think Vijayji, please.
So, Rajiv.
Rajiv, sorry.
So, for us, perhaps the biggest innovation has been what Sir just stated, that in Agri the I stands for insights and intelligence, native market intelligence. So we have been in the pioneering field of providing integrated marketing intelligence to a native farmer. It is being provided through technology support of my employees who are also native farmers' children. So my entire staff is deployed in rural villages. So my best tech project management lead is a marginal farmer's son. And he has been staying in his village, and he actually migrated back from Delhi to a small village town in Azamgarh. He has been sitting there and working as a full stack developer for me. So importantly, what I'm trying to say, I am in the field of providing insight, intelligence in a hybrid way to a native farmer, conveyed to him through a technology adaptation from a child and a youth who understands it better. To increase productivity, you reward and then build a trust. So that is what this business is all about. Winning trust and creating employment growth in the rural economy in a hybrid way. So AgTech needs to also go hybrid. Otherwise, it will remain 1% of the total penetration. And we'll continue deliberating why is AgTech not working. So innovation with insights.
Yeah, I always speak in abbreviations.
And absolutely, love it actually.
So I dedicate this abbreviation to Sir. You may put any agri-tech and innovation in the farm, but the farmer is the most creative. Creativity cannot be replaced by innovation. Sitting on IIT Jodhpur's Innovation Entrepreneurship Committee, visiting faculty for IIT Madras Bits Pilani, I'm going to give you three, just in 4 words, farm, dedicated in spirit of farm. F as in technology in terms of farm as service, farming as a service. Giving farmers inputs. So in Bits Pilani, there's a solution developed by a couple of professors I know of using remote sensing technology and giving farmers. So the farmer is the most creative and innovative guy. For him, it is not where rubber meets the road, it's where seed meets the soil, right? And for seed to meet the soil and nurture and grow, he needs to know what are the geospatial, if I can say, patterns, climatic patterns. Remote sensing technology can do this. The R is regenerative agriculture, which is developed by IIT Madras called RASA framework. With the RASA framework, we have created a repository or inventory of sustainable agricultural practices, giving farmers access to the know-how of anything and everything in a secure and accessible way. So that is the R. And M is for micro-agriculture or precision agriculture, right? How do you develop agriculture, as I said, even in the marginalized lands, in the fragmented lands, how can we develop all of this? So that is it for me, farming as service, farming as input, RASA, regenerative agriculture, sustainable architecture, and M as micro-agriculture and precision.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, Meeru, with your innovation side, you will tell us what to be done there. 1 point.
2 points.
Okay.
Sir, I am also representing Subiksha Organic Farmers Multi-State Cooperative Society Limited as chairman here.
Very good.
And through our organization, we have developed unique method of certifying organic farmers based on Indian values. And we have made Karnataka government to accept that our certification system, and Karnataka government has officially recognized our system for certifying organic farmers. And that is called in Kannada Antasakshi Pramana Patra. For that, the cost is 0. We have saved central government money, Karnataka state government money, and we have stopped fraud in certification. And we are marketing our farmers' produce using this Antasakshi Pramana Patra, and ours is the only organization which is selling products with the farmer note card on each packet. On each packet of our this thing, we are attaching farmer's family photo and we are delivering our products. 100% traceability is there. So, if there is no traceability, we don't recognize the product as organic. This is one thing. And second thing is our goshalas and our villages, those who are maintaining cows, are facing problem when there is death in their cattle shed. Disposing the dead cow carcass is a problem. We have developed an Inuit technique by which the carcass disposal can be handled easily, and we have developed a liquid out of it, and through that farmer gets 3 lakhs out of one naturally dead cow.
Thank you so much. It's a brilliant, in fact, before we push up, I just wanted we just want to show the video. What this young inventor has done it here. Please go ahead.
CI phase, especially lead and pest management, which is one of the most crucial parts of farm operations. And we came up with a solution, fully electric and autonomous robots called weeding and spraying. It can go up to 4 inches of depth, even in high density weeds. This is how it solves the problem. This activity costs around 800 to 1200 rupees per acre, and now we getting this down to 40-50 rupees with our electric robots. This can be highly utilized in. We have designed this for horticulture, and we'll be in future getting into different crops as well. This is cane, citrus, mango. This is electric high pressure sprayer that we have developed. We use it for mango. It can go to heights of 30 feet. Once we operate this in our fields and set the path, it will go on its own from the second time. Even in high moisture areas, we can swap the fields with the iron rod. And this is how it can even perform cultivation with the cultivator. We want to bring back women and children back into farming.
We'll close our remarks. The keynote speaker, or Professor and Vice Chancellor Garu, Professor Ashok Sangappa Garu. I wanted to address some few points. What we have learned today, and what is that your final advice to us?
Friends, it has been a wonderful roundtable discussion, and we have tried to touch upon several aspects of agriculture, technology, and how do we build this technology and farming sector innovation. One thing, several innovations, as our friends mentioned, it's basically the collaboration. We never had this, in the earlier days. Now we are trying to come together, do things together. That's one important aspect. Important potential areas for agri startups. One is basically farmer service centers. We talked about several service related aspects where agri startups can do it, and they can divide themselves. All of them will not have to concentrate on the same things. Then, with regard to post-harvest technology, there are several opportunities for startups to work on, and we have thousands and thousands of farmer producer organizations which are looking at these technologies, and that is one important aspect. And the third and the most important thing where we are trying to address is the supply chain management. There are several opportunities for startups. Coming to warehouse management, as we were talking about the infrastructure paucity in the country, and this is one area where startups can really jump into the sector, and with certain partnerships they can address this issue. And then we are talking about ICT in agriculture. Yes, there have been several advances that are happening, but we need innovations that are happening. But how do we really ensure that they reach the real needy farmer? And then we talked about nutrition and health, and we have our elder sister here is talking about milk bank. There's great things are happening. This is the biggest opportunity for a country like India to promote Indian millets across the globe. And 1 year celebration is not enough. We have to talk about next 10 years and bring all the possible opportunities to small and marginal farmers who are, as he rightly mentioned, fetching only 15 to 20 rupees a kg, where you go and buy it in the market, nothing less than 100 to 150. 10 times somebody is knocking off. And then dairy sector, and then mechanization basically. A lot of innovations have happened. Karnataka is one such leading state where a lot of interventions have been made by the government. We are trying to bring mechanization on the small farmers. And this is where our friend showed this video. That's a huge opportunity for startups to work in the farm mechanization sector. And coming to fisheries, very less number of startups are there in fisheries. There's a huge opportunity there. And also animal husbandry, and the last and the most important one is the agri inputs. We have several people are just working on single aspects. How do we bring them together? And do all this, when the recommendations from this session goes to the government, whether it's the state government or the central government, agri startups also need certain support mechanisms. For example, there are a lot of issues with the regulatory and advisory services. So they need to look at it. We always talk about very startup friendly policies and all that. But states have, central government has these policies. But how do we make them more startup friendly? That's a very important aspect. And then when it comes to IPR facilitation, there are a lot of issues with the startups they are facing, and people are getting into conflicts with regard to this. Then comes networking. Networking is very important, and I find there's a big gap between the real takers from the startups. We have close to 18,000 FPOs across the country, and Karnataka is one state where we have close to 1,200 plus FPOs. And all of them, we have been able to bring millions of farmers under the umbrella of FPOs. And they are the actual potential takers from you, and you need to have a dialogue with them. And my request and suggestion to ISF, why don't we have a digital platform wherein we bring the startups, we bring the FPOs, the farmers' institutions together. They're not connected. There's a huge gap between this. There's a big disconnect. And then coming to the market linkages, we are talking about all digital technology, this and that. Karnataka is one of the leading states. We have REMS platform that evolved from Karnataka. And entire ENAM of the nation is based on the REMS platform from Karnataka, wherein we have close to 50,000 traders, who can, buy your products. But we have not made it more popular. There's a need for us to do it. And also with regard to funding facilitation, startups, they also die, especially agriculture startups are dying after 3 years to 5 years period, because they neither get proper support or they don't get proper funding mechanism. So that is another sector where the government and the policymakers have to look at it. And then with regard to the business mentoring, technical mentoring, and I have seen a gap. None of them they try to come and approach the institutions with regards to universities. Universities are doing excellent, and I had actually prepared some slides. See, most of the incubators in agri sector in India are from the universities and the ICR institutions. I can list not less than 100 such incubators across, and most of the agri startups here, they have taken one or the other way of support from these institutions. And that has to be acknowledged, and we need to do that. And coming to the infrastructure support, see, we just can't push startups to do everything. They also need, the policies, the existing policy, do not bring very handy support to startups. So this has to be addressed, and I think when we send the recommendations from this, all these points need to be highlighted. And one submission to the ISF organized. This is my suggestion. Let us spend more time. We can divide the sessions in Agritech itself into 2 or 3, and then try to bring more. We have stalwarts here. People have come lot of experiences, and we did not do justice by giving little time to them. My suggestion to you. I think it's a wonderful way we have done. We have brought in several aspects of Agritech, and how do we make it more amicable to the farmers. And the last suggestion and request to all startup friends here. Friends, let us not become another intermediary to the farmers. Startups should really support FPOs, farmers institutions. Keep your share. You have to grow. You have to grow. You have to grow as a business institution. But as a startup, I should not become another intermediary. This is what is my humble submission to all the startups here. And let us respect the farmer of this country. It's because of him or her we are eating thrice a day, and it is our duty to salute him or her at least in these few words. I thank ISF, I thank Satyasai Institute, I thank every one of here and all the learned fellow members here. With these few words, I thank all of you, and let us look forward for a very fruitful collaboration. Let us keep working on this. Let us not just discuss after this. I request, please constitute one WhatsApp group or something like that. Whenever we have issues, let us throw them, and somebody can have an answer to this.
Being with us all the way has come here. What I want to tell you about this ISF today, what we are trying to do right now here is exactly what Sir has mentioned to us. We are not going to stop here. Abhi picture baki hai. So we are going to start from here, and we are going to take it forward from here. That's exactly what we have done last time when we did ISF actually. We are not stopped. We have spoken to all those the startups and mentoring, talking to them until they get funding. We went to the institutions. We went to the location. I'm sure you might have heard on the stage when Jagar was mentioning it. We went back and saw the place where the inventions are happening there, and we saw their office, location, advices, whatever we can do it, we were able to get it. In fact, DRDO, Satish Reddy Garu, we were able to connect them and get this done. It's not an easy job, but ISF could do that actually. Sir, with your permission, I want to tell you, this forum is not going to stop here like this. We'll all be together, intact, and whatever the information you have given to us today, we are going to address to the policy makers we'll go and talk to them that these are the points we have taken. In fact, Vijay, I have seen him. He has finished almost 4 pages.
Additional papers.
You need some additional papers, okay. But sir, additional paper ho gaya, aapko ho gaya. So he is brilliant work that we are going to do them, and some certain points will come back to you. And once you go to the forum, the same group will hold back. And next year, I promise you, sir, we'll have a half-day session. We'll make some breaks. So probably we'll come back.
Full day.
Involving more farmers. yeah, that's good thing actually. In fact, today I'm very happy, sir, you have come here.
Involving more farmers and giving more time to farmers.
Absolutely, sir, absolutely. So we will bring in more farmers actually here. And before I conclude and I'll hold my phone to my co-chair here, I wanted everybody to stand up. That man to stand there. We want to go for him. Give a big hand to him. Thank you so much for being with us, sir.
Chairman of Organic Farming Import Committee.
Now, whatever is he spoke from his heart. Yes, that's exactly what we wanted. Only farmer can speak from his heart. Please go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Just as a closing remark, 1.5 hour time. Usually 4-5 members panel is a usual thing. But we had full circle of 17 speakers on the panel from a wide range of expertise, starting from university vice chancellor to corporates, to startup founders, to industry enablers, and most importantly the farmers in the panel. And each of them really spoke with heart, number one. And each of them brought in a rich experience of my starting note. They just did not talk about agri-tech, they just spoke about how agriculture, the culture is being lost and how do we revive with all of these brainstorming and thought process. I'm sure this is not just a forum, this is just a starting note. All of these discussions, as I've taken notes, will lead into a working action group which will actually work for the next 1 year and will lead to the farmer sessions of how do we engage more farmers, how do we engage more stakeholders and have a more detailed curation around agri, because agriculture is so vast. Agriculture is not just agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, dairy, animal husbandry, so huge. Right, so we will have curated and thematic sessions around this as agri enablers, and I also feel touched as an agriculture graduate sitting in this forum with all of you, learning from each of you. I'm sure this is just a humbling starting note. We'll work together for enabling this ecosystem. Thank you so much once again for all the kind speakers, the chair and all the co-chairs and speakers, and most importantly the wonderful audience.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
The other big phase where the startups can play a huge role in how do we aggregate data. If you go back and look at our healthcare ecosystem today, we have imaging data, the pathology, histopathology. We have so much of different genomics, so many different systems we have today. And we have to find some ways in which you can aggregate information and provide in a way in which the clinicians can use it. There will be huge help because today when you go to a huge hospital in Bangalore, like NH for example, the doctor spends maybe a best doctor spends maybe 1.5 minutes, and it goes to so much of information in the mind able to process it and able to provide advice to the patient, which is a very unique skill. If you go to a rural village, you have a doctor there who may not have the same kind of competence. He has to spend 10-20 minutes, and even he will not get the same output as what a very high expert doctor would provide. So I think AI and startups can play a huge role in these two spaces.
My name is Abhinav. I run a company called Cardia Labs. So just first of all, thank you so much for this. And I'm actually able to learn a lot. And I would like to share some of the points, which is my personal observation. I have been working in the rural healthcare space for the last 14 years. And I have been working on deployment of our devices, more specifically ECG. I see the heart and I feel happy. The moment I see a heart, it's like, okay, that's my forte. So we have been deploying our devices over there. So when I met Jay Chaudhary sir, he was mentioning about 10,000 primary centers he would like to set up. So he asked and he told that there is going to be a lot of people telling a lot of knowledge, but we have to figure out what are the steps and actions that needs to be taken. So I actually came prepared with some of the points that I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you, ma'am, so much, obviously, for taking the point from the other side that when entrepreneurs develop products, government has to adopt. So if that happens, definitely this is going to be a great boost. There is nobody to pay for it. And I kind of like resonated with this thought, and I wanted to work out that what exactly is it that we can do. I mean, obviously government can help. NGOs, donations, CSR, maybe. But is there some way by which actually we can come up with some model so that it can really become sustainable? And that's something that we need to work upon. So one of the things that I would like to say from the startup community point of view is that, many a times what happens is the companies or the startups who make products, they think that, okay, maybe there is a rural requirement of this product. They develop the product and they push it down the throat. You must track this. This will work. And when you actually go to the ground reality, you see that the need and the solutions do not match. There is a mismatch. And this exact problem is what has to be addressed first through a proper bio-design program.
About the startup, is there anything funding or how can we get? Because we said startups are there, but unless we support them, nothing is going to move. So we can start with Ramji and then we can go.
Yeah, I'm Ramji. As Vishal mentioned, the past 10 years I'm in this ecosystem. I don't have a startup, but I enable ecosystem of startups. Question number 1, 2, and 3. Together, I'm just addressing quick points on the challenges about rural healthcare is again immersion of the systems. And startups, second question again, how startups can help. Again, immersion is missing. And again, third point, when you're enabling them by giving wonderful fellowships. We are rich, by the way, in Indian government pumping a lot of money, so thousands of crores actually, school student innovators to big companies like Bharat Biotechs and Biocons. So the major challenge is that following the traditional way of funding, slightly changed from R&D to innovation funding, now startup funding, but again not touching upon those rural healthcare systems. I think we have to redesign our programs. Rural innovation. Why can't we actually come from the rural side to the cities rather than pumping all the funding from the cities? Go and touch the rural.
The prototype is tested, the beta testing, etc. Then come back, work on it, refine it, and then take it back. That is what this model that the startups need to invest in, is how do you make the villager as a stakeholder in the innovation and also a stakeholder in the implementation and the scaling. So that's what I meant is the beneficiaries must be the shareholders of the then it will scale, because then the product has immediate acceptability right on the ground.
I can, sir, to keep this point, I just conclude within 2 minutes. The other day in the medical tech forum we had 1 week back, Mr. Vishal Rao and me, we were chairing along with Mr. Murugan, Vail Murugan. He is a owner of Thyrocare. So he was not speaking about the subject, but he told his life story. And in that he has quoted one very great thing. He came to Mumbai with 500 rupees in his pocket when he was young. And he sold the Thyrocare 1 month back for 5,000 crores. He was quoting one. See, when we speak about the numbers, amount, everything, you keep that aside. You don't think I have taken all the money from the healthcare sector. Still there is an opportunity. I will quote regarding this. What is that is? We are telling about the diabetes. Everybody is thinking about diabetes. That is the primary concern. Diabetes and hypertension in India are the primary concerns. Let us take it as a challenge. Let us take the 10th class dropouts. After 10th class, many girls are dropped out. So to make a point, let us create a community of those people, and as Sir said, let us skill them. Whether you give AI, artificial intelligence, whether you give diagnostic kit, whether you give LDPI, any of the things. Let us create one model to take a village. In that, what to be addressed, who to be addressed, how to make these people to involve in the process. To take one or two. As I said, they come with very minimal, with very much of enthusiasm, they will join our team and they will give the reports from there. So in that way, we'll take a resolution. One village anybody suggest in South India, because I am very proximity with all the 3 states, we'll take as a pilot project. Let us make a point what we are supposed to do it. What are the problems we have in that? We'll conclude within 1 week whether the problem really exists as we are thinking and discussing more in rural areas. If there is something is existing, we'll chalk out and each of us will get one solution. So that the single village model will put it forward and we'll take it to the entire country.
I think, yeah, as he said, government is actually doing very much because I am one of the beneficiaries. But one small suggestion, I think the corporates, like we have GE Healthcare, we have global hospitals. So I think some policies can be made where startups can get some help, especially the medical devices, from the clinical studies because they cost a lot. Maybe the policies can be made, sir, where corporate hospitals can help startups do the clinical studies maybe at 1/10 of the cost. Because without a clinical study, my product will not get a CDSC approval. Without that, I cannot get a US FDA clearance. And without that, I cannot launch because that's the compliance. So corporates, maybe the hospitals and the bigger companies, if a policy can be made where it's the duty of the big corporate hospital to help a startup to conduct a study. That's from the hospital side. If that can be done from the government side, that will add great value because finally it's about deploying the product. Coming to the big companies which are into electronics, I think, sir, one thing which startups lack is brand value. So when I go to a place and I talk about my company, they may not know that. Maybe I have a very USFDA approved product. But if a collaboration can be made from the policies where the big companies like yours in the top management can adopt that technology or back the startup with your brand name, because finally it's about helping the country, helping the rural areas, and big corporates get a lot of help from the government. How can that help be rooted to startups just by contributing your brand name and giving some handholding to the startup? In this way, big tech companies and big hospitals can help young flourishing technology startups to get into the market, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone, because each of you brought a lot of points to the table. I think we will make a note of this, and then all of us have Jnana and Icha, as ma'am said. And it's time for action with purpose, I think. To do that, we need to keep working together. That's why I put, there is no preference there. But finally, whatever we do, we can fight. Government is not doing, we are not doing. We have to bring that connection so that the dots are connected. Finally, the patients are benefited. That's where I think we should work. Thank you very much once again.
Ramesh, can we take questions from audience?
Yes, please.
Anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about local healthcare, solving the local problems of rural healthcare. Since Karnataka government is working on Beyond Bengaluru initiative and such things, I suggest, since even in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities there are good universities where students are looking for internships or they want to be entrepreneurs, I suggest they float problems which they face in healthcare facilities on portal, Startup Karnataka portal, which can be taken up by innovators who want to find solutions to problems. Because usually what happens whenever they do a final year project or something else, they just blindly find a solution which may not have a need. Instead of that, you float burning problems in the healthcare system in that locality. Maybe you can divide it by district wise so that the people who want to innovate will solve the actual problems there. instead of doing some lab-based innovations.
Demand side requirements are not understood. They chase their passion and come out with a product that perhaps is excellent, but actually useless.
Yeah, I think problem statement coming from the people there, it makes a lot of difference. It's not like I find a problem and find a solution there, rather than in a reverse direction. That's always helps in all the systems.
To enable evidence-based diagnosis using real-world patient data. So one of my primary raw materials I need for my evidence-based diagnosis to be successful is real-world patient data. I think the gentleman from GE Healthcare was talking about patient data aggregation. I'm actually primarily working on the data aggregation concept so that my evidence-based diagnosis can be offered. And I've talked to many corporate hospitals, some polyclinics, some diagnostic centers. And in the last 6 to 8 months talking to them, I've not been successful in trying to get any data from any hospitals. One of the things when I talk to the hospitals is that what is the benefit for them? And when I talked to one startup company that tried to do something similar, they were trying to just get the data from those hospitals as a personal favor. And here I am telling them that I'm going to offer this as an additional revenue opportunity for hospitals. I do not want to do this in a non-ethical, non-compliant way. I want to do this everything in compliance as a sustainable model so that hospitals can generate additional revenue. But still have been struggling to get any data for any for my evidence-based diagnosis. So given all the experts here, I can connect with you guys offline if there's any suggestion on how I can try to get that data. Thank you so much.
To come from the villages, they have to spend more money and time to come to the hospitals, wherever it is. But instead of that, you can provide like consultation or some counseling through ASHA from each panchayat wise, so that the patient can, instead of they are all dependent on the tablets, they're eating like a chocolates. They're taking 100 and plus tablets for 3 months. Imagine. They're not drinking more water. They don't know how to consume the tablets.
Diabetes is not only with medicine. Diabetes, most of the times you go to a diabetologist, mostly it all depends upon what is the sugar level. Then,
I'm not speaking about only diabetics.
I'm
All the patients. At least you can give some consultation or some for the patients. Not only for the patients. Each village, once in a month. Through ASHA or some volunteers, they can work for a village people. So that by counseling in each they have a small groups. If you see for the ladies, they have a self-help groups. Each village has that. So other group people are there giving the counseling for how to grow, how to open the bank accounts, everything. For many self-help groups are there. Through ASHA, you can provide some counseling, how to nutrition or how to consume. At least to overcome all these diseases, counseling is very good.
As said by many speakers, it's not only about one disease, it's multiple things.
Diseases.
So there are two approaches here, which is already studied. One is teleconsulting, and second thing is some of the hospitals at least have once a month some specialist or some healthcare professional visiting that village and giving that. So there are multiple things we need to work.
Give a round of applause to everybody by the way for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Sukhino bhavantu samastaloka Sukhino bhavantu samastaloka Sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
This is our first table, I think, among all the round tables. I request all the speakers to stay for a minute. Yeah, we'll have a group photo. And before that, we have a small memento as a token of appreciation. And after that, we'll have a group photo.
about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
What does wealth and money mean to you?
Culture, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. These are the 4 goals given to every human being. You are Indian, you are American, or any part of the world, does not matter. These goals are common. Dharma, righteous ways. Artha, righteous earning. This is the wealth part of it. Kama, righteous desires. And finally, moksha, the ultimate realization of the truth, which we call as moksha or atma sakshatkara. So wealth is only a part of the process which should help you to attain the higher desires, which is not just your welfare but everybody's welfare, and at the end attain the ultimate truth, which is union with the divine. So unless you lead a selfless life and you fulfill selfless desires using your wealth in the right way, wealth has no meaning at all. In fact, it can become detrimental to your own spiritual progress. So wealth is only an instrument, a means, and it's not the end. But unfortunately, in the modern times, wealth has become the end of everything. Why are you studying this subject? Because this is what is going to give us the best, salary job at the end. Why mechanisms? Force multipliers do anything, initiate anything, which will include everyone in it as it progresses. That is force multiplier. You start anything which will help 100 others, not just you. And by enabling them also to lead better lives, that kind of an action is force multiplier. It could be wealth, it could be a business, it could be education, it could be healthcare, it could be any act, even a kind word. When it increases, like today what is happening, it's a force multiplier because you all have come together, investors have come with good intentions to promote and protect entrepreneurs and give them right opportunities. And imagine one company that comes up will give so many jobs, each of them will be a better citizen, they will be able to handle their lives better. That way they'll contribute to the GDP. The indirect effects of it will be better tax collection that will go into public expenditure, social investments, thereby better education, better healthcare, better consumerism. So this is force multiplier. Do anything that will improve the lives of everybody around you, that is force multiplier.
Very true and very well said. The name of one entrepreneur that you believe has been, that has made a difference to this country?
There are plenty of them, but I think from the economic standpoint, I think Tatas are the best examples of entrepreneurship. And they started way back when there was nothing in place. We were not even an independent country. In those days when they started, and look at the model, it was not just about making money. That was never the priority. Money was only the means to the ends. Entrepreneurship is about solution. People who provide solutions. So when you provide solutions, your right is only to the action solutions. So when you provide solutions, your right is only to the action. That's what Bhagavad Gita says. You define how much, in 6 months I'll be a unicorn. This is the most abused word, I think, in the present times. Unless I become a unicorn, I don't want to start this business. Why? Because this is not going to make me a unicorn. So what if it's solving a social problem and really giving people, some kind of benefit? So this idea is karmanyavadhikaristha. You do things because you want to solve a problem, provide a solution, create value, and valuation will follow. So that is the straight away. But one more shloka of Bhagavad Gita I want to bring to your notice. It says, Yadyada charati shrestha tatta devetaro janaha. Sayat pramanam kurute lokastadnuvartate, which means as the noble people conduct themselves in the society, the ordinary ones follow them. Therefore, creating right examples is very important. In the last 3-4 years, the entrepreneurship models that have come up, they are very misleading. So they suddenly had a steep rise and a steep fall, we all know by now. And those who went to public bourses, they came back humiliated because public understood, it saw through this whole valuation game. So the idea is that you created wrong examples and wrong expectations out of entrepreneurship. But true reason why one should be an entrepreneur is because one really feels like solving a problem which is plaguing the society and giving a solution which is acceptable, accessible, affordable. That is the idea of entrepreneurship. So I think set right kind of examples. And as industry leaders, I think it's very important that you provide them with the right kind of narrative, right messaging, that entrepreneurship is about providing solutions, not about creating valuations, but creating value for the society. So that also Bhagavad Gita says, please conduct yourselves correctly, behave well, set an example for the rest of the country or next generation to follow. I think that also should be taken from there.
Everyone actually talks about valuations, right? But you've always spoken about value creation through free education, free nutrition, and free healthcare.
Yes.
Now, how does one sustain oneself in this sort of a model where everything is free? And I know you do it with all your institutions. And how have you pushed them to become self-sustaining?
Yeah, it's free for the beneficiary. It's not free to the organization. That's obvious. So the beneficiary must get it free because the beneficiary is incapable of paying for it. That is the simple thing. But does he need it? Yes, he needs it badly more than you and me. Can he pay for it? No, he cannot. So therefore, we have to provide it free to them. Most of our patients who come to us are from below poverty line kind of a segment. Most of our students come from rural areas, many of them from BPL. And I more importantly feel that education, health, nutrition, these are fundamental human rights. Everybody should be provided these. And this is the responsibility of the entire society, not just of the government or not just of an NGO, but everybody in the society should be sensitive to the idea that if somebody is incapable of accessing these fundamental rights, then they have to step up and provide for it. That is the basic idea. We give it free. How do we sustain it? I believe in the power of goodness and selflessness. How a family, a father would look after the children and won't charge. A mother won't call the son and say, today's dosa costs 20 rupees because it comes with masala in the breakfast. She gives it what she needs to give for the child because it's our collective responsibility. So far, we've been able to provide all these services, collectively up to $200 million worth services in the last 1 decade alone. And this happened only because of people like you who had the heart to share what they had with those who did not have. And we were just conduits or channels to bridge the gap between the two. So this is how it happened. I firmly believe that it will happen in the future as well. And I think India is becoming more and more charitable. Gone are the days of the 60s and 70s when life was a struggle. People were trying to make the two ends meet. But I think India is much wealthier than what it was. And it's no more about the lower parts of the Maslow's hierarchy, the security and social needs. It's about little more than that. Yeah, I think self-actualization. People are finding meaning and purpose in giving back. And I think in the next 25 years, India will give back much more than what it has given in the last 75 years. For two reasons. One, people have more than what they require, and they will open up to the idea that we must grow together. Two, I feel that the next generation is far more sensitive to this idea of giving than the previous ones. Naturally, they're coming from a different background. Soon after independence, no jobs, economic progress was slow, no opportunities. So they had this idea of holding back, withholding, for the sake of, secure future. But I think the next generation, especially, have a lot of hopes from Gen Z. And I feel they're very eclectic in their choices and they really question authority and they want to find new ways of living and not follow the old pattern. So they are the ones I think who will be really contributing to society at large, and I feel these organizations will continue to flourish because of the kind people in the society.
One of ISF's fundamental theme this year, I think, is something very close to your heart, on rural startups. I think you've always talked about that. How do you believe we create more opportunities to actually support them? And this year, I know we focused on agri-tech, health tech, ed-tech, clean energy, as some of the areas. So what do you think are the sort of opportunities for these startups, and what should we do to create more in the future?
I think to give you a context of why agri startups or anything to do with rural economies are going to flourish, I'm sure you all know it, otherwise you wouldn't get into the business in the first place. But I always tell, we live in an India which is not one India, but maybe three Indias. The top 10% of Indians are those who are very well-to-do. As I was mentioning to you just now, that their per capita is probably $12,500, $13,000. And all the startups are after their money and after them. This top 120 million or so, they are the ones everybody is after. The second rung, tier 2, tier 3 cities, this consists of another 100 million people who have per capita of maybe $3,000 or $3,500. That is the difficult market because they're very picky and choosy and they won't just part with their money like that. Unless they really see value in it, they won't do that. And that is a difficult segment, but probably as big a segment as it is in the first tier. But the biggest segment is the third segment, what is called the bottom of the pyramid or so. Almost probably 1.2 billion people there. But their per capita may not be as high because naturally they are coming from agriculture, they are coming from small industries, small scale enterprises, and with a per capita of less than 100, maybe $1,500 or so. But the good part is that there is a possibility to scale things there. And anything that can be scaled will be successful in India. Premium ideas may succeed for some times and may not succeed another time. But anything that can be scaled will definitely succeed. So a lot of attention is shifting towards this tier 2, tier 3s only because it can provide you with scale. And it's a basic thumb rule. If any product you can sell to 300 million people, you know that you are going to be a successful company. And where are the 300 million people to sell to? They're at the bottom of the pyramid, but they will pay a price as it is comfortable for them. So I think the economies of scale is the model for startups to get into that space. But more than that, I personally feel that over the next 25-30 years, incomes are going to increase in that bottom of the pyramid also. They will start competing with the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and tier 2, tier 3 cities will go to the tier 1 kind of income segment. So opportunities will naturally open up for us. But more than that, I think problems lie there, and nobody has given solutions to those problems to them, because it's not quick bucks there. It is a slow and steady kind of a race. And that needs some patience to wait it out. And that patience is what is lacking in this instant culture of the world where everybody wants to become profitable very quickly. I think that is where we need to follow those Tatas and of the past, because they took their time to grow into what they have grown into. They may not be the richest, whatever the company in the country, but they have created the maximum value for the people. So that is the idea. If we will follow, definitely there is so much that can be done at the lower half of the pyramid. So many problems, but every problem is an opportunity according to me, and this opportunity is waiting for all of you. So please think that way. I think government is coming with very progressive policies when it comes to agricultural sector. Investments are coming, sustainable agriculture, what you call circular economy. All these are the things which even from the climate point of view are becoming very important. Because we all have to eat. We may not wear the same thing, we may not live in the same houses, drive the same cars, but we all have to eat our food every day. And that's why this is the most important sector that needs to be kind of influenced with right kind of entrepreneurship. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and big companies should look that side and also help the rural economies to grow through rural entrepreneurship.
One of the things startups always struggle with is this divide between capitalism and socialism. Where I think the motto many times is about wealth creation for themselves. But you've spoken about something called compassionate capitalism a lot of times and quoted a couple of companies in the country. So it would be wonderful to hear that from you in terms of what is compassionate capitalism and what is the lesson for all of us in this room to take away and implement in our respective organizations in some form and shape.
Very true. As you said it, that capitalism has been a model for certain developed countries, but we have still seen the social divide over there. Not everybody progressed in their progress. Socialism also has not succeeded. Most of the time it has led to a kind of a disoriented kind of a social structure and entitlements, which has not led to any good for those countries as well. Now, India is much older than the history books, that whatever is said in the recorded history. And we have definitely mastered the art of wealth creation and value creation over several centuries, maybe even millennia. We might have forgotten, but if you go back and look at our principles of economics that we followed, Arthashastra is there. It always talked about the welfare of all. It was, in a way, welfare economics. So compassionate capitalism is truly a kind of a welfare economic model where you must make profits, but at what cost? At what price? That is the question. Not at the cost of the environment, not at the cost of the have-nots, not at the cost of ethics and governance. All these put together is compassionate capitalism. You earn money, you make profits, but not at the cost of all these things which are non-negotiables according to our scriptures. So dharma should be the basis of creating artha, and dharma is righteous way of doing things. And compassionate capitalism should be founded on this principle of dharma, that Everybody's welfare should be included, including plants, trees, animals, water bodies, mountains, and environment as climate and everything else. And ethics and governance, of course, cannot be compromised. Then once you create the profit by doing the right things, this means your products and services are truly solving a problem. They are real solutions, not imaginary, funky, fancy solutions which are being pushed down the throats of unwilling consumers through heavy marketing and advertisement. It's not that kind of a solution. Real solution, and whatever profits comes out of it, I know all companies will have to pay taxes. That's your duty. But beyond the call of duty is to do more than just paying your taxes by reaching out to those unreached segments of the society which will not get that benefit even from the government's point of view. So there is that segment which is left behind, and they can never reach the same level unless somebody goes out and reaches out for them. Many of you have come from middle class or lower middle class families, and you have crossed the chasm or the bridge, but there are many who are left behind. Somebody has to go back for them. So compassionate capitalism also includes going back and reaching out to those who have still not crossed the chasm. And that should be the extra responsibility. That in India, 2% CSR being mandated, it's kind of hinting towards that compassionate capitalism, but it has come as a part of the government mandate, and I'm proud that India, at least, it is mandated. In most of the countries it is not, including large Western countries, it is not mandated. But Tatas, like people, were doing it even before. There were no rules at that time. Yet they did what was needed to be done. So that is compassionate capitalism. I think if all capitalism takes that a little compassionate attitude, so many problems of the world can be solved. We are $100+ trillion world GDP, GWP as they say. Yet we have hundreds of millions of people who don't have access to water, clean water, or electricity, energy, shelter, education. More than 300 million children are out of school at this point in time as we sit and talk. And probably in India, 400 million will go hungry to bed this night, this evening. What is happening is the question. I'm sure there is a possibility for us to do more than just make profits with good governance. The ESG is what we're talking about. E is okay, G is okay, but the S part also has to be really paid attention to. And that S part is beyond the call of duty. It's not duty, it's beyond the call of duty, because you are getting penalized for the E part of it. You will definitely get penalized for the G part of it, but nobody penalizes you for the S part of it, So everybody's like, S is scot-free. You don't get stuck there. So, but I think that is where your beyond the call of duty comes, and compassionate capitalism should emphasize the role of this S, the social part of it in all companies. And that is what I think India can build its corporate structure based on these principles. And see how lucky we are. When one way of saying is in 75 years we didn't reach our true potential. Fine, bygones are bygones. Now what is that? We are at the cusp of a glorious future. And let us do it right is all that I'm trying to tell every one of you. Western countries have done it, but they haven't done it right. Eastern countries have done some of them, they have not done it right. It's our chance to teach the world how to do it right. As they say, show them how to do it. That is what India's chance is right now. So do it right, do it in an inclusive way, do it in a compassionate way. I'm sure we will all prosper together. That is the idea of compassionate capitalism.
Thank you. So is around Viksit Bharat that we keep hearing a lot about these days. One of the biggest goals that India has is getting to become the $5 trillion economy by 2024. How do you believe people in this room with their startups can actually contribute to this particular goal?
I was just mentioning to you even behind that $5 trillion economy is given. That is the growth trajectory we are on. Not from today, but for the last 20 years we've been growing that way. That we will go and hit the $5 trillion economy unless and until another COVID happens, God forbid. But otherwise we are set to go there. We have a young population as a working age population. Entrepreneurs like you are contributing to this growth. And more than that, even if you don't give opportunity to the young population, the survival instincts will kick in. They'll find a way to survive and grow. Whatever be the business model, ethical, unethical, but 5 trillion will be achieved at some point in time. But the idea is that, is it being achieved by including the women of the country, the other part of the country? I don't think that the representation of women in the workforce or in the management leadership positions, again, you know better because you are coming from that background. Is it including the rural geographies? Is it including that bottom of the pyramid? I do not think this $5 trillion dream is including all of that. So if you can include all of them also, the women of the country and the rural geographies, it will be not $5 trillion, it will be probably $10 trillion, because we are leaving almost half of the country behind and only catering to half of the country's needs, and yet we are going to become a $5 trillion economy. So the idea is that if you include them all as entrepreneurs, you think differently. I'm sure the cost of your whatever enterprise will be low, because the workforce available at that rural, if they can be skilled a bit, they are much cheaper labor. I'm not saying you should exploit them, but then that is the reality. You must worry about your bottom line, and that comes from there. And I'm sure the productivity of workforce can be grown faster than the cost of labor in India. For next 25 years, we focus on the rural geography, skill our youngsters, the rural youngsters. We will create a very productive workforce which is cheaper than most of the workforce available around the world. And that can be the model for rural geographies. If you include them in, and rural shows like one of the companies, that's precisely what it is doing. It started in 2003 or so. 2013, and now it has all become a force to reckon with, because it has created skilled workforce at the rural level. At the rural level, what you can do is to skill them, include them in this growth story, and don't leave them behind. And that's a cheaper labor. It will make your enterprise more profitable. And that is a win-win situation, isn't it? Why should you ignore that? So my idea is that look at this median age of India, 28 years. 70% of these 28 years is in rural areas, not in the urban areas. They need education, they need skilling, they need all whatever the support that you can give. And if you can set up your shop in those geographies, you'll have low cost of labor, inelastic workforce. That's very important. Less attrition, so you don't have to worry about again a cost of employee will be low. And you'll be able to create much value for the rural economies as well. And include them in this dream, not 5 trillion, will be 10 trillion then, because that's possible by including everybody, including the women, whose work goes unrecognized, even their household chores. If you put a monetary value to it, we'll be $10 trillion economy. Because they work so hard, but there is no monetization of their efforts.
Very true.
So the idea is that if you include and monetize that part, a lot of agricultural labor is not monetized at all. We do not calculate them as a part of our thing. And most of our consumption, the GDP is coming from where? 50-60% is private consumption. The rest is all exports. So our GDP of 50-60% is all that we are doing. If we can make it 100% consumption, export is surplus above that, definitely we will be better than that. So that my idea is to include everybody, invest in social sectors, invest in education, invest in healthcare, nutrition, skill building, capacity building at the bottom of the pyramid. And I'm sure we can do much better than $5 trillion. $5 trillion will happen, that is given. And we don't have to really pride ourselves by saying we achieved $5 trillion. We are on that growth trajectory. The demography does not allow us to achieve anything less than that unless we are suicidal in our nature. We want to destroy ourselves with a war or a pandemic. That's a different story. But if we are all other factors are in order, $5 trillion will happen, but we can do much better by including that 100 crore people which is in the bottom of the pyramid, and that workforce which is waiting to participate in this growth story, the women and the youngsters of the rural areas, they are to be included. That is what this group can do, is what my call is. That's why this topic group, bottom of the pyramid,
Well, I think that's a very strong message to everybody in this room. Don't just go for the tier 1 cities and the guys who can, fund the sort of solutions you're creating. Look at tier 2, tier 3 and the bottom of the pyramid very, very closely as you build out your solutions and take those solutions to market. Your own startups and the ecosystem that you've created, right? One is education. You've always spoken about good education, and that being the only solution to all the problems in society. And you've actually created universities that you guys run, and you give stipend to students, not just free education, right? Where you're paying off for their fees and everything. I think that's fantastic. What made you actually think about this, and what was the need that you were trying to solve for?
I think I should give you the background of why the university came into existence. We were running schools for a couple of decades, but children were studying till their 12th or whatever, intermediate as your PUC as we say. After that they were looking for education elsewhere. So then the university came into existence to cater to their higher education needs, especially for the disadvantaged sections which cannot pay a fee in the higher education segment. Because in India, while school education is still compulsory and free at a certain age, after that higher education in most of the part of the world also is not free. You pay for it. And that is where people were dropping out. The dropout rates is very high in India actually compared to that. Only 25% is the gross enrollment ratio into higher education. It means after 12th, only 25% of the entire 12th class whatever pass outs, they get into higher education. 75% does something else. They go and start a puncture shop or a small hotel or anything like that. But that is not their true potential. So that is one thing. Second thing, our university has a very clear goal that we want to create academicians and educationists, because our country lacks 1 million school teachers at this point in time, 300,000 vacancies in our higher education. So you can imagine that you are a country which is a young country where 80,000 children are born every day and they all have to go to school and meet a teacher. But you go to schools which are empty and there is no teacher, not in all the schools. So the issue is that because we haven't worked on creating teachers in the last 2 to 3 decades, everybody wanted to be an engineer or a doctor or an IS officer or something like that. But that idea didn't happen. Now we are running short of our teachers in our schools, and that's a crisis. Where will you send these children to? So this is where we thought we should create inspiration in young generation to become teachers. Now rural teachers only can go to rural schools and teach. So naturally rural children have to become rural teachers and they have to go back to rural schools. So that is the university model. Now including women in it, that's where the stipend thing came, because it was free. So girl children in India on an average get married off by the time they're 18, 19, in villages even 13, 14. Even today it happens and we have seen it with our eyes. Rules, regulations, law and order is on one side, but what is reality is in the other side. So we saw women getting married and they don't get to go to a job and things like that, not in the rural segments. It's a social norm there. It's nothing evil or right or wrong about it. That is how it is. We have to accept that. So we thought, how can we encourage women to participate? Because God forbid, something happens to their husbands or whatever, whomever, financial breadwinner. Then this girl has nowhere to go. The in-laws don't accept her. The parents also reject her. And she does not have enough education to stand on her own 2 feet. And if she has children, they are doomed. So that is the problem that we were seeing in many places. To encourage women to continue their education, we said, graduation is free. Allow the child to study. Anyway, she'll get a graduate degree so that she can stand on her own 2 feet. Parents agreed till the graduation part. But after graduation, we told, if they continue for 1 or 2 years internship with us, we will give them a stipend. And they can do post-graduation also during that period. So they do post-graduation for free and they get a stipend, because parents were not willing to wait after graduation for them to get married. So we told, give them a little more, 2-3 more years, and then they can, get married after that. And what happens during this time? Whatever money they have earned, they can pay for their own marriage expenses. Parents don't have to take loans. That was first logic. Most of the parents bought it. And the second logic was that if you allow them to work with us after post-graduation for 1 or 2 years, they will earn enough to leave behind a good sum for your retirement. Because once they get married and they work after their marriage, they can't contribute to their parents. Everything will go to the in-laws. So you have done so much for your girl child, let her also do her bit for you. So if a person gets a postgraduate degree from an institution, works for another 2 years, they can easily save up to 4 to 5 lakh rupees. That they can leave behind for their parents before they get married. So that also kind of went well with the parents. And we thought, when we are spending crores to get them educated, it's no harm in giving them a monthly stipend to ensure that they don't stop their education halfway through. Now when we give it to girls, naturally it has to be equality, so we have to give it to boys also. And we ensure that all boys and girls in university get their stipend through their internship, through their post-graduation, and after that we absorb them in our organization. I'm very proud to tell you that all our students from our graduation and post-graduation, they have joined our institutions back, except 1 or 2 for some very genuine reasons. Where do you get this opportunity? You get education, you get employment soon after education, and while you are educating also, you are getting some stipend and income. And after all that, you become an independent capable, self-confident girl in the society, you can face any challenges that come to you. And what it has done, force multiplier again, or what you call ripple effect. These girls, when they went back to their same villages where people had objected for their further studies, they became inspiration for the girls around. They talk so well, they speak in English, they use gadgets, they use computers. The whole village is mesmerized by their progress. And now the other girls who are in the village, they're pestering their parents, please put us also into the same school and university. So you have created that effect because of that.
That's very nice.
The first, it's a free medical school. This is the first of its kind attempted here in India. And again, the reason is to provide education to the rural poor who do not have the same level playing field when it comes to English education or when it comes to writing NEET exams. They are not at the same level as an urban child. So we wanted to provide them an opportunity, and free will help them to continue their medical education. And in our country, we need doctors, nurses, paramedics at the rural level. 75% of the medical staff or medical professionals are catering to 25% of the population in urban areas, whereas 75% of the rural population gets only 25% of the manpower or healthcare professionals. So that's where the crisis is, and COVID highlighted that problem. Now our idea was to give it free, first to ensure that children are able to access medical education, and with gratitude they will go back to rural areas and serve them. That is the first door. The second, research is a very integral part because it's there in the name of the institution itself, and we put it on purpose because we realize that we have to find better solutions to country than just kind of dousing the fire when it is all caught up. So before it happens, preventive pathways and something that is predictive and precise. That is the need of our country, because we can't build tertiary care hospitals and cater to the need of everybody after they have fallen sick. We don't have that capacity. We cannot create that capacity for the size of country that we are. The only option is to prevent it, to predict the disease from happening before it happens, and prevent it in a precise way. So that is something that requires a lot more investment in the research side. With the kind of data at our disposal, we see close to around 3 lakh, 4 lakh patients a year. That data is very, very powerful, and we are working on that to, as I said, to find meaningful patterns and predict diseases before they happen and prevent it from happening. So that is why research becomes very important, and we are very happy that we are working with institutions like All India Institute of Medical Sciences and some programs under Stanford to create this kind of a research environment, innovation environment, and bring new ways of solving the same rural problems. So again, I said, this is value creation. This is value creation. When you invest in such an institution and research, you're creating value. You will have less employees taking leave, giving excuses for medical reasons, because everybody is healthy. And if somebody says, I'm not healthy, you can just check with us. And we will tell you they're perfectly fine because we have checked on them. So the idea is to create a social structure like this where everybody is mapped. Everybody's health is mapped and they're being tracked. And if there is a possibility that they will fall sick, they're advised on whatever lifestyle changes or medications they require, and we prevent a tertiary care emergency from happening. So that is where our research is largely going to focus.
Amazing, amazing. Problem that all of us would like to have your views on. The world we live in is quite demanding and very, very competitive, more so when you're heading organizations or a conglomerate, and you're playing that role of a leader in society. How can we maintain that balance of work, personal life, and also take a step towards our own inward journey of spiritual consciousness?
24 years from now, India will turn 100 years of independent nation. What is the unified vision that you envision when Bharat becomes 100 years old?
Nobody is hungry, nobody is uneducated, nobody is unhealthy, nobody is unsheltered. That is my first basic dream of a developed India. After that, everything else. Whether we are on Moon or Mars or Venus or Uranus, that's all after that for me. That is my vision of India, first 100 years, yes.
Sir, it was very inspiration of your thoughts of compassion and capitalism. Just I want your feedback on whatever the entrepreneurs now in climate mitigation crisis, like green hydrogen or clean energy, can they deliver with your compassion? Whatever you define, with that goal can they achieve?
I think these climate techs like green hydrogen and all are still a little distance away. They're all being just explored. But meanwhile, we would have done enough damage, isn't it, on the way? So I think the first technology we need, climate tech, is what, without that green hydrogen also, what can we do to run our companies more, environmental friendly and in a better way? I think those technologies in the next 10, 12 years will be more prosperous. Hydrogen and all the other things that we are talking about is perhaps still 10, 15 years away. But in these 10, 15 years, we can do enough damage to the planet. So my call to the entrepreneurs is that please find ways of mitigating that crisis within this decade itself. And that itself will become a very big business case, I'm sure, because world is becoming more and more conscious. We have targets on SDGs. How serious are we? That is a separate matter. But if as a country at whatever India at 100, we want to look good, that we have done right, we have to do it environmentally right. And there are several technologies. Starting with first, don't create such businesses which cause damage to the climate. Create businesses which are sustainable in the first place. And second, if there is already businesses running which is creating damage, find solutions to reduce the damage. Then go to a final stage of creating altogether a total environment friendly, energy based businesses, which is still some distance away. I think so. Meanwhile, we have lots of ground to cover, and these will be profitable businesses. As somebody was saying, there are carbon credits, which is becoming another market of its own. You commit sin and I will wash off your sins. That is the idea of carbon credit. But whatever, at least it is doing some good, right? So the idea is that this will prosper and people will come after you, they will ask for you. I'm not talking about how profitable or whether you will be a unicorn or not, but definitely you will be a profitable, sustainable and a business with a purpose and value. That is possible in this decade for sure.
Good evening, Guruji. First of all, thank you for all your service. I'm Venkateshan Pillai from Dallas, Texas. I'm part of a NGO. I'm a philanthropist, a group called Nanban Foundation. We also work with a similar thing, zero hunger, education, and women empowerment. One thing that I see here in India lagging is youth philanthropy. Normally entrepreneurs start, do, and then giving back after that. What I believe is it has to be an integral part of it, as he was quoting in many times. And we need to take some action of, enabling youth philanthropy and talking about the kids, the young kids, about the social services and other things. My question here is, from your point of view, what are the steps that other entrepreneur can take that action, and what are the things that you do, your organization doing in terms of youth philanthropy, and what government has to do? In America, we have a lot of programs, especially focusing on youth philanthropy.
I understand the need for the youth philanthropy or creating that mindset in the youngsters. And there is no policy, there is no structured approach to it in India, at least as of now. In organizations like ours, philanthropy is a part of their lives. Everybody has to participate in service, it's a mandated thing. But for general educational institutions, corporates which are employing young professionals, there is no such system. But now I'm seeing a change. What I call it as the CSR is corporate social responsibility. That is how you should create ESR, employee social responsibility. And every employee should engage with the company to serve the society in some way. Many corporates are coming up with 1 day a year or something like that, which is a paid day for the people of the corporate to volunteer. So this volunteerism is slowly catching up. And corporates are talking about that. Is why I said you have to really focus on the S part of the ESG and include your employees, which are young professionals, into the S part. They can part with their resources if they have. A lot of matching programs are coming up in India too. In US it is a done thing. Employee, CSR, whatever philanthropy is matched with the corporate philanthropy. But in India also it is beginning to happen. And I think in the next 10, 15, 20 years we will see it grow. Employees will be engaging with things. And at the educational level, policy side, I want to tell through this forum to the governments and policy makers, please include social service as a part of their educational pedagogy. Don't just teach them science, maths, physics, chemistry and make them big brains, but also open their social side to it. And we had done an experiment with a local regional engineering college which is here. There are 2 credit courses were created on rural development. It doesn't exist in any of the regular mainstream colleges and education system, but it was created. And what it did is, it would take the children to the nearby villages and just expose them to what's happening over there. And many of the girls from that colleges, they saw the problem with girls' hygiene, So they started bringing hygiene products with them out of their own whatever pocket monies. Nobody funded them, but they were moved by the problems. They bought pencils, rubbers, notebooks, chalk boxes for the schools, rural schools. So you sensitize them to the need of the rural area. No funding was given to them. They were just given a credit course, because if there is no credit course, then they would not take this program seriously. So what policymakers can do is create a proper course, a structure for rural development or social service, and mandate it as a part of their educational pedagogy. They have to go out, see the rural areas and serve there. You don't have to do much. Take them to the rural areas. They themselves understand there is a problem and need. And young generation, as I said, they are very different. This, not millennials, but the Gen Z, because I deal with them. They are all a part of our university. Very open-minded. They are little painful at times. They question too many times, and you have to keep answering them. You can't just hush them like our generations. It's not possible anymore. But it's an investment that you must make in them by answering the questions. But they are very philanthropic in their approach. They may not be religious necessarily. They don't like rituals and orthodox ways of doing things. But they are very, very sensitive to social needs. They feel that they are responsible for the societal problems, and they are environmentally more active. And I think this is the generation that needs to be groomed. Some policy mandation is necessary. Like if there was no CSR of 2%, how many corporates would have come forward and given that? Today it is mandated, so they're doing, and organizations like us are benefiting. Similarly, if social service is mandated all the way from class 1 till their post-graduation, I'm sure it will do a lot good to the country by sensitizing them to the problems of the country. That is the policy ask that I have from the government, and we ourselves have rural development courses designed in our own university. The children go out to the local villages and help the people and solve the problems. So that is already a part of it. So I think that mandation will really help, and corporates should create this employee engagement with social service as the motivation and incentivize them. Who knows, pay them a little extra salary for that day. They will go happily and do the work and come back. So do something for them, and matching program, matching grants, please bring it up. Because employees cannot pay much, they can give a little part of their income, but they feel that is so little that it won't make a difference. So they hesitate from giving even that. But if the corporate backs it saying that you give and I will 1:2 or 1:3, I will do it, they will happily do. And corporates also in the process will be able to engage with the employees better. So these 2 policy changes can really help.
It's like 2 things. If you take Chandrayaan, what we have launched, it's like a close to 600 crore to 1,000 crore, where it is going to the moon and trying to do the, all the research on that. But just you have given a statement like close to 400 million people, they're going on the hunger. So which one is on the priority? From the government standpoint as well as a private organization, of course, it's a human life is more important than research, right? So how do you balance, those things, when compared to the other country and then India? I'd love to hear your thought.
I think we have to have some short-term goals and some long-term goals, like everybody has, even the corporate has. In the short term, we have to allocate some resources, energy, and time to solve some immediate problems which are becoming a crisis. And also have a certain long-term vision where we allocate certain resources, time, and energy to solve long-term problems. So everybody should have this balance of vision. And I think that's where private sector or governments have to solve some short-term immediate problems. Somebody who's going hungry to sleep, what gratitude does he have for the country? And what does he think of those who are eating their stomachfuls and sleeping peacefully? The kind of social unrest that it can create, social polarization that it can lead to. You cannot operate businesses in such an environment then. So you have to solve some short-term problems now by feeding, educating, or protecting them, some social protection mechanism. At the same time, you also have to dedicate some energies towards long-term vision to not make it happen again. So it's a balance that every corporate, every government has to find. So even as an NGO, we also have short-term and long-term goals. So we invest certain resources in short-term problem solving, certain resources in long-term solutions. So that balance has to be found everywhere.
So I have witnessed day before yesterday and yesterday also I visited the Prashanti Niketan at Koddapaka, Siddipet, and I really excited to see how girls are really the interns who studied in this Sadhguru Medical College and they came back as interns, and their excitement in getting that internship, although they are from the underprivileged families, how they are having the high career goals, and they even a couple of them like Madhuri are the gold medal winners from President G. So I feel that the world is really very unequal to the women in the history, and we need from on the women empowerment perspective, we need a ripple effect of the policies to make this work or the next 5 years or the 10 years in terms of the policies. There should be a ripple effect. It is not on the one maternity policy which gets extended to 6 months. It should be in all the ways the women empowerment policies or everything should be done. I would like to know a couple of
Pranam Sadhguru. This is Dr. Hari Krishna Maram, founder, Global Economic Forum and Vision Digital India. We really appreciate the wonderful work your group of initiatives are doing across the world, not only in India. I keep traveling and meeting a lot of people. So the kind of initiatives were taken in Colombo, Sri Lanka, building a hospital and different places. So I just would like to ask you today, India is overtaken China in population. Today we are 1.45 billion people. And the greatest advantage what we have, unlike any other country in this world, is our demographic dividend, the youth. So in the next 2 decades, how this youth, the demographic dividend of India, is going to help India to reach to the #1 position what we are talking or we are dreaming?
Demographic dividend is the common word that we have used for decades now. But is it really happening is the question that we have to ask. We have 250 million school-going children in the country. 60 to 80% of them go to government schools. 1 million teachers are missing from the government schooling system. And we are talking about demographic dividends. We have the largest population of malnourished children in the world by numbers. And we are talking about demographic dividends. We have mortality, maternal and child mortality, which is still far, far above the permissible levels as per the WHO. And then we talk about demographic dividends when young mothers are dying and children are stillborn. So we have a long way to cover before we talk about demographic dividend. Demographic dividend does not happen in just few urban pockets. If we want the true demographic dividend of the country, then we have to go to the real problems where there can be a disaster if we don't address those needs now. That's where we need everybody's participation. And demographic dividend will happen only if we make it happen. It won't happen on its own. Demographic disaster can happen on its own. Dividend has to be made to happen. And that needs including rural geographies, going back to my same point, include rural education, rural healthcare, rural nutrition, rural skill building, rural infrastructure. All that is what is going to lead to the demographic dividend. So as I said, if that happens, $5 trillion is a done thing. You will go much beyond that. That's my view.
I actually see two people with mics, so these will be the last two questions. One here and...
He has secured a mic for himself.
Yeah, and she has as well, so...
Sadhguru, namaskar.
Namaskar.
And I'm happy to know the initiatives you have taken. And we all know, like, Narendra Modi ji's declared the next, including this year, 25 is Amrit Kal. And to make it really an Amrit Kal, I think he's trying a lot. What is your, I know you're saying, again, the same point, rural and all, but any other points from you are the way in which the Bharat is progressing? Any say on that? I would like to hear from you.
That's very kind of you to appreciate our work and also ask about what is happening at the leadership level, at the country's leadership level. I think we have got a very visionary leader at this point in time, and that's acknowledged and accepted not just by our country but by the world. And for the global south, definitely he is the leader that people are looking up to. And that's been accepted from public forums by global south leaders. So the vision of Amrit Kal itself is a great vision. Somebody at 75th year of independence says that next 25 years we are going to build a developed nation. It's a great vision. And not just it is about economic development. It's about the development which is inclusive. That is the bigger vision of the Prime Minister, which really I am very happy about. Even when the agricultural startup funding was coming down and things like that, they came up with the Agriculture Accelerator Fund. Immediate interventions, quick interventions. That is the key to this development, and that is what this leadership is able to achieve. Highly efficient system. A very quick decision making. Of course, the results of it takes time to show. You sow a seed today, you don't expect a fruit tomorrow. And we must give chance to the leadership to make it happen over a period of time. And I think some of the very big policy decisions which have been made in the last couple of years are very, very futuristic, very progressive, but unfortunately its results cannot be seen the next day. We can't unduly punish the government for that. We must give them a little more time and tenure to prove themselves right. That needs a little more time, but at the policy level, tremendous policies, from MSME policies to even startup ecosystem policies. The kind of support is coming from the policymakers is amazing. I don't think anywhere in the world you're getting that. Make in India, the kind of incentives, I don't see that happening in most of the parts of the world. And that is the reason why from 470 startups, we are 84 or 83 or whatever thousand startups today. It's only because of the right kind of policies, and that is the biggest contribution of the government. Few asks I have still from the startup point of view. I think they need a little more push, especially when they're market ready. Giving them funding at the beginning just to start the product development is one thing, but testing it out, and when it is what you call, technologically ready for the market, they need another set of funding at that point of time to make it go to the market. And that also is something that policy in startup ecosystem can think about. Seed funding and angel funding is one thing. That's what is happening at that point of time. You are going to VCs, angel investors, they're called angel investors, so you go to them. And then you go to these other funding agencies, but they're very exacting, very demanding. And you know what has happened in the last 3 years? Most of these venture capital funds have come from abroad because the interest rates were low and there was a good opportunity here. Now all that is going back. And what you call as funding winter has taken over. This is the time when policy people have to intervene and make sure their funding is available to startups which are already on their way to the markets. They should not get aborted halfway through because of the lack of funding. And that's where I think the policy must cover the entire spectrum of startup ecosystem, not just give them the initial seed investment to start it off, but they must see to that the product goes to the market. Until then, they should hold the startups. That is one policy change or intervention that I think I expect from the leadership. But we are very fortunate at this point of view. We have very good leadership, very decisive leadership, and that's what will make all these dreams that we have come true, I feel.
How do you manage your anger? Because us as entrepreneurs, there are so much of mood swings. We need to constantly have that patience, which sometimes we lose, as all of them were talking about various policies. But the first thing comes in is a sanity check for ourselves. How do we manage that in terms of all the mood swings? And how do you personally manage your mood swings and anger?
That's a very personal question. But for the benefit of all like that. See, our anger does not come from our personal failures, because we are here instrumenting God's will. So why should I get angry with myself or anybody who is doing their job purely with absolute selflessness, especially in our organization? Everybody is selfless. You go and check. From the gatekeeper till the chairperson, everybody is working selflessly. They may be getting a salary, but that is not the lookout. They are here to serve this community, and that purpose is there. And everybody is doing their very best. Some people may sometimes fall short, inadvertently, not on purpose. Nobody does it on purpose. So the reason to get angry with them is very little. But I do fake anger at times just to set things a little right. Sometimes you have to raise your voice and do things so just to get people serious about what they're doing. But that's not real anger. Real anger comes when you have ego, that you are the doer and you failed because these people did not support you, and you failed because you missed a step or two, and you start blaming yourselves, you start blaming others. It comes from a lot of doership and ego. But when you're an instrument in the hand of God, these issues are easily handled. So I think first thing that I was telling you, learn to be an instrument of that higher divine power which has chosen you to execute a will of its own, and you are just instrumenting that will. Then your issues with anger and mood swings will come down drastically. And even if it happens, let us say somehow you miss that whole feeling and then you get sucked into this whole anger. See, the thing is that you have to be watching out for the symptoms of it. When you are going on a road, you see a car coming on the opposite direction, you immediately get alerted, you give way so that you don't meet with an accident. Anger is like that, though it comes very swiftly, but you have to keep watching these patterns. And once you can get hold of these patterns in you, that these are the reasons when it triggers of my anger, you are more aware. And next time you are able to handle it better. You may still get angry for all said and done, but this time you are angry by being aware that you are getting angry, and not just getting angry without being aware. Next time you'll be even better at it. You'll start watching, these are the symptoms, and this is the fellow who is definitely going to trigger me off. So better I find another way to go away. I don't want to confront people and test my patience and my anger abilities. That's not required, just avoid. I always tell them, wherever there is a possibility of temptation, just take another route, even if it's longer. Avoid such situations where you have to unnecessarily get into that. But become aware of your weaknesses. Start working on them. Start working by taking time. And when you get angry, first thing you should do is leave the place. Leave the place. Don't try to confront and don't try to, give it back to them. Just leave the place at once. Half of your anger will disappear. Drink a glass of water, sit in a quiet corner and do anything that you like to do so that you take some time to overcome that. Just don't react. That is the thing which you have to manage over.
I am Dr. Kiran. I am from Hyderabad. I head an incubator. I am a teacher. And this is the second edition of ISF that I am attending. I attended the first one too. So I thought this forum is more than a who's who of the Indian startup ecosystem. I also see this as a think tank of the Indian startup ecosystem. And I really liked and I could resonate with the keyword that you used, that compassionate capitalism. Recently at Fab 23 Bhutan, I was actually asking the same question, but this forum is probably more the appropriate forum for our country to ask this question. So my question is, you were talking about social entrepreneurship and trying to give benefit to the beneficiaries who are who are not able to afford the benefits, the solutions. So is there any way that the ethico-legal, socio-political system that we have can actually allow at some level a community IP system that is led by the government, driven by the government with the support from the think tank, so that we can actually have solutions that don't really look for profit or scaling up? Because the social problems that we have, the social entrepreneurship, I'm sure the people here in the room will vibe with it, they cannot really always build solutions that are scalable. The solutions are very much close to the niche that they target, and there is no profit there. So can we actually build a community IP system of some kind, which can also bring certain economic viability to the social entrepreneurship? I wanted to hear from you because I really love that keyword. Thank you for that. Compassionate capitalism. Thank you, Guruji.
I think we are thinking on those lines. And some of the initiatives like the government took, like social stock exchanges and all that stuff, is towards building a kind of an investment channel for social entrepreneurship. However, it is still at a very nascent stage in India. It's not as evolved as western side of the world, but I think it is coming there. In the future it will happen. Meanwhile, we are also, I think tomorrow Jay Garu knows that we are also launching a forum called Rural Economic Forum. Something on the lines of World Economic Forum, which is going to, it's not just a think tank, but it's also a platform for like-minded people to join hands and support these kind of rural initiatives beyond the demands of profitability and things like that. It's a genuine cause, it needs to be solved, and we want to engage with governments, we want to engage with industry, we want to engage with like-minded NGOs and people's participation, public participation at large. So something like that is in the offing. It'll take a few years before this matures and really makes an impact. But yes, your idea is very much in motion at this point in time.
So thank you so much, Swamiji, for this session.
I must have the last word.
Oh yeah, please.
So thanks to you for having organized this and come and asked the kind of question that will help everybody. And my ask is there from this forum, Nothing comes for free, as they say. No free lunches, but here of course it is free. But the idea is, each one of you is capable of impacting so many lives. You have so much of potential within yourselves as an individual and as a corporate or a company that you're launching. Please keep a part of your efforts, energies and resources for a social cause. It need not be here, it need not be now, but make sure that in a disciplined way, earmark your abilities, your skills, your knowledge, your resources for some social cause or the other, through some organization or the other. Second piece of advice I will give you, you are in business, you are supposed to create profits. Don't get into opening foundations and charities and make a mess of both the business as well as the charity. Your core competence is business, please do it well, do it ethically, do it right, be profitable. Leave the charity to charitable organizations, because there are two different skill sets and you don't mix them both. When you are a big corporate, large corporate, you can afford a huge foundation with a lot of people. It's a different thing, but business mindset should not be applied in charity, and charity mindset should not be applied in businesses. So make sure that you keep these things too clear of each other. I think that is the way to a prosperous society. Do well, all the best to whatever for you to do, whatever you're doing, do it well, do it as an example for everybody else to follow. Leave behind footprints for others also to cross the bridge, cross the chasm. And I think this is a very punya bhuvi, this is a very sacred land. And this is my personal experience, that anything that we have thought about here with a pure heart, with pure sentiments, it has always succeeded. And one example is this very startup festival last year in October, when it was launched for the first time. It was in a very nascent infant stage. Jay Garu was himself surprised that how did it happen even in that short while. And today when I see 125 term sheets being signed, and that's a huge encouragement to the startup ecosystem. And I'm sure all this will lead to a lot of good, not just to you, at your company and employees, but to the society at large. Let's not forget that part of our responsibility beyond the call of duty, compassion side of the capitalism. Let's keep that as the focus, that as the North Star, that as our guiding principle in every business that you undertake. So I wish you all the very best, and I thank Jay Garu and the entire team, volunteers of ISF. Also 100 of our university students are volunteering during this event. Most of them have come from rural India. They never knew how to speak in English, they didn't know how to deal with people, but you must be meeting them here and there. Wherever you meet them, shake their hands, pat their backs, and then only you go back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
In Vidura Niti, in Mahabharata, a mention comes where he teaches the principles of governance and decision making to the kings. And one shloka captures the essence of it all. Tyajet purusham kulasyarthe, gramasyarthe kulam tyajet, gramam janapadasyarthe, atmaarthe prithvim tyajet. Which means you can sacrifice an individual for the sake of the betterment of the family. You can sacrifice a family for the welfare of the community. You can sacrifice the community for the welfare of the world, and you can sacrifice the world itself for the highest good, that is to reach God. So decision-making process is what Vidurniti explains. And this is what I also think should be the way our minds, our intellects, our actions should be guided. Where we make decisions that is not just good for us, but for our families, our communities, our world at large, and ultimately something that would please the divine within all of us and also the divine in all around. That kind of decision making should be the part of doing anything, especially running a business. We have examples within our own groups. Look at the kind of people who have supported this cause of ISF. They've not just done this for their sake. They've sacrificed much of their time, energy, rest, and relaxation for the sake of the betterment of the society. They've sacrificed their time with their families, starting with Jay Garu, whose family will always be telling him, "Where are you? Please let us know your coordinates because you seem to be not available at all." They have sacrificed their family's time, leisure time, for the sake of betterment of society. Many of you have sacrificed your work at your offices, at your companies, or wherever you are engaged with. And you have come here to support a cause like this, as an investor or as a startup or as a volunteer. That's your sacrifice that you have made for the greater good of the communities. And tomorrow, these companies which kind of come up from this platform, they will do good to the world. And when the whole world is living in a peaceful and a prosperous way, I'm sure God, who is the creator of the entire world, will be happy with us. So I think our understanding of why we do a thing should be guided by our scriptural knowledge of doing good for others and sacrificing the smaller interest for the greater good of all. I'm very glad to have Bosaraju Garu, who has lived a whole life in the service of mankind, service of humanity, and he made time to come here again. That is his sacrifice, to come and encourage this young budding startup festival, and which has gone to places now. Last year we started here, and I think any term sheet signed last year. Last year was just mentoring. No term sheets were signed. But this year, Jay Garu tells me that almost 150 term sheets have been signed, perhaps largest number, if you think from the point of view of the success of a startup festival. So 150 startups got a kind of a boost, a new energy, and also they're going to be mentored. It's not just about giving them some finances and leaving them on their own, but the idea is to help them end to end. And so many of them, just now Rajamohan Garu said, I'm not only here to help, I'm here to mentor these startups, and also he agreed to mentor the organization with his experience that he has had. So this is the kind of inspiration that this place has created for every one of us. I'm very appreciative of the fact that you have just not thought of your companies or your ideas alone, but you have thought of the greater good of the communities and societies that this startup festival and the companies that emerge from here will achieve. That is the kind of new world order that we seek to create, where everyone's welfare is included, not just ours, but everyone's welfare is included. That is the kind of society, that is the kind of business ecosystem, that is the kind of governance that we want to see in the world, which has not happened so far. Mahatma Gandhi ji gave the mantra of Grama Swaraj. Now, I was very touched. As young students, we read about our history, we read about the great personalities and their visionary ideas. Many people have given many visionary ideas, from Western philosophers to the Eastern saints and sages, but Mahatma Gandhiji's idea of Gram Swaraj stands out as a very unique and revolutionary idea. However, at that point in time in India, Gram Swaraj in literal terms means a village that is self-governed. That is the kind of, in the sense, whatever is needed for the village is provided within the village, including good governance. And that is how each village should be independent and self-governing and self-sufficient and self-sustaining. That is the idea of Gram Swaraj. India is a land of villages. We have 6.5 lakh villages from north to east and west to south. Everywhere we have villages. And Gandhiji thought about it as a Gram Swaraj. However, at that point in time, the circumstances were such that this could not be achieved. A great balance had to be struck between the industrial revolution that India needed and also grassroots level innovation and the self-governance that India needed. Balancing both the ends, which were like literally the two ends of the spectrum, was a great task for the governments, for agencies of change, even for industries. So we could achieve a bit of it, a part of it in different ways, but the whole of it could not be achieved so far. But today where India stands, it is one of the best times for India where it can achieve Gram Swaraj because of the penetration of technology in the rural areas, be it communication technology, information technology, transportation, digitization, financial inclusion, and the amount of education and other facilities, infrastructure that has reached to villages is capable of transforming villages at this point of time. I don't think this was doable so easily at least 50 years ago. But today, definitely it is doable. But what is required for it? Not just the government. Bose Raju Garu will agree. Government, even if they do everything in their might and more, yet to include everyone, help everybody grow, is a Herculean task for the size of the country that we are. Now, we are 30 countries in one country. That is how we are. And to manage, you can imagine if somebody has to manage 30 countries together, it's not an easy task. So it needs public participation. It needs participation from the industry. It needs participation from all sectors of society. And that is the only way we can achieve Purna Grama Swaraj, where every village becomes self-sustaining, self-governing, self-sufficient. They don't have to migrate to the cities for the sake of jobs, for the sake of facilities, including education, healthcare, and other basic necessities. These should be available at the rural doorsteps. And that was the idea which I was being discussed with J.A. Garu. All right, startups will happen, IT startups will happen, many other fintech startups will happen. Most of this happens in the urban areas because urban area startups are not that it is easy, but relatively easy compared to a rural startup. So naturally, you are going to be finding more people interested there. But can you do something to direct their thoughts, direct their energies, and channelize them to help rural economies? And that is when Jay Garu said, yes, Swamiji, we will do that. As the second chapter of the India Startup Festival, we'll take up this as the main theme, that innovations at the bottom of the pyramid. And that is how he conceived the entire program. And I was thinking, let us see how many of these people will turn up. Because rural startups, rural innovation is not the in thing, is not the most, is not a flavor of the times that we live in. But he managed to garner these many people, and for that he has worked for months without rest. Despite his personal challenges, he traveled, and every time I ask him, where are you? Now I'm in UK. Next, where are you? I'm in US. Where are you? So he's always, he is delocalized over the whole globe. And you have to really search and find him because he was so particular that this idea of rural innovation should take wings. It should not simply remain a discussion item, a nice to have talk and conversation, but it should be turned into actionables. And he has achieved it with the great team support from all of you. Gulati ji is there from the UK, London Chamber of Commerce. So also there are so many of others who have been helping this cause. And I am very glad that I found these many good people in the world who have come together. See, one single person cannot do a lot of good, but so many of us can achieve a lot. I was telling, if you want to tilt the balance, you all have to group up together, or rather gang up together as good gangs, and go to one end of the balance and tilt it. So we all need to get together. If we are scattered all around the balance will never be tilted in the favor of the poor and the weak. We have to shift the balance, and for that, all of us have to get together, work in unison to achieve the same vision, which is to provide opportunities, equitable opportunities even to rural geographies, not just of India. Now, I don't think I can speak much of India because India Startup Festival now has truly become international startup festival. And so I'll have to speak for the whole world. And we travel around the world. We Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is the idea. Whole world is a family, and the most needy members of the family are there at the bottom of the pyramid. And this is how we have to go and serve in those areas. We as an organization work in several countries, almost 30 plus countries. Many of them are developed countries, many of them are just developing. Many of them are still not caught up with the world that we live in today. So we work in Africa, we work in South America, we work in North America, especially the southern region of the North America, the Delta region. And again, we work in Asia, we work in as far as Fiji Islands, which is in the South Pacific. And we have organizations set up there which does social good. And everywhere I see there is this difference between haves and have-nots. And most of the people are towards the haves. And naturally, there is a demand, and that is the tax-paying or the revenue-generating community. Naturally, it has more say than those who are dependent on this revenue. But at the same time, I always try to remind the governments, the leaders, that this bottom of the pyramid is what is holding the pyramid in the first place. If that get dismantled and kind of breaks apart, the whole pyramid will come collapsing down. So our societies are built on these grassroots level people who are working hard. They may not be your biggest revenue contributors, but they are your consumers or future customers at this point in time. But they are the ones who are holding the society together. They are larger in numbers, and we have to respect their contribution, even if it is not visible. So one more thought that somebody told me today is that please recognize rural role models in the ISF festival who have done grassroots level innovations. They are not from the Ivy League institutions. They are not from the IIMs and IITs and IISCs. But they are people who may not even know how to speak English or how to even articulate or communicate or whatever, make an elevator pitch to the investors. But they are the ones who have found the problem and found a solution in their own way. In India, we call it the Jugaad economy, So you have to kind of get those people also onto this platform and help them also to scale up their ideas and recognize some of these rural heroes, the unsung heroes of the country and the world on this platform. So while we have heroes like Rajmohan Garu and many more whom we met yesterday, each of them is an inspiration. How much they have done for the country and the community at large. They all could have taken the beaten path, of making billion-dollar businesses, making name for themselves, and finally retiring in some Florida-like place. But then they have decided not to do that. They continue to battle for the benefit of all. They are the people who are real heroes who have to be celebrated. And I think I must add one name to that list of heroes. That is J. Chaudhary Garu, who has taken up a new vision, a new mission. At this age, most people hang their boots and say, we have done enough. And now we'll play with our grandkids and, relax in a retreat-like place. But he said, Swamiji, you have given a new vision to us. I want to take it up. I want to make sure that this festival grows strength to strength with every passing year. I want to ensure that the best of the minds, best of the capacities and abilities come to this small village of Mudanhalli, see what you do for the world, get inspired and participate in developing the world together. That was his original idea. Again, those who were not there yesterday or day before, the main thought was he came one day from Bangalore. And it was just like a casual trip. He did not think much of it. But somebody brought him, Satyendra was there. I think Satyendra insisted. He and Deena, both of them came. They came to address the student of the university as a lecture. But they ended up listening to my lecture in my room. And then after an hour of all the talking, he was so inspired. He said, Swamiji, world has to know what you're doing over here. This is the right thing to do, and this needs to be told to the world. You have to talk. You have to make it known to the... I said, I am not used to talking. I'm used to working. Our motto is, Baat kam kaam zyada. It means talk less and work more. And therefore, I do not go around telling this. He said, we will do it, Swamiji. We will get best of the corporates, best of the minds to this village and make sure that they all get to know how things should be done. And while you run corporates, you also have the social side of responsibility, and each one of us have to be made sensitized, made aware of our greater role in building better societies, especially at the bottom of the pyramid. That was his vision, and I was so happy that a lot of people visit us, we get a lot of appreciation, we get a lot of accolades, I listen to them, I understand, I appreciate their kind words and gestures, but not everybody converts it into action. See, it's just 8-9 months back, that is all it is. Less than a year actually. And he came and just did not talk. He turned it into walk, in the sense he made it into an action. And what kind of action you see? Thousands of startups, hundreds of investors, and for the first time, as he said, 150 or so term sheets, 150 new startups which are getting mentored, which are getting created over here. What more can you talk about? A selfless thought coupled with selfless action can achieve anything. And Jay Garu is the living example. He might attribute it to my grace and guidance, but what is grace after all without somebody on the other end working for it? So this is how he has put it all together. And I'm really, truly appreciative of the whole team, including our university students and they who have volunteered. Everybody is a volunteer here. That's the beauty. They were telling ISF does not pay anybody anything. They all are working, whether they are CEOs or students. They are all working, from the chairman to the co-founders to everybody else. All are volunteers. And that is why this is growing so fast, because there is selfless in the hearts of people who are working for it. They're not coming here for some personal agenda. They're here for the greater good of the community. And that's why they sacrifice their individual good for the greater good of the society and the community. That is what Mahatma Gandhiji said. I'll close with that. He gave a talisman. It's called Gandhiji's talisman. And that mantra is, he says, whenever you are in doubt about any action, anything that you want to undertake, recall the face of the poorest and the weakest person that you have ever seen. Then ask yourself, whatever you are planning to do, contemplating to do, is it going to restore some kind of control over his destiny for that poor and the weak? Is it going to make that poor and the weak person's life any better? If yes, then go ahead. All your doubts will disappear, he says. If you just put this talisman, put this test, litmus test before every of your decisions. So when you now go back and you build your companies, corporates, you lead the society and industry, please ask yourself, whatever decisions you contemplate upon, is it going to make the life of the poorest and the weakest person you have ever seen any better? If the answer is yes, just go ahead and do it despite whatever be the odds, and you will succeed at the end. But if the answer is no, that it's not going to improve the life of the last and the least, the weakest and the poorest, then think twice whether you really need to do it, or can you do something better with your lives before it melts away in front of your eyes. So that is the idea of building better societies. Once again, I congratulate each and every one of you for having participated, shared your inspiration and ideas, and I'm sure in times to come, this year maybe 150, next year it may be 500 term sheets, you never know. But that is how it should grow. And what do you call such a company which grows 10x every year? What do you call a company like this? It's not unicorn, it is decacorn, he says. So that is how ISF is growing, is because of the selfless work of all of you. I truly appreciate you, and I look forward to engaging with each one of you, even as a social service organization. Don't just turn away and go back thinking my agenda of ISF is done. I got the investment, I didn't get the investment, whatever. No, look at what else you could do to build the society. This is the birthplace of Mokshagunnam Vishveshwaraya, who gave us the KRS dam. That water is actually irrigating most of the southern side of Karnataka, and because of that there is prosperity. And that idea was a crowdfunding idea. If you do not know, the Wudayar, the king who was there, he did not have enough finances to build the dam. But Vishveshwaraya's idea that we have to build something for the sake of irrigating this area, which was otherwise becoming economically very poor, they went to the public. They went to the people and said, what can you give? Because treasuries are empty. They had to pay huge taxes to the British just to keep their kingdom together. So they did not have funds to build a dam, KRS dam, or build a canal system. It's Mokshagunnam Vishveshwaraya and the king together who went village to village, asking people for their support, and people donated. People donated implements, people donated iron, people donated money, gold, all kinds of, it was the first, I think, example of crowdsourcing or crowdfunding, which is now the in thing. And that was to the credit of Mr. Vishveshwaraya, who was patronized, of course, by the king. But today, you look at the prosperity that it has brought, especially to down south, Mandya, Mysore, all these regions. It's only because the river was flowing. River has been flowing there for thousands of years, but nobody channelized the energy, the resources of the river for the betterment of the people. If every time you sold or whatever, every TMC of water that you released, you charge people for it, you wouldn't have been a prosperous society today. Our farmers wouldn't have survived. Because Mr. Vishweshwaraya thought it is to be done for the greater good of all. Because the king said, I am ready, even if I am king, I am ready to stretch my hands in front of my own people for the sake of their good, better future. He stretched his hands out. He did not think, I'm a king, I shouldn't do it. And that is how people were inspired that when king himself is coming and seeking support, we must support. And they all came together. That is the inspiration of this land. So this is a startup. KRS Dam is a startup which is now created so much of wealth for the society. And that is the kind of startup that you should think of. That is the innovation at the bottom of the pyramid. That is what is going to change the societies for the better forever. That kind of change we must effect through our intelligence, resources, abilities. Please think along these lines. Take back with you a lot of inspiration from here and keep chewing over it. And I'm sure insights will come. And that insight will be leading you to innovation. And that innovation is going to finally come back to the society as solutions. This is the method. I look forward to meeting all of you again next year. And many more of you. Each one of you should bring 3 more of your friends and colleagues. And that's how it should keep growing. So wish you all the very best. Again, thanks to Bosraju Garu for coming and gracing this occasion. Of course, Jay Garu and Deena, who initially seeded the idea, and now it has grown with everyone, Mr. Gulati, and the latest additions like Rajamohan Garu and many more. To all of you, my very best wishes and blessings. May you all achieve what you have set out to achieve. May that lead to greater good of all. With these words of blessings, I conclude.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, this is Sandhya Kode, and I'm really happy to be here at ISF 2023. Here in Sri Satya Sai Grama, Mudanahalli. It's so inspiring to see thousands of people teaming around, attending panel sessions, attending to the keynotes, seeing the exhibition, seeing the pitches yesterday. It was awesome, and I wish all of the participants the very, very best and hope they find the match between who they're looking for in terms of funding or mentorship or what have you, and wish a lot of success and hope there are a lot of takeaways from the panels and the experience sharing from the experienced people. And my participation in Women in Business panel was great. Jay pushed me in the last minute, and I was very happy to be there, to be able to listen to and share my experience. And really, all the opportunity is there for the women today, especially in India, to be the best they possibly can, because technology has made it so much more easier to work out of home, to be able to balance, to work part-time, to do work full-time, to do so many different things. And I think it's a great time forward for women and the participants, all of them in India. Thank you.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Seshadri Mangala, and I can say I'm the proud volunteer of the Indian Startup Festive, and also been proud to be co-founder along with my mentor, Sri Jay Chaudhary. whom I knew in my childhood days. I hope now I'm sharing and working with him. So I think you all heard the intention of what we are doing. I think we rather talking. I think we want to do some actions, and we had something like, we had almost more than 140 term sheets. This is the second edition. We are a 9-month baby. As you also mentioned, we are also a startup, not paid employees, but we had pro bono volunteers across all of them who are burning their midnight oil to make what you see today. And it's continuing. This is not even a trailer. I always say that. And we are doing a lot of sessions, even international wise, but I always believe the change has to come from us. So I'm trying to do my bit, and I hope every one of us can try to do bit. So when we say startup, it's also about employability, it's about skills. So all that is coming, the byproducts, the ingredients of all our mission and vision. So I request everyone to be part of it. And of course, you have my coordinates. I'm more than happy. And thanks to MyStartupTV for all I know. I heard a lot about you. And definitely we'll work together to make it a better India. Thank you.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We have the day 2 of India Startup Festival 2023. I have with me Soumya Mukherjee, who's the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Well, that's a big name. If you could start with explaining what it is all about.
Sure. Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll just take a minute before I introduce the office, the background of why this Office of Principal Scientific Advisor and why all of this, and why am I here also. That also will explain, the reason. So, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor dates back to 1999, with APJ Abdul Kalam being the first scientific advisor of the country before he went on to become the president of the country. And as we know, India has been evolving since the early 2000s to power economy, right? World power. Be it nuclear or renewable energy, be it any sector, India is evolving as a entire innovation ecosystem in the world. So we are at the cusp of how our startups ecosystem can be leveraged for the benefit of social impact, if you call it social investments. All of that can be driven. So Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor was set up primarily to do all pragmatic advice to the Prime Minister in terms of science and technology. Now we are in the leadership of Professor Ajay Sood. Professor Ajay Sood comes from the background of IISc. He is a semiconductor and nanotechnology expert. He is also a Royal Fellow of Physics member and has successful experiments on Raman resonance effects on pacemaker systems of heart. Then also he is he has a number of patents from UK, US, and then he also chairs the G20 Chief Science Advisors Roundtable, which is global leaders in science and technology, and his office represents multiple scientists and technologies from Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Innovation Foundation, Indian Science Foundation, DRDO's, AIMS, Mr. V.K. Saraswat. All of them are a part of the Prime Minister's Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council. And the role of the PMST Act, which is the Innovation Advisory Council, is to drive the 9 national missions. So starting with the IEML, NLP, which is National Language Portal Translation, quantum, biodiversity for human health, bioscience, all of that, right? So, for example, if you see the space policy that has come recently, this is also, a backbone of the, this Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, and increasingly all the quantum mission, even if you talk about it, is because of this office that has come up, and there are a lot more that can be told about the office. I am representing the Strategy Alliances Division, where we do industry academy engagement process.
So that brings me to a very important question with academics, right? So is there the policy we are coming out where the scientific mindset, should start at a very early age, isn't it? So is your organization working somewhere towards that, or as a policy?
Sure, of course. See, we have recently come out with a deep tech startup policy. I think if we look at the macro level of any policy that has been successful in its implementation, the major element is that it has to be done in consultation and concurrence with the industry, and in a mode which is adaptable to the economy that the country is going through or will be perceiving. Right, we heard from Mr. Ramcharan also yesterday, who is a mentor and a milestone in his own career with helping a lot of companies and success stories all across for entrepreneurs. So early stage, if we talk about, there is lot of it is debatable, and there is a lot of mixed approaches are there. But I think any entrepreneur or any startup, what is important is that he need to also visualize the failure as far as success. You cannot have anything overnight, right? Today you come across a dream, and tomorrow it's not a startup. It's not any a financial thing or any implication that you have. You just deliver it. It is your dream. You have to pursue like a dream. It's like your baby. So you have to mature it, and you have to have a gestation period for it, and then you have to deliver it. So you need to just think about it, right? Whether it is solving any real life problems or not. Identify the real life problems, and I think there are plenty of institutions and startups, IITs and IISs, all of the institutions, and they have their own R&D setups also, incubators, who are willing to help you in the early stage. So I think overall, this way, I think we are the overarching council. Definitely we have a lot of things to think about, and we are helping the early stage startups also. About 150 startups out of 500 we have set up are early stage, actually, and at some point of time they were just nowhere. They were they were probably working in tandem with the MSMEs of the country, and there is a huge gap that is existing between the startups and MSMEs, because no utilization of MSMEs industry is happening, because MSMEs are at the forefront, and they have all the expertise, but they cannot fund because they have their own set of challenges, right? They need power backups. They need a lot of things which are still detrimental in terms of the policy regulations that needs to be flexible. So I think early stage can always be done, and there are multiple ways that are startup program. So Office of Principal Scientific Advisor also launched a platform. I would not call it a portal. It's just called Manthan. It was launched on 15th August 2022, and which is there to address the gaps that are existing in the and the bottlenecks in a physical world. To remove all these bottlenecks we are in a VUCA world: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, all of that. And we need to have knowledge sharing practices, more of information dissemination knowledge on the platform. So we tried to build the platform, and we have this platform with us now, which was launched 15th August, so that industry, the demand side people, which are the industry, PSUs, the state governments or the central governments, the philanthropic organizations, high net worth individuals, they can all articulate their problem statements or their R&D issues, or CSR problem statements, anything that they want to do it collaboratively, and they have funds for that. So the idea is to have the funding reach the right people, instead of funding some proposals which are at random, may have relevance 10 years back or 5 years back, and have not researched, like what we call is a translational research, but it has its own course of time. So Manthan gives that sort of builds that gap, fulfills that gap of bridging the industry to the 1 lakh plus startups ecosystem, and the 5,000 plus topmost credible institutions, academic institutions, and the MSMEs, if we talk about NGOs and all of that, who are the implementers. And there are science technology clusters also in different cities, who are they are at the heart and soul of the cities, addressing on focused thematic areas, and working with 30-40 research institutions in a mode of with the state governments, the civil societies, the labs, philanthropy organizations, all of them, they are working it. So they have the bandwidth and they can also take up implementation projects. If there is any challenge in funding gaps of CSR, so they can also fulfill that gap for any social enterprise or any startup to take those projects forward in the tribal areas and rural areas. We have multiple examples of projects that we have done so far. And it's an open invitation to all the startups and who have been a part and parcel and have been rewarded or have participated in some way in India Startup Festival to leverage this platform freely because there is no financial implications and it's a free, democratic and decentralized platform.
So as a support, what kind of support do you provide to the startups?
So as I said, we do not fund any projects directly, or neither do we accept funds because we are the government of India. And this platform is just a crowdfunded platform for the social benefit, for the social cause. So if I talk about how do we help, I think it is primarily for the industry, the problem statement that the industry is facing, why it is facing and how it can be solved. There are different ways that it could be solved.
So you help connect the industry.
I help connect industry to the startups, the grassroots innovators, and not only connect but also the startups can showcase their proposals, their innovations on the platform freely. So
that's
that industry, that's on the Manthan platform. Yes. So the industry can or the government can come in and they can handpick proposals. So it's this Manthan platform is a combination of an Amazon or LinkedIn, a Facebook, research combined together.
Where they could provide a service. Right. So finally, what's your thought about the event?
So this is a wonderful platform. I think I've rarely seen these kind of events because most of the events that we come across are either out of multiple dignitaries from the ministries or the central government's thing. Very few events that have been is like which has focused discussions and live pitches and commitments from the real commitments from the investors and angel investors, equity funders. All of them have been here, and there are international players and foundations also who are taking deep interest in the startups ecosystem of the country. And it is, I think, a brilliant platform. It should go its way for social impact, incubation, invention. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think if the proper research and with proper data analytics, if startup is progressing, then I think the sky is the limit.
Could you say something about MyStartupTV? We are a dedicated media house for startups exclusively.
Of course, I think you're doing a fabulous job. I have not come across any platform so far, although we have tied up with our science and communication partners as Netflix and Amazon Prime and the Hotstars. But I have not come across. I would like to see you soon on my television screen on my living room. And kudos to you for doing this for the startups.
Manthan, initiated by the Office of PSA, is set to transform India's tech-driven social innovations. This platform enhances collaboration with innovators, promotes R&D in emerging technologies, and underscores the societal benefits of these science-based solutions.
The Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India brings to you India's first multi-stakeholder platform to reach the unreached. Manthan aims to facilitate industry-academia collaborations for CSR and philanthropic funding. The platform is built on key pillars of innovation opportunity exchange, virtual exhibitions and events. Industries can find academic or startup partners. Government research problems can also be found on the platform. Manthan is also aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and emerging technologies. The science and technology clusters under the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India create strong linkages between multiple academic institutions and industry on focused thematic areas. The platform has illustrious co-funding partners and is supported by leading industries, associations and institutes. Please register on manthan.gov.in today if you would like to source your implementation or R&D and innovation partners.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to ITTV Global Media, the voice of software engineers, and today we have got a giant. And since yesterday, I'm listening to him, and believe me, he's got really nice wisdom and clear thought to give it to you too. So, sir, first of all, let me ask you your name and your designation.
I'm Sri Atluri. I'm from New York. I am an executive of one of the Wall Street firms.
Oh, that's really awesome. And regarding your visit to ISF 2023, any specific reason, or have you ever met somebody which clicked your business?
Actually, more than startups, I'm here just to support the festival. I see a lot of talent and a lot of positive energy. I just want to be able to support the festival, and I'm connected with ISF.
So you connected with ISF, and I think with the startups running right now in India and the development of rural areas, and I think today in the keynote speech I could see that many of the people are speaking about rural. Do you really think we'll be able to focus on rural and get startups from there?
Oh, absolutely. If you see some of the stalls here, the innovation and the way they're actually thinking is amazing, and also the startups that are coming from the rural India are going to take its leaps and bounds and be able to get to where they have to. I'm positive. Thank you.
You're really positive about it. And I think we're definitely positive too. But sir, I think one question I have, which was that one business or one startup which you really liked today?
Some of the social entrepreneurship, particularly giving back to the community, and also the diversity-focused, accessibility-related software that is built is amazing. It is not only to solve the problem, but it helps some of the sectors of the people that are ignored. And that is what I think is very, very useful and important.
That's great. Apart from all the Wolf of the Wall Street, we have literally got one with a very big and kind heart. Thank you for giving your time, sir. It was nice talking to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So the event is amazing. Actually, the kind of folks who came in, the startups and the mentors that came in across the world, and the way the positive energy that's created here is amazing. And in fact, there are startups. I heard there are 150 term sheets were given. That itself is showing the level of depth and the breadth of this organization and the way ISF is moving. Congratulations, ISF, and thank you very much.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
My name is Tarun Gulati. I'm the Chairman, President and CEO for Squared Watermelon in the UK, but I also happen to be the co-founder and co-chair for the India Startup Festival. I live in London, but I've been a banker all my life. I've been chairman of a bank. I've been CEO for several entities, including UTI, the largest asset management company globally, and sat on some 48 boards. What brings me here is obviously my involvement with the Startup Festival. I've never seen anything like this. I've, as I said, lived all over the world. This is unique. This is not about one day running a startup or a 2-day festival. It's a continuous process around the year. The idea is some startups may need money, some startups need mentorship, some startups need the next stage. How do they go about doing that? So that is the whole idea, and I'm trying to bring my experience, global experience, and try and help startups and scale-ups to go to the next road of their journey and make them all very successful with indeed a societal angle. I do believe that one must give back. So I run several not-for-profit entities, including an award that is very global called the 21st Century Icon Awards, where
folks, winners and finalists have come from 44 countries, and media is, with CNBC and others, have shown it in 80 plus countries. So you can start small, but your vision has to be big, and if everybody thinks like that, they'll at least reach somewhere. So that's the message I would like to give today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Sadhguru Swamiji Pranam, Honorable Minister, Mr. Chaudhary, and other distinguished guests on the dais, brothers and sisters and other distinguished guests off the dais. I can tell you the talk of heaven on this earth. I've traveled all over the world, lived in 8 odd countries, traveled maybe to 70, 80 countries. Moment you enter those gates, heaven is on this earth here. Hospitality, unparalleled, nonpareil. Never seen it. You go to the top hotels, Niketan and Mohan, the volunteers who picked me up at 1 a.m. in the night, have been there all along. And they are not, I can only name 2 individuals. Everybody I met, I think, Sadhguru, this is tremendous. It's hospitality, not in the mind, it's from the heart. That makes all the difference. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for giving me the opportunity to be part as a co-founder, chairman of this entity. You saw the serene faces of these young people, you would realize there's peace, there's tranquility, and there's satisfaction. That's what the startups are looking for. They're looking for an ecosystem that actually nurtures them, caters for all their needs, mentors them. It's not all about money, because money can come, but you should know how to deploy it, how to make profit from it. Build value, not valuations. As Sadhguru said yesterday, you're looking at bottom of the pyramid. There are those that have it all, but there are those have-nots. The idea of the India Startup Festival is to actually uplift those that are at the bottom of the pyramid. Maslow's hierarchy of needs talks. Right at the bottom, there are these necessary things that we need. Some people don't have theirs, where some of them, well, they haven't achieved self-actualization, but they have everything they need. The idea is if you come here each year, that self-actualization will be possible thanks to the fantastic entity here. I have never come here before, but I've made a self-promise to myself and everybody I've met. I intend to come here every quarter and be part of this institution, thanks to Mr. Chaudhary. The other colleagues who are not on the stage with me, I represent all of them who are part of the core team here. I speak for all of them for encouraging me to be part of this. Without their support and encouragement, I wouldn't have been able to be. So thank you very much for everybody here.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023. Today is day 2, and we are going to start the proceeding with Tarun Singhal, who is the director at Soprasteria. He's also on the board of British Business Group. Also, he's part of the Living Bridge concept, which Prime Minister Modi spoke about, which is connecting India to the global and global to India. So welcome to the show, Tarun.
Thank you, Major. Thank you so much. Delighted to be part of this conversation with you.
Perfect. So, let's start by the whole concept of Living Bridge, which you spoke about, before we started. For the benefit of people out there, who are also like you. There are many of them out there who are connecting India to the world and the world to India. So, yeah.
So when Prime Minister Modi was addressing the massive gathering at the Wembley Stadium in the UK, he coined the term living bridge. And it's very simple how every one of us in India can do more with global and vice versa. And that's where it's a bridge while we are able to connect with each other, which also links up with the theme of this ISF 2023, which is connect, collaborate and celebrate. So together we can do more, but individually we can't do more.
Correct.
So namaskar and Sai Ram, and I'm happy to be conversing with you.
You're also moderating a round table today. Do you want to talk about that in your, as a living bridge concept and that whole concept of connecting the world and to India?
It's very simple. I was having my conversation with Swamiji yesterday, and we were discussing about the round table because he is personally very keen on this diplomatic roundtable, which I have the honor with his blessings to chair and moderate today along with Seshadri ji. Now, it's all about how as India we can be able to collaborate with the global world. Now let me give you one very small example of how at Soprast area we are doing it, which I was discussing with Swamiji yesterday. We have presence across 30 countries, north of 55,000 people globally. And when it comes to community, it came out that we are working on one country and few schools in India, whether it is to do with healthcare, whether it is to do with education, and that's the concept we follow. So in simple words, when we were discussing about this, Swamiji said that, why don't you come across and start something like Force 15? And what he meant by Force 15 was, we give at the round table to all the diplomats, whether they're from Finland, they're from UK, they're from Australia, they're from US or United Kingdom or France, where we are actually working very closely as two countries together. One of the concepts which came out from Swamiji on Force 15 was that we give a target of 2 companies per country. So even if 7 to 8 countries subscribe to this concept, together 15 powerful companies, we come and work not on the visibility, because everybody is doing something on visibility. We want to create an impact. Like you saw here, Satya Sai Memorial Hospital. It's an impact. It's affecting so many people's lives, providing free healthcare for many. So I would be revolving around that and try to put that as an agenda as part of the FTAs being signed and take it forward from there.
Coming to your personal mission, what's your mission?
My personal mission is very simple: connect, collaborate, and celebrate. I would give a little bit more value to celebrate, because if you're celebrating and having fun, then you can do anything. Sky is the limit. And that is what is most important. Swamiji mentioned yesterday about $5 trillion economy. वो तो हो ही जाएगा.
Correct.
That is not a problem. The problem is how we can do something better and that mitigation of that. So I want to align my personal goals with the wider society goals. And that is where I am working towards, and that's the reason which brought me here in the ashram today.
So far, we are on the day 2 of the event. What's your take from day 1? What are your thoughts?
I think day 1 was phenomenal. We all saw and witnessed 125 term sheets being signed. It is a world record. People would say startup festivals or startup conferences would be something in small scale, one small boardroom, small discussions, something like this where you have more than 10,000 people as delegates attending, more than 200 CXOs here, more than almost 100 venture capitalists here. Where else will you find this? Exhibitions area, people are exhibiting beautiful products in the range of education. We saw Sai Sure, which is the food and nutrition concept of Satya Sai institution. It's all amazing, and I think highlight for me yesterday were, I would say, 2 highlights. One was fireside chat with Swamiji, where he mentioned very clearly how the CXOs and organizations can do more and better. And the other was the symphony, Sai Symphony Orchestra.
Good afternoon. This is the most powerful panel of India Startup Festival. And in fact, a lot of discussions yesterday and today morning also. The gender issue, a lot of people were raising why many women leaders are not actually taking their responsibilities and driving new companies. They are all limited to their home responsibilities, children responsibilities. I think time has come for all of you to become not just leaders in India but global leaders. You have to pave the path for the rest of the women folks, because in India I see if you go to any engineering college, 80% of the students, they're all girl students. Recently I went to one orphan school in near Vijayawada. There also 90% are all girl students. So what are they doing? 90% in the schools and colleges, but they are not getting into the industry, they are not getting into leadership, they are not getting into the senior positions in the corporate industry. So there is something lacking. Maybe I will request Radha also to come, because Radha, come, you are the right person, the model woman entrepreneur doing extremely well in Silicon Valley. Please come, Radha. So all of you are role models for women entrepreneurship. You tell us, instead of blaming us that we are not giving the opportunity to you, you tell us why women leadership are not really taking the ownership and responsibilities to go higher up and lead companies. Come, Radha, please come. So we are expecting a white paper recommendations from this round table, so that this we have to implement by the time we go to the next conference. You have to work hard, make sure that yes, there was an issue in ISF 23, but we were able to resolve, and these are the recommendations which are given by ISF 23 round table, and this is how we are able to get the solutions. I am looking forward to the chairman of the whoever is the chairman of this round table have to give a presentation in ISF 24 that we were able to solve these problems, and that's when we all feel that yes, somebody is working to see that this problem is getting solved instead of blaming all of us. Thank you.
Check, check, check. Am I audible? Yes. Am I audible? Well, thank you, Jay Garu, for encouraging us and setting the stage. So, good afternoon, welcome. And of course, we see very less, but I guess all of you are here with an intent to listen to us, so we'll try to get into the crux of the things that Jay Garu mentioned, and all of us here we believe in. So on the stage, can begin to introduce each one of you, but I'm pretty sure that you are here for a very good reason, which is you're all women in business with substance, have gone through many challenges and come to this point of life where you're joining hands on this beautiful stage today to talk about some of the challenges, some of the recommendations, and as Jay Garu said, to set some standards for our next sessions, as well as a lot of the other listeners who are listening to us. So with that, I'll get started. So I guess, some of the things that we have discussed individually or in groups, that we do very well when we are in a very set ecosystem. If everything is provided, we do well. But suddenly, when we come out of that ecosystem, we tend to lose the grip or the motivation to go forward. So, why or what are those one or two things that we fail to understand while we are in that ecosystem that, puts us in the back seat to deal with the world outside. And an example is that, a beautiful education system that we have here for women or for girl education. We prepare them to take challenges, have their own mind, but when they come out to start out their careers, that's when we see there's a bit of drop from, let's say, from 100 girls child to then, you'll see 50% of them. So what are the one or two things that we fail to do and which we can address, coming from your recommendations and your, experience? So I have set of mics here. So Radha, I see she has raised her hand. So let's hear from Radha. Okay, I think now, yeah. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity. I know I wasn't actually part of the panel, but I kind of barged in. I could say that of India, girls are expected to do well in school, have their mind, but I think there is a lot of, I would say, in their upbringing and even societal expectations, conformity. So when you want to be a leader, you can't be conforming to things. And your ability to navigate uncertainty, that has to be cultivated. If you're just going to follow rules, then I don't think you're going to be able to navigate uncertainty or complexity, which are all like essential skills, to be a business leader. So I think that's the first thing. You have to change the expectations at home and outside, and you should not be you should be totally okay with taking, a stand that is not, expected or contrarian, and be okay with it. I think a lot of times they're expected to please everyone, and that's not really going to work. So it's not like, they don't have a mind of their own, but it's just that they don't choose to use their mind of their own because the consequences, are not really, helpful. So that's kind of my perspective.
I completely agree with what Radha said. One is, yes, uncertainty, you should be ready for it. And one of the other things, I think, as women, we always feel that we have to be good at everything. No, we don't have to be. We are multitasking. I know we can multitask, but then you cannot make everybody happy at every time. But it's a conscious call you got to take, whether at this point in time my work needs me, or at this point in time my family needs me, or my friends needs me. What it is a conscious call that you have to take. You cannot be perfect in everything, except that fact that you cannot be perfect. It's about how you maneuver through it and take it forward. And secondly is, don't be afraid of anything. Right? If you have that fear, I think first and foremost, women don't take that step forward because they're scared they will fail. And what happens if you fail? Nothing happens. You fail. That's all. Because once you fail, only you understand the happiness of success. So that's exactly what it is. It's okay to fail. Fail first, fail fast. Then that's when you will succeed soon. It's okay to fail. Don't look for perfection. You cannot make everybody happy. That's what I feel.
Thank you, Rashmi. Sandhya, I think you have wanted to add a few things.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. I think one of the things when we're in the professional world is just to be a professional. To set aside the hat that, are you a woman, are you a man, whatever. And that's been my way all the way. And even when I had started the startup 30 years ago in STP, that was the way it was. And having just come back from the US and having got a contract to work and needing to deliver on it, I knew I had to work late. So I'd send off my driver in the evening and then I'd drive back home late. So my father-in-law complained. He said, no, you can't come back, drive yourself so late. So the compromise was get 2 drivers. They worked in shifts. But I wasn't giving up on working late. And there were times that I needed to do that. And I'm really grateful for the way the family supported me. It's somewhat about ourselves setting the expectations of this is what work means to me, and this is what I need to do, and how can the ecosystem help to make it all happen.
Thank you so much. So, listening from 3 of you, I could pick up that there's a lot which is dependent on the woman herself. So, totally agree, and I would say on behalf of everyone here that, that first fire in the belly is to be with the women, and all of you who have listened to them would definitely agree, because, you could go to some extent with the support, but after that it's all your journey. That said, I'd like to move to a next set of questions which are basically about the pitfalls and the myths about women-led endeavors. So for example, how easy or how difficult it is to go and pitch something or lead something in a very male-dominated industry. Again, I totally see the point that you have to be a professional first, but that's one the starting point. But beyond that, there are always these myths that after certain age, certain stage of life, you cannot take some roles, or you should not. So some pitfalls and myths that are out there which we have to demystify today, because all of you have gone beyond those and completely taken a new shape. So definitely would like to hear from some of you on what could be those challenges, pitfalls that you have seen in your career so far, which were a little bit different than a usual industry that a woman should usually faces. So Rashida.
Yeah, hi. I think I'll just share a little bit of my story of how I began. So I'm basically a company secretary by profession. I'm a lawyer and born, brought up in Mumbai, got married in Hyderabad. So when I came down to Hyderabad after my marriage, I was having a successful career with corporates in Mumbai. But when I came down to Hyderabad, somehow when I went for an interview, I didn't quite like the atmosphere, and I said that probably that's not the right kind of atmosphere to be in. So I thought, okay, let me just get into practice as a company secretary. And the biggest challenge, there were 3 challenges which I faced. One was, I didn't know anybody in Hyderabad. It was absolutely a new city for me. My family, in the sense my in-laws, my husband, of course, did not have much of networking. There was no, because he was also working, so there was no kind of networking or in the business area. Second was that I came from a minority community, so that was a big challenge for me. And third, it came in as from the point of view that as a woman, right? So all the 3 were against me, and all of them, especially my professional peers, when I met them and I said, look, I want to set up practice. Can you help me, at least introduce me to some corporates where I can do practice? And they all discouraged, saying you can't, it's best you go and work in a company, it'll be better. So that sort of, I took that as a challenge and I said, no, I'm going to change this. So there was no woman company secretary in practice. In fact, there was nobody in practice. There were just 2 people who were in practice then. And nobody knew what a company secretary was as such, and what kind of services we could provide. So from there, I began my journey slowly and steadily, facing all odds. I mean, it was extremely difficult. First 2.5 years, 3 years were extremely, extremely difficult. A lot of discouragement, a lot of negativity. But then, if you have decided, and if you decided that, okay, you want to do it, I think you can do it. It just needs that guts. You have to have that, and a never give up attitude and a belief in yourself that you can do it. So I think this is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashida. I'd like to hear from Pooja. Can you hear me? No. Well, I would start off by saying, if at least in the limited exposure, global exposure that I have, if a man has to prove 100%, I've always seen female founders or women needs to prove 150%. And coming from the Gulf region, where it is a male-dominated society, culturally, if a man is considered the head of the family in India, in the Gulf, into 100x. Yeah, but so you should always have the heart for people to discourage you in all ways. So when I was my entrepreneur the first time, I remember my investor asking very weird questions as to what about if you get married, what about this, what about that. But by the end of the day, he got an exit even before my marriage, or I'm not even married. So it was like, he was basing something on a personal event in my life, but it would not necessarily be that. And then also, so even today, I have 3 male partners. One is a local UAE Emirati, one is a Jordanian national, one is a Lebanese national. So it's a challenge by itself to navigate through it. It's a challenge by itself to have a complete board and advisory board of all men. And then sometimes you need to put your foot down and say, no, this is what I'm trying to say. And there are times when I've taken a few leadership calls, they've called it emotional, but then whereas when the other counterpart takes it, it's logical, right? But then I always have the reasoning as to why do you find it emotional when I've written an email, I've done all of the ta-da-da steps, which ideally would have been accepted. But it's just that core belief of believing in yourself. If 99 people are not going to believe in you, there's going to be that one person who's going to believe in you. But then you, of course, cannot wait for all of you to believe, but it's about you know that you can make it happen and you work towards it. And that's what leads to success. So. Well said. And I heard that story before, and I was so intrigued that, we have a very limited view about the myths or some of the images of our society within our window, and we rarely get to see the perspectives from a different country, different culture, different regions. And just to know or be aware of those will help us to build our confidence, because we think that what we have is not good enough. But in some cases, all the women should know this, that whatever they have today is good enough for them to take that first step. Because someone else somewhere in other regions probably are not having even that minimal thing that you need to go forward. So this was the very insightful personality that I came to know when I spoke to you. So thank you for sharing that. So I'd like to ask the same to Manisha, because one of the interesting point is she started after a good career break, but then she's now the president for HISIA in Hyderabad, and has a very great working career. So that myth as well, that there can be a good work-life balance. Is it a myth or a reality? Something that, if you could share some of your views.
I think work-life balance is unnecessarily overhyped, is my view. Yeah, we need to manage both, but it's just about prioritizing and not beating yourself up in case you are little less in one of the. The way I put it is that that is superwoman syndrome which we have. The women have this superwoman syndrome where they want to be the best and the perfect in everything they do. I would like to say that be the best and the perfect in the things which are important for what you want to achieve in life, and the other things you do so that they're managed well. That's the myth of work-life balance that I have come across. I remember hearing similar thoughts from Radha once, where Radha also mentioned about the work-life balance, saying whatever you are doing on the priority, decide on the priority and do that well. So
Well, thank you. Couldn't agree more.
And I heard from her about having 2 drivers and maid. So take support, have support system. You don't have to be the superwoman driving and doing everything. Take as much as, and I'm glad that your father-in-law told you that.
I completely agree with you. It's all about not just prioritizing, but becoming well at organizing yourself, organizing the system around you, and the help is there. I don't think that there are too many barriers. I was in Middle East as well, managing director for 100 countries, and I raised a son who's turned out to be a balanced individual, and yes, it's all possible, and absolutely, you should know when to go home and do what you need to do and work around it and make sure that your whole I wouldn't use the word balance, but you're prioritizing things at the right time for what is required. So from that perspective, it never affected me. I would say no. Having a career of 25 years and no major issues there. And especially in the Middle East, I completely agree. It's interesting, it resonates with me so much when you said professional first, because I've worked with a whole range of nationalities and 100 countries, and when you're the professional first, whether you're male or female doesn't come into the equation at all. It really doesn't. And you bring value to the table, and that is appreciated. That's what matters. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. So on that note, right, I'd like to actually pivot to the future, because all of us have different backgrounds or education, qualifications, experiences that have, and all of us don't do the same thing. So diversity is good just on this table or on this dais. But to, put that into the next generations in the educational systems, since you have good insight about how we can do so that we have quality. It's not just about the quantity, because most of the statistics say that, the girls will get gold medals and so forth, but they're not turning into leadership roles 10-20 years later. So somewhere there is I wouldn't say a gap, but there's a reason which I believe that we can actually fix it when they are getting into the educational system. So what differently do you think, or do you suggest? Because Jay Garu said we also have to suggest, and this is one of the places where we can do something. So we have lots of other consortiums that are out there which are going to be looking at the curriculums for, let's say, a domain. But I think this is a very important domain, because just from a India population, 50% are women and many are millennials or very young population. So what would you recommend after seeing the experience that you have that can groom the next women leaders?
I think I will just talk about Sadhguru's philosophy and how it's worked here. First thing he teaches very well is to bring out the best in each individual. So there's no stereotyping, I want you to become a doctor and an engineer or whatever. He really focuses on understanding at the teacher level what the skills of that particular student is. The second thing he does is builds a lot of confidence in them, to the extent where if you speak to our students, our undergraduates and postgraduates, they have a total clarity of purpose. So they're not swayed by others, by the community. They know where they want to go. And I've been in part of many of these functions where their clarity of purpose is tested, and they know where they want to go. So I think that instilling that in the generation of girls coming up is very important. Once they have clarity of purpose, they have the confidence. Confidence is about exposure as well. So they get a lot of exposure to all kinds of different backgrounds of people, situations and everything. And the third thing that is again instilled at a very early age is stability of the mind. Again, that comes with clarity of purpose as well. So once you have that clarity of purpose, things don't shake you as much as they would normally. So those are the three, I would say, big success factors where our girls, if you look at the postgraduates, at the age of 21, 22, they can run a whole campus. they can do everything from cooking in the campus to, teaching to, teaching them, Vedam or Sanskrit or whatever. Very confident. And that's because they've been raised that way. And, one of the messages is anybody with a daughter out there, give them those kind of exposures. Thank you.
Thank you, well said. Your views?
Yeah. I would like to add one more to that. So I would request girls to have that self-confidence and self-respect for their own self, because during the school or college we see that girls being in the toppers list and they get through the jobs, and eventually after a period of time, definitely at the age of marriage and childbearing ages, they tend to give priority to the family and wanted to leave the career, right? So obviously there are a lot of ways of having inclusive spaces for work or giving work from home for a certain duration. But more than that, it should be from within that I want to do this, I want to have, I can take help and I can do a bit more. Probably it will be for certain duration, but that self-motivation during that time, it's a very brief time, probably 5-6 years, but during that time it will be very helpful in a long run. Right? So just leaving career in 5-6 years and again trying to cope up is a very difficult step. Instead of that, having take support, and also companies also equally support in these kind of scenarios. So I think being self-motivated and not losing interest of own self should be the priority at those prime age to be at the senior level eventually, instead of restarting the career from the beginning.
So that's it, right? The segue to that is the role of a mentor or the role of a guru. So unless you are X number of years in your experience, you don't get into leadership trainings. That's what I've experienced 80% of the time. And then it goes back to that individual to absorb, because everything is given to all. It depends on that individual. So whatever I'm hearing right now it's a lot to do with that particular person and the self-motivation. But as an education system or as a corporate or in industry, society, I'm not even going to touch because that's a big far away from us. But the sphere of influence that we have, what is that one thing that we, at least the women here, can do? And I want to go one by one, because those will be some things that are coming back from your experiences and have worked. And I'm not talking about the person yourself, I'm talking about something which has happened outside of you, which has helped you, because that could be a reason for somebody to say, yes, I can do that to support another person who's sitting next to me or in my family or in my society. So I'd like to hear from each of you. What is that one or two things that we can do here that will motivate that person?
Very good afternoon, everybody. And sorry I got a little late, but that's a great question. The one or two things that we can do to motivate the students, or as young children, I think most of us here agree with me that when we went to school, our primary focus was only education, until we came of an age where probably that's when they started saying that, okay, now you have to get married, you have to learn cooking, or you have to now start looking at things other than education. But it's little different for the men, who continue to do their best in their professional life. But my view is, I think when the child is young, each of us should try to inculcate that holistic experience or influence on them, where they understand their higher purpose. Like ma'am just mentioned, that they have to understand their purpose and then work around that. So if we can inculcate that sort of a purpose within the students or children at a younger age, they will understand that it's not only about education, only profession, or only family. It is everything, right? It's an amalgamation of both. So we should be in a position to have that mindset where we can take ourselves forward in that direction.
So that's for the parents and the teachers, whoever are there, we have an option or a way to tell them that to have a purpose in the life.
Right.
Right. Thank you. Radha?
I'm actually the exec sponsor for empowering women in my company. I was both in YouTube as well when I was working in YouTube. I think one of the main things is in a lot of powerful positions that really matter, it's mostly men. So I think more than just mentoring and coaching women, which has to happen, and I think we need to bring in more men so that they can be a better allies and they can actually support, so it should not be just a dialogue between women, because it has to be a dialogue between people who have the power to change things. And I just want to illustrate with an example. So, I have this meeting with my CEO, Steerco, and it was like a heated debate between a couple of execs, and I was trying to get my point in, and he was like, he stopped the conversation and he said like, hey, Radha is trying to say something. Let her say it, right? So I think it's about like, men in powerful positions. They just need to, understand what is their role, how they can be, better supporters, of women, and we can't just expect them to just learn it on their own. So I think there is a lot of coaching that we need to do. So one of the things I'm trying to do is like just set up meetings with all the senior leadership team members. Like, hey, here is my agenda as an exec sponsor for the women's group, and this is what I'm expecting from you. And this should, actually help them be a better leaders. It's not like, they're just doing anyone any favor. I think just creating a more inclusive organization will make them a better leader. And once they get it, I think a lot of them will actually, it's just that they don't know how to go about it.
So another way to say is he for she. I guess we had heard this term sometime, but the he for she is something that we can take up as one of the recommendations to formalize it in spaces where we can, and look for folks who actually can do that better than us. So thank you, Radha. Rashmi?
Give them a few tangible things. Give them a few tangible things to do, so that they don't have to think about it.
Absolutely. Rashmi?
I think most of the points, I don't know, because you're sitting next to me, I'm concurring with every point that she's saying. But however, I think one of the things that I also feel is, why do we women need empowerment? We are already empowered. We don't need additional, right? So just treat us as equal, except yes, physically, here and there, yes, there are pluses and minuses, but mentally, technically, skillfully, we are all equal. Just go with that and go with the flow. But I think what also is a problem is, as women, we want everybody to accept us, right? It's okay. Some people will not accept us. It's fine. We cannot, again, I'll go back to the same thing. You cannot satisfy everybody. If somebody doesn't accept you, it's fine. Move on. One of the brilliant decision-making process, or one of the brilliant aids that we have, is we can make a choice. If you feel that atmosphere is not conducive, if that team or the people around you are not adding to your growth or progress, are not being a positive influence to you, it's okay. Just choose not to be there. Make a choice. You have an option. It's not the end of the world. That's what I feel.
So let me sum it up, Rashmi. I guess a very famous author, Carol Dweck, she writes about this on being mindful, and then one of the ways that she explains about the ranking system that we have from 1 to 5, and that means that there is 1 is like a fail, but in their terminology, it's more about not there yet, rather than always trying to get that flying colors. So I guess what you're saying